Right, so at the moment, I think you can hear me. At the moment, Honalena Konkobe is leading the race as he usually does, but we're not quite sure whether he can lead that race till the end.
Stay now, but they really love South Africa and the Comrades Marathon, an event that shaped their lives, so to speak. And whenever the Russian twin sisters were here, I was always autographs, photos, and the like. But here the same, making her way down Polly shorts and looking really, really good at this stage.
It's a race that thrusts athletes who might be anonymous elsewhere in the world into superstardom in South Africa if you perform here and win this race or do something extraordinary, like chasing the winner all the way to the finish. So it is a unique event in terms of ultra marathons globally, such as its magnetism for runners from around the world. The man who knows all too well what it feels like to be at the sharp end of this race is a 9-time winner, Bruce Fordyce. Lovely to be with us again, Bruce.
Yes, thank you, Gerald. Watching them running down Polly shorts, I always like to advise runners to save their legs. It's so tempting to go deep. It's 1.8 kilometers, almost 2, of a very steep descent. And I always say to do not attack the downhill. Preserve your quadricep muscles, those thigh muscles. You're going to need them later on when you get to Fields Hill, many kilometers from here. So preserve it. Just flow. If you can almost imagine yourself as a river or a stream, flow down Polly shorts. Let gravity tow you gently down the hill. Do not attack it. And if you're a novice runner and you're running your first Comrades marathon as you go down Polly shorts, have a good look at it. Why? Because you're going to be coming up there next year when you earn your back-to-back medal. And I know when you get to Pinetown, you're going to say never, ever again with some expletives, but you will be back and you'll be running up Polly's.
Yeah, at the moment, in terms of the leading woman, there are 2 leading women, and Herda Stein is the second one, and Yvette Van Zyl is the third woman. But obviously, it is in the early hours of the morning, so it's still early. It's still early, so the race is going to change significantly as time goes by.
Look at it. Very benign on the downhill.
She runs like down to the bottom of Polly's and up the backside of Little Polly's.
Yes, now the runners climb up to what's known as Ashburton Village at the top of Ashburton. So it's a climb, and I always joke with everyone. I say because it's a down run, you run up. The first 55 kilometers you climb, and novices will say, "Are you sure we're running the down run?" Have a look. They're climbing up a steep hill. Gerda started going up. That is up to Ashburton Village, where at the top you get to Wally Hayward Drive. At the top of Ashburton Village, named after the great Wally Hayward, 5 times winner, ran when he was 80 years old. And you climb the down run. You do an inordinate amount of climbing.
And she's looking quite comfortable, Fabulous Dane, as she climbs now. She's currently in second place behind Zambia's Elizabeth Mukoloma. There's a man from Arthur Ford, one of Musa Mtembu's training partners. And before we go any further and tell you about Musa Mtembu, let's listen to the woman on screen. What does Gerda think about the 2025 race?
Coming into this year's Comrades have gone really well. I'm satisfied with everything that I've done. I know that, especially knowing that I've done it in the past, I know what I'm doing. I can build on what I've done in the past and now sort of just more fine tune it than really wondering what the right amount is to do, especially in between the 2 oceans and the Comrades. I think my biggest competition will come from 2 ladies. First is Alexandra Morozova, who has proven herself over and over at the Comrades Marathon to be a fierce competitor. And secondly, from the novice in the race this year, Yvette Van Zyl. I think the Comrades Marathon through the years it's never been a set distance. So it's not unusual to see a change in distance. However, I think the gap between 2023 and 2025 is quite significant. It's about 2.2 kilometers longer this year. So it's not making any effect on the way I train for it or the way I'm going into the race. It might have an effect on the finish time, but that's just something that we'll have to wait and see. I am the most looking forward to seeing the crowds and feeling the energy bounce off from the side of the road and running through all the areas from Pietermaritzburg to Durban and just feeling that love that comes from the crowds.
Important words there from Gerda Steen, specifically about it never having been a set distance, because she'll be asked time and again whether or not she will attack the record. Does she think that she can break another record? You went through this in your years, Bruce.
Yes, so I don't like the use of the word record, because a record to me applies to a race like an 800 meter on the track. It's always the same distance, it's measurable.
Yeah.
I prefer the use of the words best time, Comrade's best time. And it depends on so many conditions, the road conditions, the start venue, the finish venue, road alterations along the way, and of course, most importantly of all, the weather conditions. So I'm sure if you said to Gerda, I'm going to offer you a win, but it's going to be in a very slow time, she would take it with both hands. You're always going to take the win.
So let's talk
Yeah,
about that best
in
time.
comparison to
There's also an
2023,
average
which was
record that we have.
87.70 kilometers. So it increased significantly. So if someone tries to break maybe the down run record this year, she has to work so hard.
And this is our leader in the women's race, Elizabeth Mukoroma. If you're just turning on this Sunday morning here on the 8th of June, all the way from Zambia, and she leads the women's race. She's quite some way ahead of Gerda Steen, but it's still early days as she strikes ahead of the man from Tiamaning. Some strong men around her there. Tiamaning, one of the bigger clubs in the Northern Cape. But there is the smiling assassin, and she has a number of men around her. And I can spot on Insiga there is Bongane Skindi, as he's affectionately known. And he's a man who's targeting a sub-6 this year. So that gives you an idea of how fast
he's going with the right pace setter. Isn't it almost just breathtaking that Gerda appears to be having fun? You're not supposed to be having fun in the Comrades Marathon. And there she's having fun. She's enjoying herself. She's joking with other runners. And now the runners are on the descent from Ashburton Village down into the bottom of what's known as Little Pollies. So they're going downhill. There's a couple of little breaks, but it's down all the way across a little bridge at a place called Tumble Inn. And then because it's a down run, you go up for 4 kilometers. They're about to climb for 4 solid kilometers. And it wouldn't surprise me if Gerda discards some of her followers when they start that climb. Morozova. Here we are, Morozova.
Morozova in third place, having come in second last year, having won the race in 2022 in the absence of Gerda Steen, says this time she will try and win. She will try and defeat Gerda Steen. Alexander Morozova is the sharp end of the Russian field as we see the leading woman, Elizabeth Mukoroma, second, Gerda Steen, third, Alexander Morozova. Spoke about the influence of the Leva twins on her when she was growing up, and she is now influenced by another generation of young Russian women who have come through to the Comrades Marathon. There has always been a brotherhood between South Africa and that part of the world when it comes to the Comrades.
Yes, the Russian runners, one of my prized running vests for many years was the Russian running vest that they gave me as a gift. Eventually it fell apart. I'm terribly sad. If anyone is listening, I'll take another running vest.
Early 2000s
This is
and
fascinating.
towards the mid-2010s, this race was significantly dominated by the Russians. And over the years, we've seen like a steady decline But obviously, the most significant one was those Megalieva teams.
She had fun, so desperate to win. And she wept and wept and wept. And the spectators fell in love with her because they understood. Yes, she's Russian, but she understands how great it is to win our race.
She understands.
Alexandra Morozova looks to be in a good shape. I'm just expecting a very big competition between her and Sharik was saying. Onalena Konkobe is flying. He's flying for a marathon. I hope what happened to him, I think in 2022, if not in 2020, if not in 2023, doesn't happen this year because he couldn't finish the race, and it was so painful to see. And it looks like he is repeating the same thing. He just flies at the moment.
What does 74 kilometers mean? It means it's far. It's a ridiculously long way to go.
Yeah, it's too far for someone to speed like this. I don't know his strategy. Maybe he just wants to be way too far, so that he can relax when there is not so much pressure behind him. But it's not possible, unfortunately, because this distance is too it's too long. It's too long to use a lot of your energy in the early stages of the race like this. It's just detrimental sometimes.
Expect to see Rafael Sohodi this early in the race. Sohodi running well here alongside Lucky Mohale, but again, these two I think will be the similar.
Yes, I training with Shiwa 2013 at marathon champion, Comrades marathon champion. But look, they're running uphill. They're climbing. It's the down run. So what do you do? Run up. To the point now is the highest point in the race. They're approaching Umlas Road, the highest point in the race. And some wise guy further back in the field will shout out, "It's downhill from now on, everybody." It is not. It is just mountains ahead of you. Yes, it technically is the highest point in Umlas Road, but that's about it.
Yeah, it is the highest point, and this is where they're headed towards. That's the leading man. He said he's going to give us a show. There he is. You saw him gesticulating, waving towards the crowd. Second and third, Lucky Mohale, Evan Rafael Sekodi. But the win is expected to come from that huge chasing group, which still has about 30 men in it. And one expects that that group will produce the winner. And I think I see Spodisos Kakane, the man who came second at Two Oceans, at the back of that bunch. There he is. In fact, it is Spodisos Kakane.
Yes.
So that is the group that has the real potential.
That's what the cyclists would call the peloton. And the winner's going to come out of that group. I guarantee you. These early race leaders, they've just set themselves up to be shot down. You know, their targets at the moment. It's why would you put yourself in front and hang out to dry like washing for hours and hours and hours? Rather sit in that group. You don't have to do too much thinking. You can watch all your opposition. You know that they're running the correct pace. You know that the top 10 are going to come out of there. But no, put yourself in front. Put yourself under an immense amount of pressure. Unless you're trying to win hotspot.
And Onalena Konkobe is putting himself in that pressure. He has been doing this thing for several times now. I don't know what he usually thinks every time. What is his strategy during the race? I just don't understand sometimes. Because he has been running like Two Oceans Marathon. Or it's because he is quite used to the shorter distances, not the longer distances, and he tries to replicate what he does And the set up distances like the Two Oceans Marathon, to the Comrades Marathon, of it, they are significantly different. And in terms of the climbing, it's music.
Where they are coming.
And they are coming. They are coming. It's very, 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 very far. We still have a long way to go. We are we are we are in an hour into the race. It's still far. It's still far.
Down into the bottom of Polly Shorts, which is normally thick frost, but not this year. Then climbing up to Ashburton Village, through Ashburton, and then down Little Polly's. That's where we saw Gerda just now. And then now they climb again for 4Ks up to the highest point. You're approaching the highest point in the course this early on.
Where he is now.
Yeah, from last road, highest point. There we are. And then, as I said, some wise guy will say it's downhill all the way from now. And then to Camperdown Village. Camperdown packed with spectators. They're all buying. Your loved ones can see you there through Camperdown, rolling stuff. So it's rolling through sugarcane all the way to Cater Ridge. Again, packed with spectators.
Yeah.
The air is thick with the thick smoke of badly scorched boerewors as you run. And then on through Cater Ridge along Harrison Flats, which is not flat because it's down on its uphill, past the wonderful moving Ntembeni School for the Disabled. Remember to high five, and then up in Changa 1. A monster climb, 4 kilometers long, winding its way through the bush. It is scary. It just carries going on, going up and up and up and up. And at the top of Inchanga, you get a beautiful view down to Drummond. You can hear the announcer. You can hear the music. You can hear the firing up music when you go down through Drummond, past the two landmarks. Arthur C. Good morning, Arthur. Don't forget to say that. Have a look at the Wall of Honor. Your plaque, your shield should be there. And then again, up for 10 kilometers now of climbing. It's the down run. Remember, it's the down run. So you go up. There's some little breaks all the way up, with a few little breaks to Bothers Hill Village. And now at Bothers Hill Village, the down run starts. And your legs that are so tired and tenderized, like a tenderized steak, have to go pounding down Bothers Hill. Then up a steep climb into Hillcrest. If you're running with a Hillcrest villager with their brown and white stripes, the crowd's going mad supporting them through Hillcrest, making your way past Gibbons, and then to Plough, the hotspot. So is Inconcorda going for the hotspot? See how far away it is for him still. And then the dreaded Fields Hill. You plummet down Fields Hill. Your legs are so sore. If you're very lucky, only losing 2 toenails. And through Pinetown, hot and muggy, loud crowd support, and up Cowie's Hill, one of the registered hills. Cowie's Hill is a massive climb. Down the other side, it's a long downhill sweep, getting steeper and steeper onto the highway, and then approaching one of the other major hills in the Comrades Marathon, 45th cutting. I predict the men's race will take place on 45th cutting. The winner will reveal himself on 45th cutting. Up on the highway, the N3, under the Tollgate Bridge, into town, past the old finish at Kingsmead, and to the finish where we are waiting right here next to the People's Pub.
Beautifully described by a man who knows it better than most. Bruce Fordyce, thanks very much, Bruce. And taking Bruce's chair as a man who felt every meter of that route as it was being described, because he's not running it this year. He did last year. Kieran is back with us, Kieran. Onalena Konkobe. Well, he's done this before.
At the moment, he's smiling.
Bruce were discussing whether that was a grimace or just his expression of
he looks fine at the moment, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy the way he is storming. He is so fast at the moment. Let me check. If I can see, I can track his pace online. So you can hear from that commentator, he won the Two Oceans Marathon last year, and I feel like he still hasn't come to an understanding that these two races are not the same. Even if maybe the distances were the same, but the nature of the routes are not the same. Comrades Marathon is quite hilly, so you need to conserve your energy in some way. Okay, let me check. Hi. Okay. Whoosh.
You roll it. This is not good. You just is actually racing in the men's race today. The winner of this year, all down 50 kilometer, and Edwin himself having a 5 hour 48 minute Comrades Marathon personal best. See there on the right hand side, chasing them. That is a Joel Kapwane in the colours of the Max the lead. And he did drop back, and nice to see him coming through. Of course, was the leader last year, all the way through to the halfway mark. But here is the chasing bunch, and you're defending a champion there with the white arm warmers there in the colours of Nedbank. That is Pete Beersma. Second, just missing out on a win by 3 scant seconds to Tete Runner, also in that bunch. The Japanese athlete Naomi Kazami with the white cap backwards, and Kazami himself coming through in 2019 on the run. He now returns to the downfield. We have the Russian athlete there on the left-hand side, Nikolay Volkov, in the colours of Max Elite. A 6 hour 9 minutes performer for about 100 kilometers. Very, very dangerous. Well, I mean, this is a big bunch, isn't it? With Viersma is he's like a lighthouse in there in terms of the man they can look at and follow. He's the man who won it last year. He's the man who chased Tete Dijana within 3 seconds in a record-breaking run down the last down run. So he is the sort of lightning conductor they can follow, but they can't follow this man, Onalena Konkobe, who has charged away from them. Little glance over his shoulder there. He won't see anything now at this early light just yet, because there is this group now. Big crowds already out. The cars are parked up on the highway. Get a glance. They probably dropped their runners off, coming to have a quick look to see the elites going through here. But this is the big bunch. This is the bunch you feel from which the winners, the top 10 will emerge. Having said that, you've got a whole lot of others up front who might just have a say in that. This is back to our women and Gerda Steyn, marking time and doing what she does so well, running her own race, completely embracing the fact that she is the favorite. She spoke about how she doesn't see pressure as pressure. He sees it as something about so he's there on the left-hand side in the green Nedbank, just alongside the top jersey, green vest. So
Challenge here, Alexandra Morozova and Yvette Fansel. And it was quite surprising to see that in the previous Olympic Games, Yvette Fansel was able to even surpass Hertha in that race, in that brutal race. I could even see it. It was so brutal. So I'm just trying to highlight that because I want to show the point that Yvette Fansel is a good runner, is a good endurance runner. Both Alexandra Morozova and Hertha Steyn are surrounded by a group of men, but obviously at different positions. So the second woman at the moment is Hertha, and following the leading woman from Zambia, and the third woman is Alexandra Morozova from Russia. I'm not quite sure how which country she represents, Alexandra Morozova. I'm not quite sure which country she represents this year because in the past few years she was deemed an international runner. I won't comment much on that. But yeah, according to my knowledge, she's a Russian. So she's in third position. Second position is Palestine and the Zambian woman in front. He's smiling. Yeah, he's just receiving the warmth from the crowd. Onalele Konkobe as he flies down the road. But I'm quite sure this is going to backfire as it happened previously, unless maybe he timed his race like perfectly this year in comparison to the previous years because we have seen him struggling. It's become so painful when you see him can't even continue, maybe even before reaching the halfway of the race, or maybe if he passed the halfway, he can't finish it. Just imagine that whole lot of energy that you have wasted and you are not finishing the race. I'm not sure whether he is so badly in need of winning this race, like everyone else. But to brutally like put yourself in such a situation is very painful.
Tactics and the plans that have been laid out by the Nedbank team here. Of course, Nick Bester was also speaking about, he says when they get on the road, actually, it's up to them because only you as the runner will know how you're feeling and what's in your legs for that day.
Most definitely. And yeah, we have Mbuti Molo also running his first comrades in the colors of Max Delete. And it's quite a ding-dong battle that we've seen in the last 3 years between Max Delete and Nedbank in the front of the men's race. Really, really going out hard there. And Ogalele Konkobe still smiling there to the crowd. You see that Solsi cycling back there, first man. And he's used to that, as he's made his way now through the highest point of the course on Ogalele Konkobe. No use really to look behind like that. He's a long way ahead.
He's trying to find a sighter on those behind him. Looks at his watch. It is a phenomenal performance at the moment from Ogalele Konkobe. Entertaining and thoroughly enjoying himself out there. True Oceans and Soweto Marathon winner of the past. So another glance at his watch. Well, last year, this is how that drama unfolded. Sacrificed hours and hours, early mornings, late evenings. They put in the time. Now is the time to deliver.
And come to expect now, there is Fantastic. And there's also Alexandra Forasova now running the colors of Max Delete.
And is this another record-breaking day for Podium?
But you can see this is good running. This is circumspect running. This is contained running. Very, very easy. Keeping it as gentle as possible.
Well, this is Ogalele Konkobe, the early pacemaker. He went out virtually with the gun, and here he is walking. This is our race leader. He is, looks like down complete now. He looks over his shoulder. He's wondering where they are. Well, he is in trouble. That is a problem.
They were running as a bunch of 5 athletes, and now he is alone in front. And only the Ethiopian is trying to hang on to the back of Piet Beersma.
He was the unknown Dutchman. No longer. He is the untouchable Dutchman. He is the winner in 2024. Piet Beersma from the Netherlands.
Yeah, it looks like Pete Viersma can manage or can win this year's race. He managed to maintain the good form last year, which was an up run, and he was a big competitor for Tete Tijana in 2023, which was a down run at that time. And we wait to see what happens this year. Let me just check here again.
That was a shot of the big chasing bunch making their way to chicken farms there in Oknas Road. Control there, looking behind. Quite often, there's no one behind him. Last time checked, he was already 3 minutes ahead of Lucky Mohale in the second place, together with Mbuti Molo in colours of Max Elite. But both athletes trying to place down the Control there. Perhaps Control looking to go as far as he did back in the just a pulse, waving at the crowd.
The real show. So it's wonderful to see you. It's his acknowledgement and awareness of those shouting and supporting him. It does, though, perhaps speak of a runner who isn't there to win this race, but he's out there as team manager. Nick Bester said, as a rabbit, but not the real rabbit in terms of the Nedbank team.
And we did mention earlier that Lucky Mohale there, as we see now in the third place, that he was dropping his arms and not looking too good. But another message there from Nick Bester out on the road is that as soon as you see Lucky's arms start going lower and tumbling, and one arm drops, then you know he's suffering and he is not right now. This is his running style. So great feedback there from Nick Bester, the national team manager of Nedbank, who's already brought his green dream team army out onto the road. But in between these two athletes is Mbuti Molo running his first Comrades Marathon, just as Lucky Mohale in the third place is. And really ding-dong battle going out between these three gentlemen. How far they can make it into the 2025 Comrades Marathon, only time will tell. But the who's who of the Ultra 6 running in the world. There's around 60 men still in that huge bunch.
We mentioned Nick Bester, mostly 1991. It's wonderful athletes and it's guiding this Nedbank team. But yeah, they've got plans afoot, and we've seen them do this before and still come away with the podium suite.
If you can keep up with it, but we cannot see them keep those places. It's unheard of.
Yeah. Yeah, it's too much.
His manner of relaxed running, his greeting and acknowledging.
It's too much for.
Looking behind him suggests that there are other here for him and for the team.
Yeah, this
But
pace is too much for a long distance like this. It's too much. It's too much. So yeah, that's how he is. If you have never heard of him, that is his running style, and I'm not quite sure whether, because if I look at his age, he's 29 this year. I'm just trying to count whether he still has the chances of winning the race in the coming years, or he's just he just keeps on wasting a lot of energy at a time where he might be utilizing those opportunities to maybe, or just capitalizing on his energy to win the race. But unfortunately, it looks like his strategy is not working if he is actually intending to win the race. At the age of 29, I'm expecting someone who who's maybe mastered some kind of the tactics that he or she has to use in races like this. Let me just check here.
The magical 6-hour barrier. Back in 2023, we had two athletes doing it. Had sustained that phenomenal 5 hours and 44 minutes, Comrade's downrun record. Adele Broderick running 5 hours 56 minutes that day, and Akanda Molinaro just missing out on a sub 6 hour clocking. But this is some of the money that the athletes are chasing today. 874,000 rand up for grabs for the race winner, going all the way down to 10 spots. 6,000 rand. There's also close to a pace, which at this thing today would have to run faster than 5 hours and 50 minutes. So can we almost run to 5 hours?
No, we just saw this on the 70 Ks to go, 71 Ks to go. But it's one of your safer bets anyway. That's what one person could walk away with. It's a significant sacrifice and preparation to get into the position to be able to.
Area, your race leader, as he has been from the moment the starter's pistol was fired at 5:45 this morning after Max Trimborn's conqueror. It is Onalena Konkobe, head of the table as he's affectionately known, and head of the 2025 Comrades Marathon, and making it the Konkobe show, as he affectionately says, the Comrades Marathon. Perhaps too fast to form a good finish today. It suits any youngster that wants to make the Comrades Marathon as he goes on in his career.
There can be no doubt about his ability, no doubt about his talent. Onalena Konkobe, the man who won the African Bank Soweto Marathon, has won the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon, has also won the Prince Mangosuthu 52 kilometer. So he has a pedigree of ultramarathon experience, but not this sort of ultramarathon. Nothing over 60 kilometers and still 65 to go.
With don't
That's a
forget to
long
mention a couple
distance.
of hills
55
in those
kilometers.
and
That's
our
a
leader
long
now
distance.
is leading the Comrades runners into Camperdown. Can't believe the morning is going so quickly. Camperdown village already, and now you can see that everybody's brine. Everybody's brine.
Yeah, it's an important day of the country.
Steroids, so to speak. It's a proper drop. Nothing was in the morning. The eggs and bacon still on the spot. You get the burrables.
You saw that he went across to give a fist pump to John Bennett. 71 gold medals, and he does have a horse in this race, as it was in the city. Somewhere we resources running. The bus that's chasing. He takes Stretch.
I feel like Onali Nakukobe just enjoys the noise from the crowd. Um, he just wants to make sure that he receives all that energy alone. Yeah, it's just a long way. It's just a long, long, long way.
This is a race that's surprising many with the standing that the previous favorites, the three-time champion who's attempting a trick of victories, will be her fourth but her third straight win if she can cross the finish line first. That is the same when we lost our lead lady for we see a little bit. Our third woman is Alexandra Sova, currently third, they're just off camera. So, leading woman. Zambia. Second woman, Gerda Stain, Hollywood Athletic Club. Third woman, Alexandra Morozova, Bank Running Club. Which brings us back to the men's race. Now, this part of the men's race, out of Camper Down, he runs downhill as he goes past the Kempton Park Road runners. And he will then start to climb up then and past the Toyota activation.
Yes, and then a climb and you cross over the highway, and then you do what we call sort of undulating terrain through sugarcane towards Cato Ridge. But to make a joke of it, there are more angles than there are lations. You know, there's more climbing than there is downhill running. So he's going to climb now, still looking around. They're not there. How far ahead he is, Bruce? Tell me, please. Have we had
Well, we have our spotters out on the road working with Q and Walker. They tell us he is 7 minutes ahead.
At that at his pace, that is approaching 3 kilometers ahead. I mean, it's over 2 kilometers ahead. Wow. And he's still looking very good. But you know, I keep on going on about it. We haven't even started to see the big hills. We haven't negotiated hills out there.
And any one of them can take the spring out of your fast step. To the good ahead of the chasing pack. And the two of them are out front there. That's Ludi Mollo of the Max Elite Running Club and Lucky Mohale of the Nedbank Running Club. Behind him is the larger group, including the likes of Gabriela Lucia and Rafael Sofoli, who runs in the colors of South Sea. They are growing the running club there under the guidance of the likes of Skumbuzo and Franz Chauke. They are part of that South Sea running club, which is growing. And that's 4 and 5 are part of a large group of men, of 20 men.
And the major contenders in there. If you could say this, all keeping their powder dry till later on, all just keeping calm, relaxed. They will be getting constant feedback, don't worry, from their team leaders, from their seconds, from their family and friends out there. They know what's going on. They know what the leader is doing, how far he is ahead, and they'll be not the least concerned at this stage. Later on, yes, but at this stage, they'll be saying that what he's doing there is just athletic suicide, and he's killing himself with that pace at this stage, with so much of the race still to run. So many.
We heard from Nick Bester, Q Walker, that he's not the assigned rabbit. That job is for Lucky Mahale. Judging by the way he's running and by the fact that he's looking over his shoulder, I think here what we are seeing with Onalina Konkobe, it's tiring. 2 Oceans and Mangos to that victory at Mangos, Prince Mangos 52 kilometers, took a lot out of him. So by looking over his shoulder, trying to see where they are, because I suggest that as soon as they pass him, he'll stop. So he's waiting for his teammates to come past, and once they pass him, his job is over.
I think he'll crack when they do pass him, but still relentless, carrying on, pounding away, still looking fairly relaxed, and the pace is phenomenal. So you can believe this runner is running in the race.
Yeah, you can't believe that. You really can't believe that it's a 90 kilometer race ran at this pace. It's it's just too much. I'm so scared. I even don't want to see what might happen maybe in the next few kilometers. Just check here, commercial results.
I think he's decided. I know I was supposed to be the decoy rabbit, but I might as well stay here.
Everyone is using this thing. Finish time results. Conceded. Onalena Congo.
It's one of South Africa's one of the days of cultural celebration in South Africa. It also inspires provincial nationalism, shall we call it. And everyone in the Northwest, everyone in Daum will be tuning in this morning and watching this man and saying, this is our man. Everyone in Clarksdorp, everyone in Potchefstroom will be watching this and saying, this is our man. Maybe
Yeah, I can agree with you.
Maybe he can.
Debalo. I can agree with you on that one.
Commentators curse, but
Finishing this race, it's less likely. It is less likely. No, I can't. Mfana ilanga. I can't like show you everything. If you know YouTube, you will understand why I'm saying that. So actually, I have shown maybe the three. I think I've shown the 3/4 of my screen on purpose because there are certain things that you cannot easily show. So you show here, especially like the logo. I can't do that. Yeah, it's some kind of an unfortunate situation, but we have to do it that way. I feel like this year's I feel like this year's race is going to scatter it in the very early stages because I have seen that Pete Viersma was separating himself already from that large pack. Um, yeah, I like I like I like her form. She just runs so relaxed. She doesn't seem to show any kind of fatigue at any part of the race. I think she puts a lot of her time in terms of planning for the race, and yeah, because that is very very important, so that you know what to do when.
Yes, I mean, there we go. There's the lead back. There's the lead. That's where you'll be next. So, all of those other runners way at the top table. You can see the pale hooks. So let's see the pale hooks are running. Johnny's in there. Chica's in there. So those are the ones we need to see it find out. They're progressing what their tactics are.
Now, this man who's raising his arms from Zimbabwe, just ahead of Mike Fogaroni, gives us an indication of how conservatively they've started, because he's got a B, on his seeding, which means that he hasn't broken 230.
Yeah, and he's probably come from behind those runners to go through. He's gone through that pack, having started behind them all.
So he started lightning fast, and they've started conservatively. That bunch also includes Charles Gianni. I see Proud Chauke, who's had a fantastic 12 months running in the colors of the Pan-African Resources, being coached by John Hamlet. There's also Beresnev of Russia there. Rufus Porto, I beg your pardon, who has a number of gold medals. So all the main contenders are in this bunch of lead men. This one perhaps less so, but is making sure that we see him. But George Kush, there he is as well. He's a man with a fabulous track pedigree. Was an unbelievably talented junior on the track before going to the US, and has come back and started running the ultras. Ran 2:20 over the standard marathon this year. Had a good outing at the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon at the end of last year. So George Kush also trying to target. But there's one of the big men.
Yes, Musam Tembu with a black t-shirt. Has taken his t-shirt. 3 times winner. I think about 9 gold medals at this stage. Got a 7th place and 6th place last year. Yeah, very deep pedigree, and he knows what he's doing as well. He's won it 3 times.
I like the look of Proud Chauke today. There, out on the left, he's got a big smile on his face. He's looking quite relaxed. But Musam Tembu, to show that he hasn't started running yet, what he often does is he wears the t-shirt over the vest. And when it's time to run, the t-shirt goes off, the sunglasses come down, and you know, the race is about to start, and there is the man's
I'm aligned him. I gave him 9 gold medals. He's got 10 for the top 10 finishes and 3 wins. So
Right, that's a veteran.
Yeah, fantastic runner.
He's
quite special.
one of the faces of the Comrades Marathon.
The legendary Styles and Rukelehe, 2 of South Africa's legends with 10 gold medals. I'm talking now black athletes. A fabulous achievement. We're having started to run for Verulam many years ago.
Indeed. And look what he's done since those days.
The 2020 spoke to 89.98 kilometers. Deep in concentration.
Working hard on those undulations to Cato Ridge and climbing. Again, you can see climbing yet again. These little bumps, no names. But each one of them saps you a little bit, takes a little bit more energy, a little bit more of your spirit away from you.
It wouldn't be called the Comrades Marathon if it were easy. This is one of the most demanding ultra marathons. And given the routes upon which it's run, it also produces ridiculously fast times. If you compare with other ultra marathons elsewhere in the world, the Comrades Marathon is not only tough, but
Damn. Yeah. What is happening here? Rubbish.
times that are run not only by the elite athletes, but by quote-unquote general everyday runners. Don't see anywhere else in the world running 90 kilometers in 8 hours.
They need to take the splits, as we call them, at 50 Ks. They need to take the splits at 50 miles, at 80 kilometers, just to see how fast they're running. The marathon times, they need to take the marathon. In fact, what they really do is take the second marathon, and see how quickly those people run, having already run a marathon.
Now, that's the negative splits on the down run.
Yes.
Running the second half faster than the
Yeah,
first.
that is fast. That is
more than
fast.
possible because
That is fast. He just goes he just when the gun just goes and then he's there for the crowd. I think that's his main it is his main goal. I don't understand what is the motive behind this because he has been doing this. He has been consistently. Let me stress that he has been consistently doing this thing, and the commentators have alluded to him maybe being the rapid, but I doubt that is the case. He keeps on killing himself. He is not leckering.
So because he kept turning around to see what his gap was, and he said there's no point in turning around. It's very close. It is very, very close.
Yeah.
Stop turning around.
Struggling with injury, but Tetelijane proved he had just enough to get over the line ahead of Piet Viersma.
I was really waiting to see how the race is going to turn out this year with
South African
Kalaman Molinaro, Herder, and the novice, Ifrit van Zyl. I was actually eager to see how the race is going to pan out this year, but I feel like Herder has some energy that she can still produce. Just that at the moment in South Africa, she doesn't have that fierce competition. She doesn't have that fierce competition from the other athletes, the other women athletes in South Africa. If she gets that challenge, she can still break some records.
Once you get to the end, you can barely lift your arms. That's how tired you are. Articulating from Kunalina Kobe will be sapping him of energy as he waves to the crowd. But this is how the man loves to run. And I think you can tell how serious he is judging by how he runs, because when he runs to oceans, he doesn't do the wild gesticulating, but these are the men who are watching it, who are watching him and are chasing him down. And this is probably where our winner will come from.
Well, the who's who of a distance running in the ultra marathon world, part of this bunch, and this big chase bunch, which I am very sure we will see our 2025 Comrades Marathon winner at this stage, 15 minutes behind our race leader, Onalela Konkobe. Only an hour 38 into the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Such is the pace that Konkobe is running. As we see this beautiful shot of these leading contenders, so to speak, not lead men, because Konkobe is so far out, but making their way now out of a Camperdown village and towards a Cato Ridge.
Yeah, beautiful sight, isn't it? This early morning, wonderful day in terms of weather. The wind is blowing, though. Look at the flags, look at the trees, the bushes. There's plenty of wind. It looks as though it's coming over probably their left shoulders as they head down the road here. But that is a selection of the very best ultramarathoners and marathoners in the world doing battle here, biding their time, looking at each other, assessing the other athletes around them. Who's got it today? Who's got it in their head? That's where it comes.
And a little bit of a pit stops there. On
It's
the left-hand
all
side,
about
Joseph
conserving
Wanyeli,
energy.
Max Elite athletes
Yeah.
who finished fourth last year, running a very fast 5 hours, 27 minutes on the up run. But these athletes now having left Camperdown Village. And we see there our defending champion Pete Wiersma in the middle of the pack.
Oh,
But
okay.
first
The,
of
the,
former
the
race
pack
winners here as well.
managed to
And
come
one
back
more
together. I thought he was separating himself already when they were climbing. And it looks like they are back together now. And obviously, because now Pete Wiersma is a known man in the grounds of South Africa, he is going to be surrounded by a lot of people. They will want to pace themselves using him.
Very interesting to see there. There is your lead lady, Elizabeth Molokova, right behind the man. Bear in mind though, the big bunch of men here not running that quick, around about 5 hours and 44 minutes tempo. But Elizabeth Molokova from Zambia certainly hotting things up in the Comrades Marathon.
She's taken it out very, very impressively. Yes, I mean, the 28-year-old, the novice must be said, and really tough to run it as a novice out as strong as that early.
Stop, Chip. Running around.
At this day, also Bobby will be sapping him of energy as he waves to the crowd. But this is how the man loves to run. And I think tell how serious he is, judging by how he runs, because when he runs to oceans, he doesn't do the wild gesticulating, but these are the men who are watching it, who are watching him
I'm
and are
sorry
chasing
to
him down.
keep on disturbing
This
the live.
is probably
It's
where
so unfortunate that I have to control what you see. I have to control that. Otherwise, this whole thing is just done for nothing because we are going to lose it.
At this stage, 15 minutes behind our race leader, Onalela Konkove. Only an hour 38 into the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Such is the pace that Konkove is running. As we see this beautiful shot of these lead contenders, so to speak, not lead men, because Konkove is so far out, but making their way now out of a Camperdown village and towards a Cato Ridge.
Yeah, beautiful sight, isn't it? This early morning, wonderful day. Weather, the wind is blowing though. Look at the flags, look at the trees, the bushes. There's plenty of wind. It looks as though it's coming over probably their left shoulders as they head down the road here. But that is a selection of the very best ultramarathoners and marathoners in the world doing battle here, binding, biding their time, looking at each other, assessing the other athletes around them. Who's got it today? Who's got it in their head? That's where it counts.
Mm.
And a little bit of a
not cooking here. What happened? Let me check. It looks like it's still cooking.
She was looking a little bit worse the way earlier, but starting to look good again.
I was going to say, she's looking quite comfortable here, just running very much within herself. You feel and
The lead of women
this
at the moment.
side of this.
I'm not quite sure whether
Comrades marathon. Soon enough, she'll enter
she has been
into
Comrade
uncharted territory, never having run
in
this
previous
distance
year.
before.
I'm not quite sure about
running
that.
down the hill at pace.
So Elizabeth Mulakoma,
I'm not
our
quite sure
race
whether
leader,
she's going.
has
She
crested the
will still
hill,
be able to maintain
leaving
this that
Camperdown,
pace for
and Gerda Steyn now going
so
through
many kilometers
that's
to go.
done. Still with Alexandra Morozova, the Russian athlete, just behind her. So Gerda herself around about 2 minutes back. And they will soon navigate that climb out of Camperdown. But this is your second and third place athlete right now.
But
just catch a glimpse of Morozova. They're directly behind Gerda, one runner
this
between
race
them. And that
and the two oceans tells a lot about her talent. It's her form that is so nice to see.
around there. Just in front of the bicycle on the right-hand side, in the colors of a Sibanye Stillwater Mine, that is Joseph Mputi. And then the 2022 Comrades Marathon, when it finished outside the Moses Mabhida Stadium here, he was second on the day.
That's the quality of runners we've got here. This race, Morozova winning into Moses Mabhida Stadium. Hugely emotional. That means so much to everyone who runs this race. But and they come from so far away to come here and have that as a goal. You don't know what you're up against, and to finish it off with a win, quite phenomenal.
Well, we saw one of the Impala athletes there, Peter Mutubi himself, a former Comrades Marathon gold medalist, now running with Gerda and Morozova. They are cresting the top of that hill. This is your second and third place athletes. And really the pace and action hotting up in the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Lots of surprises so far this morning, and we are in for a cracker day of action.
The battle is real for Gerda Steyn here. Alexander Morozova is behind her, and the men, well, the big bunch is a long way behind the front runners.
I think Gerda, not Gerda, Alexander Morozova will be eager to challenge Gerda this year. The fact that she is behind her so early in the race, it seems suspicious that she has some plans. She has some plans to challenge her significantly.
We see some of them coming to the tables, and some of the bottles. You see some of the athletes they're having to bend down there, so it's not quite good there. A lot of the athletes are missing out on them. They will also have their support teams out on them, giving them their stuff that they put together on a race day.
Support stations out there for the mass athletes as they make their way through Comrades Marathon. But those athletes having to bend down to pick up their nutrition, not ideal for the athletes.
Well, there is Onalele Komfo there on the left. The second man, Mbuti Molo, in the colors of Max Elite. And there's a teammate, Cabello Lesia, in the third position. This is your top three in the men's race, well ahead of that big bunch of athletes. But back to Capital Village. And here is Colin Molinaro in the colors of Hollywood Athletics Club. And together with Naomi and Dikeledi from Lesotho running her first Comrades Marathon. And the women going out hard this year.
What's happening?
Well, this is an interesting match at Carla Molinaro.
Third, I've got a gold medal, well, 3 gold medals, a couple of silvers, a couple of Phil Rowans, and I'm excited to see what I'm going to get this weekend. I have had a bit of a spanner thrown in the works this year where I got an injury about 6 weeks ago. So I had to have 2 weeks of no running whatsoever. And at one point I did get told that I wasn't going to be able to run for 6 weeks and Comrade was off the cards. So I had to quickly make a plan and do everything that I could do. So I went and got myself a bike. John O'Connor sorted me out in Cape Town, gave me a bike. I got some lovely cycling kit from Enjoy Cycling, and I have been doing my own version of the Tour de France for the past 6 weeks to try and keep my fitness up whilst I couldn't run. So been a little bit of a gamble, but I think I'm fit. And I guess, well, you guys are going to know better than I am at the moment what if my plans worked. It was essentially a stress reaction that if I didn't stop running, it would have turned into a stress fracture. So bit of an unlucky injury, but also lucky that I had all the right people in my corner. As soon as I figured out what was wrong, I got sorted out with a bike. And actually, the Cape Town cycling community took me under their wing. And it's been amazing riding here.
Carla Molinaro looking really, really good. But in the picture, Stain, the shades, Gerald down now for the first time. Does that indicate a serious business?
Business now. It's business time. Focus on what she needs to do here. Elizabeth Loma is there she is as the leader, but perhaps not looking quite as smooth and efficient as she was the last time we saw her.
And Elizabeth Mukuloma there, that's a 2:47 marathon personal best. She's really running out of her socks, so to speak. The Max Elite athlete just in front of her, Lucas Ajani, one of the elite male contenders for a top 10 finish. And Elizabeth is really not that far behind. That's a big bunch of contenders, which includes the likes of Tete Tijana, Edward Motibi, and your defending champion, Pete Wiersma. But really the highlight of the 2025 Comrades Marathon so far. Yeah, her first ultra marathon, but I'm sure as she makes her way through towards the halfway mark in 50 kilometers, she will soon learn just how far an ultra marathon is. As we see on the right there, Gerda Steyn, a smiling assassin.
Yeah, again, cheers as she's recognised by those alongside the road, and she responds. Oh, another novice. There are a lot of them in this field here, particularly in the women's field. Bert van Sail sitting in 5th place at the moment, all focus and concentration for that.
And looking really, really good, looking very strong. She's running her own race, not getting caught up in the very fast pace up front that's being set by not only Elizabeth, but Gerda Steyn herself. And Van Zyl is actually being seconded along the road by former race winner Anne Ashworth, who won the race back in 2018, and getting a lot of information and the way to run the race as an elite woman, so to speak. I know her husband, LJ Van Zyl, as well, will be out on the road. And Van Zyl in the colours of Hollywood Athletics Club, looking very, very strong alongside one of her Hollywood teammates. And almost 2,000 runners out on the road in the colours of Hollywood, one of the biggest clubs in the country. But Van Zyl making the move up to the Comrades Marathon, the ultimate human race. I mentioned earlier that her godmother Francis van der Black took a victory in this very race in the 1992 uprun.
For Pantani.
And Van Zyl looking to emulate that. She did say
for
take on a talent.
Absolutely. Well, we've seen events. We've seen, of course, Gerda Steyn and Carla Molinaro. Between them, they've got 14 finishes. Whilst the others that we've been looking at, Elizabeth Mukuloma is in her debut race here. So is Dikeledi Majara, Naomi Mitchell. A lot of novices in this front end.
And just to show Gerald how fast this pace is that Elizabeth is setting, the athletes just behind her in the colours of Benfica, that is Asfoniso Sitakane, who's running his debut Comrades Marathon. He finished 2nd this year in the Total Sports Two Oceans Marathon. So just showing the class of Elizabeth Mukuloma, the lead athlete in the women's race from Zambia. And it's going to be quite entertaining as we see there Sika Kane slowly closing that gap now. That is an elite male with a 2:11 marathon best. Elizabeth already going out hard.
Yeah, I mean, it does tell you two stories, doesn't it? She's either feeling really, really good and she's going to go and win the race, or the more likely scenario is she will eventually get caught and get sucked further back in the field. And the heroics of the early part of the race will be part of history. So there's the catch. So just a reminder, you see the 2 times bottom left of your screen in purple and orange. The 1:54 time is with the group 1 that started 15 minutes ahead of the group 2 in the orange. And the numbers on their vests, you'll see Elizabeth, and on the bottom left there in the purple is a number that indicates she started in the first group. Those athletes with orange numbers is number 1, group 1. That tells you she started in that first group. The orange will have group 2. They started 15 minutes after the group 1. According to their seating positions, and all a part of just trying to improve safety and security on the route in the darkness, and of course looking ahead to the 2027 Comrades Marathon 100th edition, when they're expecting and hoping for somewhere close to 54,000. It's a much bigger field. 22,000 it's on the route, which is still one of the biggest runs we've ever had. Just
in both the men's race and then the leading women down below. On the left on top, still waving at the crowd, is Nedbank's Onalela Konkobe. Behind him from Max Elite is Mbuti Molo running his first Comrades Marathon. And the bottom left of the picture, Elizabeth Molokoma in the lead from Zambia, with Khada Steyn, defending champion, chasing in second, around 2 minutes back at this stage. I've just got a WhatsApp message from the Max Elite team manager out on the road, Martin Ngwenya, and he messaged me to say, we were seconding the guys, and we just saw a lady come past right behind Tete, and this is what we're witnessing in the 2025 Comrades Marathon.
Absolutely, quite phenomenal, and this is this is one of the many wonders of this incredible race, is that you get novices who come out here without any history of running the event, and just say, well, you know what, I'm just going to go out there and run the way I feel and the way I want, and produce something extraordinary. Maybe it'll only last me 50, 60 Ks, but you know what, I'm just going to have a go. And you can see there's no question that Mokoloma is not running with the same rhythm and smooth pace that she was earlier. That gap is going to start closing.
It will start closing definitely indeed. But one thing for sure, I'm sure if Elizabeth Molokoma buys tomorrow's Mercury newspaper, she'll definitely see a photo of her, and that will never be spoken of as the 20 Comrades Marathon unknown, so to speak. But still,
one of the
very long way to go.
runners, ultramarathon runners. But to come at Comrades Marathon and secure the second position, this is a significant achievement. I watched his interview yesterday. I can see that guy has talent. It's a huge one, and he's still quite young. He's still young, and so he is still likely to dominate this marathon if no other person comes in front to challenge him in some way. But yeah, we're waiting to see what unfolds for this year. But I feel like there's going to be some changes, significant changes in this year's race. I have that feeling.
Not looking that strong anymore, and the gap is whatever the gap is. So she will be getting a lot of information from her seconding team.
And as she goes flying past the man in the green from Nedbank, Solis Magitaning, what happens with athletes like Ferda is that at the business end of the race, they often end up running with the same male athletes. Time and again, Solis Magitaning is one of those who usually runs with Ferda. As we watch the 2025 Sunrise Monster, this takes place in Athletics Gauteng North, and it's run through the leafy suburbs of Pretoria, and it is hilly. It's not called the Monster
For no reason.
Exactly.
Exactly.
And
I've run a couple of times.
dominated it. It's a 32-kilometer race.
Very hilly, very tough, and a very good build-up for the Comrades.
Excellent build-up for the Comrades Marathon, usually taking place on the first Saturday of March. The Stain dominated this one. Used it as part of her preparation for the race, and it's right past the nature reserve as you see the zebras there. Over Klaperkop, as we saw one of South Africa's top trail runners there running with her. That is Thabang Adi in the orange, running with Fat Dane. Yeah, this is how she ended up, and you saw that she had a lot of mental company now towards the end of this Sunrise Monster. She ends up running alone. Van der Steen wins another race in preparation for the Comrades Marathon, as she is embraced by the Hollywood Athletic Club team. Good to see Ubora on that podium. Ubora, a growing team specifically focusing on developing female alternative athletes. So that was early on this year. And this is now Van der Steen in second place.
Starting she's at the beginning of Harrison Flats. So on the short, sharp climb at the beginning of Harrison Flats, it stays slightly uphill all the way for about 3 kilometers, but it is quite a fast stretch. Very dull, boring part of the race. Not too much to speak of in the way of scenery. Crowd support gets a little thinner when you get out onto Harrison Flats, but at the end of Harrison Flats, you're starting to get to the serious part of the race because the great mighty Inchanga Hill is approaching.
And as she starts to work her way towards Inchanga, on our right we see Camperdown, and the athletes going through Camperdown now are Billy Rowans. These are all the athletes that are trying to run under 9 hours. And if you look at the clock in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, if you're just tuning into the World of Champions for the first time, and you last watched a road running event 365 days ago, then you'll be asking yourself, why am I seeing 2 clocks? Well, that's because for the first time a little bit in the history of a race which first took place in 1921, we have 2 starts. We had a start at 5:45, then a start again at 6 o'clock. And so 2:01, that is 2 hours and 1 minute, 2 minutes now, have been run since the first start, 1 hour 47 since the second start. That's to deal with the safety. But all our elite athletes are on that 2-hour clock. They started at 5:45, and this is the man that leads.
And we're trying to pick up some information, but we've heard that the gap, his lead is phenomenal. We're looking here, Bongmuso,
8:58, so almost 9 minutes.
19 minutes behind is Bongmuso, 19 minutes behind. I mean, it's getting a bit out of hand, guys. You need to haul our race leader back.
But that is the big group that Bongmusa's in. It includes Neba Masangu. We always see him leading ultras and then pulls back the man from Mpumalanga, from Bethel, Charles Chiane, a former gold medalist here at the Comrades Marathon, over 50 years old. Also got the likes of Tulani Makakula, Sanele Spacey of the Insiga Running Club is also there, Athletic Club, I beg your pardon. Mike Fogoroni, Alexei Beresnev. He's a
gold medalist from last year.
11th last year, gold
11th,
the previous year.
Correct.
And we also have Malusi Zomo, has designed on a gold medal, has run well this year, has Malusi Zomo, who is a soldier by profession. So that group that's 19 minutes behind this man in picture is the group where all of those contenders are. How long can Unalina Konkobe hold on? What we're getting, a little bit of information, is that we'll apparently run until somewhere between 30 kilometers and halfway is some information that we might be getting. But I'm not sure. I think he'll go past halfway.
It must be very hard to get there with a massive lead and say, right, my coach told me to drop out here, or on my training schedule, my racing schedule, I must drop out here. I doubt he'll be able to do that.
That would be a
So
lie.
it is a battle against himself right now, trying to assess his own condition. Unalina Konkobe, how far can he go? How long can he keep going? How much energy will the climbing take out of him? As he looks over his shoulder once more, it's something he's been doing all morning long.
All morning, and
Let
there's
us
no
hope
point.
that
If they're 19 minutes behind you,
he
you
came
can look over your shoulder
strong
as much as you like.
this year.
You don't see any of it. I
Maybe
think he
he's
must
not
be
going to
asking
stop.
himself, where are they?
If
What is going on? Why have they allowed me to get so far ahead? I'm still feeling fairly good. What's happening? And maybe there's a
even
waiting game going on behind him that's actually allowing Comrade to drift off down the road even further and further ahead.
As he gets fabulous support now. Running through the valley of 1,000 hills. Don't go anywhere. Unalena Konkobe. The show continues from the head of the table. Will he still be in the lead when you come back? Stay with us. It's the 2025 Comrades Marathon. 100 years of history. It's the pride of South Africa. South Africa's gift to the world, the Comrades Marathon, taking place in 2025, the 98th edition. And this time it's a down run from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, as over 20,000 athletes run, walk, and make their way over 89.98 kilometers from Pietermaritzburg to the sea. One's trying to get something under 9 hours that are going through Capadon, but these are our leaders. Unalina Konkobe leads the men's race, and Elizabeth Mukarama of Zambia leads the women's race.
Yes, Elizabeth being as frisky as she did earlier. I mean, you can see those quads are hurting a bit. The stride's a bit shorter. She's still running well, but not as efficiently as before. And I've no doubt she's going to be caught. And I've always believed with the Comrades Marathon, she's a novice, that you have to, if this might sound a bit ridiculous, but you have to run a Comrades to run a Comrades. You have to learn, you have to serve a bit of an apprenticeship. And of course, because the race changes direction every year, the challenge becomes slightly different. So it can take 3 or 4 or 5 years before you really find out how to run this race. And so she'll be going through a massive learning curve now, which if she comes back next year, will tell her how to pace herself next year.
And your first attempt should leave you with a burning desire to return. Then it tends to get a little bit demoralizing.
I don't want to do that to myself again. But if you've had a great run, then you just can't wait. It's the longest 365 days of your life, waiting for next year's event. But of course, next year's up. So we have a different challenge.
And we saw that with Piet Viersma 2 years ago, a fabulous debut that saw him take second place behind Tete Dijana. He came back and won it in 2024. Viersma, Dijana, Mutibi, Mutembu, and all the others are 19 minutes behind this man here.
Who has, I believe, gone past the Entembeni School for the Disabled and is now starting in Changa 1. 4 kilometers of straight uphill. No mercy, no rest, no breaks whatsoever. You climb through this thick bush and you climb and you climb, and there's very little crowd support. And you climb all the way to the top of Ichanga, where you then have a magnificent view of halfway below you in the bowl of the Drummond village. But he's got to climb now for 4 kilometers.
Within a blink of an eye.
The appreciation of the masses behind you, but this man, as he's climbing now, snaking his way up, will not be able to see his pursuers. Who is chasing him? That is the question, and the answer, both in the colors of Max Delete, Molo in second and Kabelo Lucia in third. They have come out of the training camp and training guys. We visited their camp before that they hold in Spectator. This is where they get something work done.
And it
There's 7 weeks leading up to the race. Did you ever do it?
Never heard of such a concept, but back in my day, we hadn't heard of a thing called a coach either. So we just got on with it.
So there was a multiple gold medalists. Them out there in that training camp visual on our left. There they are working together. So Comrade Sia there as well. Yeah, these are the Max elite men, many of whom are from the mountain kingdom of Lesotho. They enjoy their training camps. The gravel roads. The importance of running on gravel cannot be understated, because if you do a lot of your training, hard training on the asphalt or on paved hard surfaces, it does eat away at your body, your knees, slowly.
You can, yeah, there's more risk of injury, but you also have to be careful on gravel as well, of course, because you're sliding a little bit, so there's always the possibility of string or something like that. But these runners, these Mr. Price Maxi runners have been training in this camp for quite a few years now. They're used to it. They know the conditions, they know the roads. That's their preparation at high altitude for this race. Gerstein goes to the Alps and trains at high altitude there.
Then we have those who go to Dahlstrom. A lot of the Nedbank runners will go to Dahlstrom. Not one of them, Onalina Konkobe. He belongs to the Clarksdorp group led by Pio Mpulukeng, a man who trained alongside the late I beg your pardon, David Manja.
We go.
Here we go.
Here it is, and oh dear, and everything is sore there. Everything is sore, and unfortunately, this huge 4-kilometer long climb. That is our first indication that our race leader, who has been extraordinary and has been so courageous, is human.
So hard.
Now we can see
the
price that he's paying.
April was a hard month for Unalina Konkobe. April was a tough month. Did not finish the Total Sports 2 Oceans Marathon.
Something
was
big,
a tough race. They
something catastrophic
to the top
is
and back
coming.
down again the race. But he went all the way to about 6Ks before the finish, and then 2 weeks later, taken a hiding over the last 2 months, and it explains why this climb is so painful.
The leading marathon runners in the world will run 1 or 2 marathons in a year. And here we have our runner here having run most of the 2 Oceans 56Ks, then 2 weeks later win a marathon, and now you come to Comrades. The legs in the end just have to say hello. Sorry, too much.
And that's why we thought he was looking back. The reason why he's looking back, I suggest, we think that the instruction is you run until you get past. And if he's waiting until he gets past, it's a long time to wait.
Massively going uphill, so the pursuers are not going to be coming at it very fast. They're also starting this climb now, but they will start to get feedback. He's walked for the first time. And he didn't look great. So they will start to get, and they will realize, if any of them have been worried, that it is now starting to click into place.
So the man from Max Leeds, that is Imolo in second place.
We no longer see that smiling face he had previously.
But as long as he's climbing, it will be difficult for him to be passed.
This is Comrade Marathon. He's a problem.
The pain of this climb. Yeah, he will now have time in his own mind to assess the events of the day.
And the reward now, after about another 2 kilometers of climbing, is that he will run downhill steeply. So I would say, unless our race leader stops, he will be leading at halfway. He will be leading at Drummond. There's just too much of a lead between himself and the second and third runners. That's as long as he keeps going. But after that, when he goes through halfway, you then have 10 kilometers of climbing with a few breaks. Some of it is not gentle climbing. It's pretty tough.
Tough is an understatement. It's brutal. And Unalina Konkobe now will take a breath as he campers downhill, as he eases downhill and tries to catch his breath once again. But if you have just turned on the World of Champions, then you'll have missed the moment where our early race, Unalina Konkobe stopped, walked 2 or 3 steps, and then started running again on the first climb up in Janga as he approaches halfway. Chasing him is Mbutimolo of Max Delete. And in the women's race, still, since the gun, it is Elizabeth Mukarama of Zambia that leads. She leads from the favorite, Gerda Steen. And Steen running with some strong men of Impala. The Impala club is out in Rustenburg and is also home to David Khatebe, 2016 champion, and still the fastest average pace for the down run.
Indeed. So she's accompanied by, oh dear, Peter accompanied by some great runners, but our race leader now is in all sorts of trouble. Grabbing at that hamstring, those are cramps. He's getting cramps there.
So painful to
Yeah,
see this
and he
thing
is
happen.
now, I believe, he's now going down to Drummond at halfway. So from where he is now, he will hear the loudspeaker of the announcer at halfway saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, our race leader is coming." He will hear the vibed up music. You know, the music, "You're simply the best," or whatever. You know, the heat is on, all that sort of thing. You know, all those famous songs that pump you up. But if he's hurting like this running downhill, you know, it's over. It's over.
It's over for Unalina Konkobe. He's already starting to limp, and I'm not sure how much longer he'll be able to take this pain because he needs to think about the second half of 2025, where he'll have on his list the African Bank Soweto Marathon trying to defend that title. So at some point, he'll have to call it a day. As we see the most medalists, we saw Bruce Fordyce next to us here, second in terms of the men behind Alan Robb, gold medalist. And in the women, there's the great Elena Lugarnieva leads that list. Gerda Steen inching her way to the top as we get to the business end of this race, as she looks to win a third consecutive Comrades Marathon. But this man here, unlikely to win. The question, I guess, right now is, how far will he keep going? How long will he keep going? How far will he keep running? Unalina Konkobe looking over his shoulder, glancing at the watch every second.
Just imagine, because
He's in
he
pain.
still has, let me
It's
see
only
the
a matter of
time. Let me look at the time.
before he calls.
He still has roughly
Making
3
his way
hours.
on that longer down through to Drummond.
Yeah, there's
The
3
halfway
hours or more to finish this
to
this
the
race, and already at 2 hours, around 20 minutes, he looks like he's already camping. That's not a good sign. That's not a good sign.
I think even with a couple walks, Gerald, he'd be able to still make it to the halfway mark with a comfortable lead.
Yeah, I mean, he's 8 minutes on Morloy chasing him, and 19 minutes on that big bunch, the main bunch. Oh, trouble here. So things are happening at the front. This is Fuji Molo, the second place runner. He's walking now, and there doesn't look like much motivation to get going from him very soon.
Yeah, Buti Molo there in the colours of Max Elite. And clearly that training in Underberg didn't help too much on the road of the Comrades Marathon today, but it also just shows you
Everyone wants to run.
and it's
Let's
18
fly.
kilometers
Yeah,
of
fly.
running. And you need to teach it with some respect. Just as we see Pete Spectator, Dijana, Bongwisam Tembu at this stage, 14 minutes behind these gentlemen, and that's how to run the Comrades Marathon.
Absolutely. Pacing yourself. Go easy. Throttle back, throttle back, throttle back until you see the finish. So Timolo is in a little bit trouble. This is Capella Lucia. Well, he's still going along fairly comfortably. Again, it's all relative in terms of how fast these athletes have gone out here today, but it might not be long before he is seeing Mbuti Molo ahead of him. He's now broken into a little bit of a jog and on the move once again. Yeah, it's a brutally, brutally hard race, as Bruce Fordyce has emphasised. Also, what you were talking about a little bit earlier. The back end of the race, it gets harder and harder. And if you push too hard and you burn too many matches over the first 40, 50 Ks, you are going to really, really suffer. Well, these have burned too many matches at the first 30 Ks that are suffering.
Timolo there in your second place. The question will he even make it to the halfway mark? As we see on the left-hand side of the picture there, Unalele Konkobe again now full of running. He is on that long downhill section. As he grabs some refreshments. The second man there, Molo on the right, and his Max Elite teammate Cabello Lesia looking quite heavy-legged as well, I must say, going up the climb on Mchonga. So these two athletes on the right-hand side still on that climb to the top. But Unalele Konkobe so far ahead that he's almost towards the halfway mark and looking good again.
Isn't it just quite apparent how he thrives when there's a crowd around? He responds and therefore almost perceptibly runs better.
Yeah.
There was no
He needs to come.
when he stopped running up in Chong, it was very remote. There aren't too many people around him, so he does seem to fire off that energy given by the crowd around him, and of course it helps that he's going down here. But yeah, he is one of those who feeds off the crowds, as we've seen him in the marathons like Two Oceans, like the Winter Marathon, where there's a huge crowd around, virtually all the way around, and he gets that support. Still looking over his shoulder. He was going to pull up and stop there.
You can actually see that he's kind of trying to hold himself back a little bit on that downhill. You mentioned that he does thrive off the crowds. There'll be a big crowd for sure at the halfway mark, but then it's a pretty lonely 8 kilometers to the top of Bertha's Hill, where the real crowd of the Comrades Marathon starts. And it's basically people lining the road all the way from the top of Bertha's Hill through to the finish outside the beautiful People's Park, the first street finish of the 2025 Comrades Marathon.
Yeah, amazing. It will be running straight down the street with Moses Mabhida Stadium up ahead. It'll be the target. I've seen that from a long way, almost from 40 to cutting as they get over the top there. But it's a long way away.
But back to our leading lady, and this is Elizabeth Mulukoma from Zambia. And we've mentioned in both the men's and women's races how they've been looking quite bad, but then looking good again. And I think Elizabeth is looking relaxed right now. She is on a downhill, but still, that's fluid. You can see behind her, no ladies in sight. The last split, she was 2.5 minutes ahead of Freda Stein, who was chasing. But these men around her, elite athletes in their own peril. And Elizabeth Mokoloma running the race of her life so far.
Running blind, though, as a novice at the Comrades Marathon here. So she's getting towards the limits now, towards where she can feel that she feels comfortable. Thereafter, running into the ultramarathon distances, she's going to start feeling a different type of race coming on.
Also 53 kilometers to go, and 3:48 per kilometer is the average so far for Elizabeth Mukoloma, and a predicted time of 5 hours and 45 minutes, just outside that post record of Spain. But bear in mind, it is 2 kilometers further, so she will totally obliterate that 5 hours and 55 minutes average pace that they're going for. To earn her an extra 500,000 rand on top of the 874,000 rand first prize on offer.
Yes, the average pace record is an added incentive for these runners, bearing in mind that every year the course does change the different distance. So it'll be added to if the winner happens to break either of those records or both. They will have a massive windfall. But first home, 874,000 rand. Just need to 40 for second place, all the way down to 10th place, 36,000 rand. Scored us as eyes on the streets.
Palestine is still waving at the crowd. Still a big bunch of men around her, including the likes of Pepe Pete just behind her. But back to the second place athletes, and this is Mbuti Molo. Strenuous strain there on his face, and not looking very happy as he was a few kilometers back. Trying to see just how far behind is Cabello Lesia as Mbuti Molo takes another walk.
Yeah, the look over his shoulder was almost pleading to be caught, like Cabello Lesia. And there's nowhere to hide here. Look, the camera's there. There's no crowds here, but he is now for the second time walking. Meanwhile, Concobe is gone through halfway.
and he would have split a time of 2 hours and
Otherwise.
25 minutes through that halfway mark, and absolutely flying here as we see a Concordia, 45 kilometers to go, and such is his pace that he's still on a projected finish time of 3 hours and 51 minutes. So slowing a little bit as the previous triathlon before this, it was a 4 hour 33 projected tempo, but it's still going to be a while until this second place athlete in Molo makes his way down to Drummond, and that is if he can get to Drummond still in second place. He's still on the climb.
He's still going up, but stopping and walking and then running again. Well, that 2:25.16 through Drummond and halfway. Bruce Fordyce just tells us that in his day, as a winner, as a multiple winner, 240 to 250, 245 to 250 was where he was getting through to Drummond and going on to win the race. So, yeah, admittedly, the race is a different beast now, but the man did win the race 9 times, and his times still stand up. So that gives you an idea of just how fast these athletes are going. Which they're burning to get there.
Well, a very fast running in the 2025 Comrades Marathon. And this is Mbuti Molo, your chasing man. And he's on a projected tempo of 5 hours and 19 minutes projected finish time. And that will earn him 500,000 Rand for average pace time if he manages to run that time. But Gerald, I don't think Mbuti Molo will be seeing the finished 5 hours outside.
It's all about surviving now and going backwards, I'm afraid, in terms of his time. And as a field, they're going to gaining slowly but surely on this lead trio, lead quartet, as they reach and go beyond Drummond in the halfway mark. The seaters are awaiting them up the next time. And yeah, this is the deep end for these runners. Very much, this is the real group. Here we go.
Well, here is the who's who of world distance ultra running. We see in the colours of Arthur Ford, the shirt is off, the shades are down. He means a business for Musam Tembu, a 3 times winner. 2 of them are coming on the down run. We've got Lekotla Pulanyane in the colours of Max Elite coming for his second Comrades. He earned a gold medal at the Total Sports at 2 Oceans Marathon back in April. Then on the right, also in the colours of Max Elite, the shades down. That is a Nikolay Volkov, the strong Russian athlete who boasts a 6:09 100 kilometers, and very dangerous athlete that is looking to make amends, so to speak. He came to the Comrades Marathon last year, started out really hard before fading to a 8-hour Comrades Marathon finish, so he's definitely learned his lesson on that. But the interesting athlete there with the netbank cap on his head, that is a George Kush, a very fast 1,500-meter runner. He's now moved over to the marathon distance, running his first marathon last year, the Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, running 2 hours and 20 minutes. And he's actually now coached by Nick Mester, the Nedbank national team manager and former race winner, winning this race back in 1991. But the who's who of distance running here, Gerald, your winner is most certainly going to come from this bunch.
Yes, Vies Mazin, Manieri, they're all in here. And this is a quality group. And they'll get the word. They'll have heard at some stage that the leaders are walking. They won't, I don't think, be too perturbed by that. They are completely oblivious really to what's going on up there, worrying about it. They are running their own race at their own pace. As is this woman on her maiden voyage on the Comrades Marathon down to Durban this year.
Elizabeth Mukuloma from Zambia, not one of the elite South African teams, as she makes her way 51 kilometers to go for Elizabeth. So still a very long way to go. And she's soon about to go into unknown territory. The further she's ever run before was the standard marathon distance of 42.2 kilometers, but still there, 51 pace to go, 3:48 pace per kilometer right now, and a predicted tempo of 5 hours and 45 minutes. Quite strong contrast between the men's and women's race in terms of contenders. The top contenders women really going out for quick times, whereas the Pete Biersma bunch running a projected tempo of 5 hours and 42 minutes for the down run. So big stark difference there between the men and women. But going back to pictures here of the men's race. And this is your race leader, Onalena Konkobe. He's made his way through the halfway mark in a record-breaking 2 hours and 25 minutes. But there is the cramp, that hamstring stopping him dead in track. And this is what the Comrades Marathon is all about.
The sniper in the bushes there has shot him in the left thigh, and he is going to be in great pain at the moment. Onalena Konkobe, who set out from Pietermaritzburg in the dark and shot to the front and has been there all the way and ever since 2.5 hours. It's now coming to slowly but surely grinding halt. He's built up such a lead that it'll take a while, 4 kilometers to the second man. So also the big bunch that we were looking at a little bit earlier is probably a lot further back than that. So second man was also walking, so the drama unfolding here.
Well, we call this in running terms run, walk for life. But Onalena Konkobe wouldn't want to be run, walk for life so early into the 2025 Comrades Marathon. And it'll be interesting also to see where his uncle Edward is, one of the elite men, also running in the colours of Nedbank. He was the winner of this year's Omni Camp for 50 kilometer. But Konkobe now again, full of running. He's the best way to run the Comrades Marathon. Don't be surprised if 10 kilometers from now he's still in the lead.
Yeah, he's done this before, and we've seen these scenes before with Onalena Konkobe. Yeah, I mean, those of you who've run and know what it's like to get a cramp, and you're wondering, how on earth has he got back up again, and he's running so strongly again. He's running into the crowds again. He's got people around him. The pain's strong, the legs are pulling good. Everyone's shouting. Remember, leading the Comrades Marathon over halfway. 23 Ks to go. I've got this. I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. So I don't need to. But it is a wonderful scene. Thrives on the vibe, the camaraderie. And that's what this event is about. You go out, you try, you be bold, yeah. That's your war game. And
so maybe when he has covered.
Well, that's all the statement that Konkobe has set out in the 2025 Comrades Marathon that predicted time 4 hours and 54 minutes. Bear in mind, the course record was 5 hours, 13 minutes, and 58 seconds, belonging to Tete Jana, who was well back at this stage, but running in that big men's bunch. But just a recap of our leading ladies. On the left, Elizabeth Mukoloma, she has been from the very start, is now making her way up in Chonga. You see that short to choppy stride as she makes her way up. The second place athlete, Shada Stain, our course record holder on both the up and down runs, in a good second place. And then Alexander Rokozova, the Russian athlete in the colours of Nedbank, winner back in the 2022. All around, she has been every single time, except once when she finished sixth. She was late that day. However, an athlete that does tend to run her own race, not to take too much into account that she's dropped back behind Shadestein. And she's a strong, versatile athlete. She knows exactly what she's doing. Coached by former race winner Oleg Koritonov, who took a victory in the men's race back in 2006. He's also out in action today, one of the top master athletes out in action. And Comrades Marathon, rich in the day tradition of Russian athletes. And as Morozova said, this is the best race in the world for you. Back to the second man, Niti Molo from Max Elite, having all sorts of different support.
His right leg, it's Konkobe's left leg. He looks at his watch. It's not the first time he's walked. And his journey, this Comrade Marathon, is also now climbing to a whole lot. Not to say that he won't finish his journey up at the sharp end of the race. He tries and walks off that rim. You look over his shoulders. Messiah is not far behind him, and Konkobe is a long way ahead of him. The drama of this race, the front runners, the hard starters, the fast starters trying to feel the pain and the punishment of their boldness early on.
And this year's Comrades Marathon, the viewers at home mustn't be mistaken to think that this year's a walking race, because it's not. Just our first and second male athletes have gone out so hard that they are really now paying the price. Just to think of it, Gerald, our race leader here, Onalena Konkobe, who looks like he's doing a shuffle. He went through the halfway mark over 10 minutes ago, yet the second man hasn't even gone past there yet.
That is phenomenal. I mean, and to be fair, he could just sit down and actually just stretch out and try and get rid of those cramps once and for all. He's got that time to put in the back and then
Yeah, I think
take
he
that
must
10 minutes, join up with
and if he feels that his
he
body
they can
is
carry
great,
on. Why not?
he must take it
I
easy
think it'll
because
take
there's still
quite a heroic
enough gap that he has
to make it
that
through
he
to
can
the finale.
utilize. Just
So
that it's not guaranteed. Sometimes you can down
there's
or
a catch
rest
to it.
and you can't
So
take the race again.
the things that happen.
Well, I suggest that might be his tactic: is try and sit down, try and take a break, and then go for it, and then
Yeah,
hang on for
sometimes
that,
when you walk,
that last 30, 20 k's. It's easier said than done.
yeah.
Onalele Konkobe, no slouch athlete himself, winner of last year's Two Oceans Marathon. He boasts a personal best of the marathon of 2:11, an unofficial time, so to speak, because that was en route to the Netbank Run-a-Five Breaking Barriers 50 kilometer, where he finished that day under the old world record, but finished second on the day to Tete Tijana, his teammate, who is well placed in that big chasing bunch, but still Onalele Konkobe on the left in the colours of Nedbank, the two Max Elite athletes, Buti Molo and Lesotho's Akabelo Lesia, where he has been much in third place from the start. Still big distances between these top contenders up front.
And a big difference in terms of the pace, opposed to about 10 kilometers ago. All three of them have throttled right back for various reasons. A left hamstring, but a right cramp for Buti. Or athlete is just, he hasn't yet, as we've seen, walked. Perhaps he's just managing it a little better.
Well, Buti Molo on the top there, your second place man, looking a little bit better as he makes his way. This is a final downhill now through to Drummond. Akabelo Lesia, though, those legs are very heavy. He's on that long downhill as well to the halfway mark, but you can see that he is really sore. Those legs pounding the asphalt as he makes his way. A little bit of a prayer there to his maker to get him to that halfway mark. But still some time until we see the second and third man going through the halfway mark. Bear in mind, Konkobe, our race leader, went through the halfway mark a huge 13 minutes ago. So almost a full park run ahead of the second and third place athletes.
It will test you. It will test you to your very core. It's more than a race. It's
More than just a
Comrades
race.
marathon. And that's why that lead, which at one stage was as much as 14 minutes, is now just being eaten away at.
It's evaporating. It's starting to evaporate quite quickly. The problem is after halfway, you still go up. You go up for another 10 kilometers. There are breaks. There's some little breaks, but you go past the landmark Rock Roy and you keep on climbing a little village, then you climb again all the time till both is hill.
And as he is now climbing out of halfway, moving ahead, the maths are going to Capadon. That's 30 kilometers done for them. And Unalina Konkobe is well past the halfway mark. That gives you a good idea between the two.
And do we have some mixed wave colors here? Some orange and some purple wave runners, mainly purple, but I thought I saw an orange one there. Somebody who started 15 minutes later. I'm starting to see some mixed wave colors in this group. So some of the orange group, the second group, started 15 minutes later, may indeed be catching some of those in the purple first wave.
And that also explains that clock. If you're tuning in for the first time and just getting up on the Sunday morning, the two clocks that you see there, the two times that you see there, are the two different starts. For the very first time, we have a first group that started at 5:45 and a second group that started at 6 a.m. So this man running in picture, this man leading the race, has been running for 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 42 seconds. Nalina Konko.
which would be a great time to be going through halfway if you were hoping to win the men's race. And he went through halfway a long time ago. They've just come past a beautiful Zulu nature reserve on his left-hand side. I just can't believe the speed that he went through halfway. It's still going, but of course we hit every now and again by yet another cramp. And I like to always say the second half of the Comrades Marathon starts at 60 Ks. It doesn't start at 45 at halfway. It starts at 60, 65 Ks. That's when it becomes incredibly tough. And so the kilometers that have gone behind you, that's fine. But now what lies ahead of you is a huge battle. And once again, I'm going to emphasize some major mountains in that battle.
And to watch that battle unfold, we have 3 dedicated channels for you here on the World of Champions. This is the main feed. The women's race featured on Variety 3, and crossing the line on channel 199 gives the camera at halfway and the camera at the finish line, so we can watch all of our loved ones completing the race. It's a big commentary team. It's a crew of over 200. And this is how we bring you the 2025 Comrades Marathon on the World of Champions. A young man inspired. As that young man is inspired by Unalina Konkore, the women's race looks like
There comes
Elizabeth
Heritage Day.
He's about to be caught, and
Yeah,
Edestein about to
it's
take
just
the
a
lead.
matter of
And
time.
smiling still.
Now, Elizabeth Mukurama, as she gets taken here, can possibly still hold on for a top 10 finish, although she doesn't have much of an ultramarathon pedigree, as Herta just greets her there.
She doesn't have
does have
much
a
of an
strong
ultramarathon pedigree.
So she's got some speed in
When
those
I
legs.
just
There's
checked
Elizabeth
and stuff here,
and she's 800 been inside
she
220
tried
for 800
in
to run
2024. Let
17
me check here.
minutes for 5,000 on the track. So she's
Yeah,
got the speed.
last year, the
But
5,000 meter.
She had the strength and the endurance, because the Comrades
in
Marathon is
in
really a
the
race about speed
degree
and
and
endurance. The
meters.
speed, yes, of course it helps. And if you have a
Yeah,
speed pedigree,
but
you're always going to
but
look
I'm
like
not
you're always
sure
going to
whether
have a good chance.
it
But at the end of the day, I like
keeps
strength and
on the
endurance and the
marathon.
combination of the two. That's what
Now
gives you
she's been
a
passed
great
by.
Comrades.
I would just say,
possibly would like to see run a little bit more conservatively, especially as a debutante, to try and complete the race inside the top 5. But she's been passed now by the pre-race favorite Herda Steyn. Marches forward with the Impala men behind her as she charges now towards the finish line. Now starting to lead these men in a wake, and Poroma will have to work hard to make sure that she's not passed by the likes of Alexandra Borosova and others coming from behind her.
She could lose 4 or 5 positions in a couple of kilometers.
So Stephen Mukoka over the half marathon, and now he's running the ultras. Jose Tosane has won 1 or 2 marathons, if I remember correctly, winning the Jacaranda marathon at the end of last year. So he is an accomplished athlete, and that gives you an idea of just how strong Herda Steyn is. That Comrades Marathon history says it all.
That CV says it all. 5 gold. 5 gold. Yeah, one of them's I think a 6th place, one of them's a 2nd, which I know really hurt Peter, but the others are wins. She's dropping down into halfway now. She timed this attack with the lead beautifully, going down into halfway. Just let gravity bring you down there, through halfway, up along a 10 kilometer slog. Goodbye, everybody. It's a riot over. Of course, it's never. As we've seen, you can get
even the time
all
that
sorts of things can happen, but Peter looks so in
given the
control. He
season that
looks
has been
absolutely in control.
how many
The arm
kilometers am I
carriage is
sure
neat, relaxed. She looks like she's breathing easy. It all looks beautiful at this stage.
We have the stage.
He's
in the fire.
It's on fire. So it is quite interesting if she is intending to break up.
I think at this stage, what you say to yourself is, "This is the Comrades Marathon. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish." Yes.
All the salts.
Yes. With the Spectator. Salt. Yeah, that's it. And keep going. And you just say to yourself, okay, today I'm not going to win. Yeah. Clearly, I'm not going to win. But I am going to finish because it's a comrades marathon. And I, in a sense, would belittle my opposition behind me if I decided that I'm not, guys, this is not good enough. I'm dropping out of the race. So you get huge, you get huge respect if you say to yourself, I don't care, I'm finishing. And it might be dark when I finish. And that might be bringing out the final cutoff gun, but I'm finishing. It's going to be a long, long second half, but I'm going to finish.
It's going to be a long old slog as he has the old potato and salt. And this is the moment
I like
where the
how
comrades marathon will make you
I
ask
like how he
questions
takes it
of
easy.
yourself. Where was I going? Yanaya winning.
He just takes it
And this
easy.
is what you'll be asking yourself. What
He
is the
doesn't put
mistakes
pressure
here?
on
What's the
himself.
terrain? Good idea for me to be a rabbit.
Yes, and I'm going to throw in one of the comrades' traditions. He has passed what's known as Arthur's seat. An Arthur's seat is a hollowed out little seat in a rock face where the great Arthur Newton, who won the race 5 times in the 1920s, is supposed to have sat and looked at the view of the Valley of the Thousand Hills. I actually can't see the Valley of the Thousand Hills, but he's supposed to sit there. And the tradition is that as you run past Arthur's seat, you have to throw a flower and you have to doff your cap and say, "Good morning, Arthur." And if you don't, Arthur's ghost will do what you're seeing now in front of you. Will give you a tough, grueling second half. And here we go. Here are the contenders going through Drummond in a pace that is exactly correct. 2:47 through halfway. Love it. That's where your winner's coming from.
This is the business end now, starting to unfold of the comrades
I'm happy
marathon.
to see Musa at least even in the previous down run. He was way too far in the second. Look at this 1, 2, 3, 4. Was he only secured this 16 in the previous down run, right? Down run. So I'm happy I see him in this meet at the moment. Let's hope that he's going to stick with the guys. Yeah. Oh, Terence China is back. "40 kilometers to go."
I suspect that he also forgot to say good morning, Arthur.
Now this is third place, and this is, it looks like, no, this is second. This is Podium, and he's going to be passed by Lucky Mohale. Mohale took third place at the Sports Oceans Marathon earlier this year. Goes past Molo. Molo is over. And you know how you know when your day is over, Bruce? You stop at every works table, every refreshment table, every club tent, grab potato, Zampane, eggs, Powerade, name it, you grab it.
And there on his right is Arthur's seat. He did not doff his cap. He did not say a word, good morning, Arthur.
And as he goes past Arthur's seat,
The wall of honor. On the left hand side, those are
Lucky Mohale now just going past the two max elite men is into second place. He's into second place, and now we'll have only Unalena Konkobe in front of him. And one shouldn't judge Lucky Mohale and think that he's tired. He's got a unique running gait.
Nick Best has told us that he has a running style that makes him look as if he's tired, but when you look at the speed he's covering the meters, and you suddenly realize, well, he's not that tired because he's running well.
And this is the thinnest I've ever seen Lucky Mohale in the years that I've known him. And this is a man who was an accomplished 10.5 marathon athlete, a multiple SA champion, having represented South Africa at the highest level. But it's like he's ready. And we saw him going past them at the Wall of Honor. Have you got your name on the Wall of Honor?
I do indeed. It's right near the front.
The Comrades Wall of Honor was created in 1994 to serve as a permanent landmark to commemorate the achievements of runners who have completed the epic and also be upgraded.
So waving to the crowds. It's like she's out on a training run. She's really just soaking it all in. And I see she's gone past Elizabeth again. It seems like as the hills come, as they kind of go up the hills, Sada has the strength and kind of goes past Elizabeth, and Elizabeth catches her on the downs again. So yeah, so Fada's back in the lead and really taking in all that atmosphere around the halfway mark. Plenty of support out there. So wonderful to see that those in the area have come out in support to shout their encouragement. May just be the little boost that you need to keep going. One foot in front of the other. This really does look to be a rather neat section of the course. Yeah, no, this is a really tough section. It's steep and they climb for quite a while. The seat and then you head up towards Heidi's farm stall. So you past halfway mark, you tick that. There's some quite brutal hills ahead. So nice little items to yeah, so for a lot of these athletes, there are certain points that they're ticking off as they go along. Obviously, a big one is halfway. They're into the second half of the race, and they'll be looking to, as you say, passing Arthur's seat. That will be a big tick. And Heidi's farm stall. And of course, as you get to the top by Kersney College, the crowd support and everything is just amazing. So we're kind of working our way to our next big point in the race, which I think for me, my hometown was cute. So coming down into down the Green Mile and to the city there, a town by the town hall there. I had so many clouds on the side of the road. And at stage, I had my 93-year-old grandson with all the comrades paraphernalia waving. Yeah, that was.
That's Eva smiling lady. I just
really
wish to
special.
know how
In fact,
to make
all the way down.
smile throughout the whole 90-kilometer race. Arda is just phenomenal. Yeah, it's so interesting to just watch her running with her smile, and there comes third fun side. I'm not quite sure which position is she in at the moment. Yeah, third fun side is very, very good when it comes to it. I think that was quite evident in the Olympics, the latest Olympics that were that's when she even outperformed Hertha. That's where I started to notice her. I think at that time it was not that she wasn't that much known. Otherwise, but besides that, Hertha is also in a good form. So the competition is going to be tough this year.
Looking pretty strong on there. I think you would be a lot more familiar with when she's struggling, how she looks when she's comfortable. But she was looking good there. Yeah, she was looking. She's still got a bounce in her stride. So it's always a good sign. It's when it becomes a shuffle. Start seeing signs of it. Just it's always daunting the fact that you're going to distance you so you don't know what your body's going to be like over the longest distance you've done in training. So your distance, your longest run you've done is 65 Ks. You don't know what that last 25 Ks is going to be like. I mean, 25 Ks is a very long way in a race. So, gosh, so Elizabeth, you know, she's unfortunately walking, getting in some fluid. She is walking, which is fine, but she is back running again.
Just that the danger of stopping or walking slowly, that dizziness that comes during the race. When you stop, that dizziness just comes in. Once you stop, it just comes. Feel like I can sit down now. Yeah, it's much better to not to stop. Uh, just keep walking.
Even though people which I would say maybe eventually women do but one
Which I find, yeah, it's amazing. Looking at how she's, going, and whether maybe, some years you have the races slower than you think, and some years it's quicker, and then you kind of wonder, is this going to be a fast or a slow year? You just have a jinx where it's nice to just not watch it, you know. But that is kind of impressive step. That's incredible, yeah. Yeah, so 10 minutes behind them. That's
10 minutes behind the men and smiling. I'm sure the men aren't smiling like she is. It's So if we are just to run through, we've got coming into I think, wait, it's Carla Molinaro. So that's great that she's moved up into the top 10, and I think that
It's to see she comes back.
she is.
I was wondering where she is. How is she hiding?
She makes me laugh. She just has the most amazing sense of humor. Yeah, she's certainly a character, and I think you can see from here her arms are sparkling with loads of glitter. That's her trademark. She likes to run with the glitter. Yeah, she's actually looking pretty happy and composed out there. So yeah, so cycling has certainly paid off. And she is a strong athlete. I mean, she's done some extraordinary events in her life, really interesting character. I think for a while, wasn't she in the British Army or something? And she's run events for she's in England, and she's just done these really different things. I think you said one year she ran from Cape Town to that's right. And she's got the strength and she's got the mind to stick to something for the length of time. So she's certainly can stick it out, and she's got that mental grit to hang in there, which is really required in Comrade. I think it's not her first Comrade. She's from Finland. No, I think she might have been one of the foreign runners that's run. She's come here before, and she's picked up. I think this will be going for one of her second gold medals. Or no, Amy Mitchell. I think she's from the UK. I'm not mistaken. She's from the UK. Yeah. So yeah, we have now. Yeah, so Naomi's going. Yeah, she's heading up that hill now, and that once again the women are going to pass some of the men that are walking on the hills. We've just had our ninth lady through halfway. So that's pretty good. And it's just, I think now they've sort of got that first half under their belt, and now we're going to start seeing the real action coming through. Yeah, so it'll certainly, the race starts hotting up now, second half, and there's some challenging parts of the course still to come, especially Field Hill, as you've spoken about as well. It's really coming off that. You need to come off that as undamaged as possible. And you can see, I think, Alexandre running up. I think it's up to Alveston Town, up towards that hill. And it's a tough, horrible little one. You can just see just your whole cadence. Yeah, all those hills leading up to that area before you start. It's very deep. She's picking up, but I think when you see this just had a walk, and I think that's possibly the beginning of many walks, which is just unfortunate because she's got talent and she will be back.
Yeah, so you can see Morosova in the background now, and she's closing with every stride.
She's strong.
Unfortunately, Elizabeth is hurting now. I think that pace in the beginning was just a little bit too quick for what she was capable of, and she's going to pay the price in the second half, unfortunately. She hasn't really run that far. Yeah, put sort of perspective. Yeah. And you can just see from, I mean, Alexander's a strong runner, slowly, and that's indicative of the steepness of that hill. Of that hill. On Elizabeth quite quickly, Morrisova, and she's actually moving up quite nicely. Well, I think Haida has, when they went to halfway, Haida had 2 minutes on it, but I've got a feeling she's running so comfortably. She's running so comfortably. She's running downhill, and she's you know, she'll be happy, and she'll be pulling away. Now I think we might just see her start accelerating a little bit.
The one race where she finished sixth that day, having a bit of illness on the day. So if there's anyone that is consistent in the women's Comrades Marathon elite field, it is this lady right here, Alexandra Morozova, running her own race. I remember back in 2022 when she won the Comrades Marathon, she only took the victory going down Cowie's Hill with around 13 to 14 kilometers to go. So things looking a little bit heavy. Looking a lot better, but there's still a long way to go.
Now, but this is Okoloma. She's decided she's going to get to the top and perhaps run from there on down. Just a reminder, this is our race leader in the men's race, 7:39 on Elena Concorbe. We've seen him stop and hold his left hamstring cramping up, but he's dug deep and he's still going. Looks over his shoulder again, does Concorbe. He's been the leader from the time they left Pietermaritzburg. And at one stage, oh, there it goes again. Now it's the right side. Concorbe in trouble again.
And just to show you, Gerald, the immense gap that Concorbe had on the rest of the field. The split between the halfway market drum and the Bertha's Hill splits, an average pace of 27 seconds per kilometer, and still no athlete has come inside. He was over 20 minutes ahead of Peter Biesma and Tente Tijana Bunch. This is a very, very sore on Elena Concorbe, who's made his way down Bertha's Hill. He is now on that climb up into Hillcrest. The crowd now urging and supporting on the youngster. The hills from the Clarksport, coached by former elite athletes Phil King, now the development coaches from the Nedbank Running Cup. But Concorbe, his race is run, and we'll wait slowly but surely for the big men's bunch to come through.
The hunters are in pursuit, and here they come.
Yeah, here they are. Doesn't matter how different he has been over the years. It's been here for some time, and he has been in the top 10.
Is in that group as well.
And the who's running here, I must say, looking very, very relaxed. The youngster in the colours of Nedbank in his first Comrades. Tete Tijana as well there. Your defending downrun champion, Joseph Maniedi in the colours of Max. 42 age, don't let that fool you. He ran as a PB of 5 hours and 28 minutes. Some Tembu, 2 times downrun winner, 3 total. And a lot of former winners here. Also very interesting to see the Russian athletes in the green kit there. Alexei Bersenev, he ran the opposite last year at one stage, 8 minutes ahead of Tete Tijana and Pete Biesma. He got gold on the last down run, finishing 8th in 2023. And he could be a danger man, running a completely different race this year and running a sport one.
Yeah, well, exactly what Bruce has been talking about, isn't it? You have to run the race to run the race. In some senses, you've got to learn how to do it.
So very interesting to see that former race record holder David Makatsebe coming through to the front of that bunch. Many people have written him off, but bear in mind, the last time the race made its way down to Durban back in 2023, had 7 came from behind, ran a 5 hours and 30 minutes. It's a pace that day that was only good enough for 12. So nice to see the elder statesman, so to speak, of the Comrades Marathon looking very comfortable.
This is the man.
I
You see the
think
winner
he secured
emerge. Just a reminder of our 2 times on the bottom. The
Yeah,
purple
he's
time,
not
the top
like
time,
that
12 to the
he
athletes
was
who started.
before
That
the
to 6
coming in. But yeah,
more
he's
than
still
15
one of
minutes
the,
behind
I
it.
would say, elite.
But
So
at
the
6 o'clock,
competition
that
amongst
is group
men
2.
is quite fierce. It's too much. So I would say, is, yeah, obvious. All of them, not all of them, most of them. Yeah. So like 30 years now, that the TV, but say 30. Yeah, but if Kelleher, I'm not sure whether Kelleher is in the race. I'm yet to see. I will check. But yeah, Joseph Manieri has been consistent. I think he's quite happy with his standing in the top 10. But I would be happy if it happens that he has been he is one of the people in the Congress Marathon year after year.
Sale, Colin Molinaro, Naomi Mitchell, Katrina James, and Lady Mujara, top 10 in the women's, and there was 11 minutes between those top 10 athletes in that stage.
Or Mokoloma now having another walk, and not so long ago we saw Morozova go through that.
She's very she'll be happy and she'll be pulling away now. I think she might just need to start accelerating a little bit.
Yeah, Tachat is moving into the far more supporters and crowd support on the side of the road there. So she's really soaking that all in again. She's making her way up towards Courtney College. We're in
Alexandra
the
Borodova.
quiet section and the really tough section.
On his kind of running, you may think that she's getting tired or she's had season. It's just a normal way of running.
She's shouting for her and they'll also be excited because everybody loves the record and everybody loves to see improvement and she just adds that apart from the potential winning of the race, it's like can she pull some of the other women through to even better time that has been posted before. So that's what happens when you get really high caliber athletes. They just add different dimensions to an event and thanks to these girls we were going to see that today. Yeah, and she's so consistent in this race. So it's nice having someone to look towards and know what she's done in the past and what she's capable of doing today. So yeah, it adds a bit of excitement and also the possibility of a top 14 is it all adds just that little bit of extra excitement to the race. But what I think we've got we're here at the halfway section now, and we've got I think this is the 50th lady to go through halfway. So the distance between the 50th lady and herder is only that of just over 4 minutes. So they're quite compact. So and all these women that have gone through, all the people who we thought would have the potential to come in the top 10. So I think we're in for a great race with a lot of chopping and changing. We're going to see a bit more walking by different runners. This is now the real test.
Yeah, that's incredible. I mean, it just shows how the depth has improved. To have 50 women in the space of 4 minutes just shows you how women's running has improved in the Comrades. It's amazing.
Yeah, the 70th lady has just passed through halfway in 3 hours time. Is that 3:10? We double that if they can maintain even split.
Yeah.
We're looking at, 17 women and sub 6:30, and that's remarkable. And I remember the days when we would get excited if we had 10 women breaking enough to get a silver. So no, it's great. And it's 4 minutes is not a lot, A lot can happen and change in 4 minutes.
Exactly. So much can happen in the second half. So yeah, 4 minutes is nothing, and the positions can change quite drastically. So it makes for a really exciting race, especially for the spectators and what have you, or cheering them on.
And one of the ladies who came through in 40th position is Janet and Bailey, who we spoke about earlier, who's moved down to Cooley to train. She came in the top 10 last year. She's the first KZN athlete, and so far it looks good for her to have a great performance. And I just think it's great for the running, and it's going to be great for the area, her area down the south coast of Cooley, wherever there's a TV and they can be watching it. Can you imagine when they start to visually see Janet on the screen? It's going to be remarkable.
Absolutely, yeah. To have a hero from an area outside of Durban, and she must have so many little youngsters looking up to her when she trains out in that area and all her long runs and what have you. And she must be, there must be so many wanting to do what she's done and what she is doing. So for her to go through in 14th position, hopefully she can make up some places in the second half. But she's first KZN athlete just at the moment.
Yeah, sure. And she'll bonus for that, which will be really good. But just for her to move into the top 10, which is quite possible because that's what she did last year. She did move through the field. She is quite a conservative starter, so we might see that happening in the down run this year.
Yeah, so Marisova in second and Elizabeth still in third. I see Marisova looking over her shoulder just to see where Elizabeth is, or I'm not sure whether she's looking to see how much of a gap she's opened up already. She was kind of having a quick look over her shoulder to see where Elizabeth was at that stage.
You'll find that most of the athletes at this level, competing at the top 10 or so, they'll be getting feedback of what's happening on the course. So I don't know if Alex would be concerned about Elizabeth, but perhaps she'll be getting feedback that Dominique Stolmark is playing. And that will also rattle her, make her aware, because Dominique is strong. She's really focused on. She's spent 2 months, as we said, in Dalston. And I think, Alexander will want to retain it. And she'd like to have her on this podium. She still. She was.
Yeah, Marisova will certainly know who's
the fourth
she said she
is down right.
had Elizabeth Shaman is walking again. So
minutes.
she'll know
And she's
the kind of is behind her, and
one
that
of
is
the biggest. I didn't know that she was also. And then the result at the time, she executed was 6th position. Yes, the 6th position at 6 hours. Yeah.
It's a long way to run when you're not that comfortable, and you start thinking about everything in your head that you could have done differently, or maybe what you should have done or you didn't do, and looking over your shoulder. And it's she's just got to hang in and try and at least finish the event, gain the experience. She's going to get a lot of support once she sort of gets past this little bit. The support on the side of the road is pretty quick right down to do it. So just keep going.
Yeah, she's just going to get through this rough patch. It's not great. It's not great to be walking at that stage, as you said. It's a long way to go. I think just under a marathon left. So it's far, but she needs to get back into the thick of the crowd and what have you, and try and soak that in and feel that and just kind of we get ourselves back together again and just get going, just get into some kind of a place and get to the finish. Just in, yeah. So I'm looking now. So her is at 350. She's got 40 Ks to go. 44, so maybe about 240. So what have we been time to 5:45 maybe? Yeah. I was going to say around 5:45. Yeah. I used to be young here. I wish. She looks really going. Looks like it's all going to plan, you know. And she's just running smooth. And she's been staying up in the cliff area, and she would have spent a little bit of time just going up there, taking all the detail, every corner, every little hole, dent in the road. She'll know it all. She's like that. She doesn't leave anything to chance. She would have investigated everything before this day.
I think there is a likelihood that Alexander
I think that it's going to be a
can maintain this
Alexander coming through, and she will start
like that. She's a very strong, very consistent. Her main target now is to have this actual target. We also think about the people that are behind her, because they're quite strong, such as Dominica, also Calamon, and the previous one.
2055 with the Padley going through in 20th position. So, and I think she'll run through, she'll be pretty strong in the second half. She's got that trail run background, so it'll be good. It'll be really good to see what happens. But I think this is our lady up front. The victory time 5:50. So yes. So she's averaging 3:52 a kilometre. And most people would kill to run that in a 10K race. So most people would kill to run that for 1 kilometre. Yeah, 3:52. And I mean, I was just looking at it 15K an hour, and I mean, I think it was, yeah. It's a pretty impressive pace, you know. Amazing. I mean, we've both been running sort of provincial, looking at international level, and you know that that's a good pace. To just maintain this on the route, that's a super pace. Yeah, really good pace, especially when your first half is all the timing compared to the second half, and to do it while smiling and just looking so happy. One thing I'll say, Elizabeth is tenacious, huh? Yeah, just keeps on trying. That's what she must do. Good on her.
Congratulations to her. She has passed so many kilometers. Now she's 40 kilometer mark.
Pick it out. And as you say, it's just
40 kilometers.
Just get down to Durban. Just experience that first Comrades. Rethink her race plan for next year. We've got Alexandra Morrisova.
Yeah,
Here's
very
the
good.
other and probably
The moment.
I would estimate about 4 minutes behind Clara in that. So yeah, no, she'll be strong. She's been there before, and there's been many
You know,
we've seen her change.
but it's the moment that just phenomenal. So very like to maintain this pace, not the pace, because it's in itself, it's currency here going there. And it's maybe someone very, very strong, like if it translate, say it tries unexpected. But I know she's looking so phenomenal.
There will be both coming up towards the back of both of them. I think mentioning Heidi's farm still before was one of those landmarks that she kind of put in her head and run. So up, yeah, just running up the hill, she'll go around, she'll get to Crescent College, and hopefully Crescent College will be there and be on the side of the road, shouting and supporting all the runners. And that is a special moment if they are, they will see that shortly.
Kilometers ahead of that chasing bunch, but a lot can happen in the final stages.
Flying an aircraft on the right hand side, tracking the runners thanks to
Very good.
stabilized camera, gyro stabilized camera.
It is bad.
And that's the sort of image it's bringing you. This man.
You know what? I think that this guy
Makes the body
is
tall. Keep going, keep running. He's got 33 kilometers to go.
it's failing, and then he comes back again.
39 predicted time. Bruce thought I said
That's
I'd
very
be able
good
to 5 hours 30.
marathon.
Just amazing. And he's breaking all the rules. You know, when you cramp and you reduce to a walk, that should be it. Those are the rules. So that's supposed to be your race. But he seems to recover and carry on going. And now, of course, the major wild timing has been done. He's now on the rapid descent down to the ocean. You know, going through Hillcrest right now. As I said earlier, if you happen to run through Hillcrest, the Hillcrest villager in their brown and white stripes, the whole town, the whole village, the whole town goes absolutely bananas when they see their runners going through. So you got run through a wall of screaming spectators. But he's not having a second win, Concord. He's having a third win. You know, just carrying on going. And the huge lead that he's got is significant now, except even more significant is that the chasing pack is full of all the heavies, as you could call them. No, nobody's heavy there, of course, but they're all the heavies are chasing him and hunting him down.
A favorite of the target and determined performance. Favorites just like this one
They
here.
will start
The stage continues to march forward. Side, the same woman that came from a drink of water. So she goes fast now and is headed to the rest. The man in front of her here is
that would present a pending especially amongst the
coaches, youngsters, juniors on the track, as well as comrades runners. Who was second at the Mpiling Sunday North Ultra Marathon. This day now, doing the wise thing, do you see what she does on the hill? She's not running them aggressively and trying to knock them out. She just kind of drew it into back and gets over it gradually.
Behind a beautiful view of the Valley of 1,000 Hills. And I always joke with the novices, I said, at the Valley of 1,000 Hills, you go to run most of them on race day. But she's still climbing up to Buzzers Hill Village. But when Gerda gets to Buzzers Hill Village and she opens the taps, I think that will be it gone. Because it then becomes the downhill. And I've been joking about because it's the downhill you run up, but it's not far from the truth. When you get to Buzzers Hill, Kearsley College, where the schoolboys are, you now plummet down to the coast. And if you have preserved your legs and saved your quads, vitally your quadricep muscles, you can make up an enormous amount of time because gravity is your friend. Gravity is your and we've got Soa slowing to a stop, looking like she's cramping, looking like she might be trying to push over that wall.
Silva stopping there the second woman as we have someone dancing in front of our camera, but she stopped stopped there. We just lost her picture of her in the moment. She's behind that crowd. And the second woman, which is top right, she has stopped. We'll come back to it as we see her stay. But this is Morozova. Now she's started running again, and you can see the way she's running. Looks like a bit of crap.
I think that's a bit of a cramp, and I think she did what so many comrades runners do, that is to relieve the cramp. You try and push over a wall or push over a lamppost. You just hitch the back of those hamstrings, and it might have just been a small moment of crisis, and she's on the way. It's warmer than we expected. It is warmer. I mean, there were lots of rumors that it was going to be a freezing cold day, and there's a cold front coming. There is one, but I think it's going to be just tomorrow. Right now, it's a little bit humid, a little bit warm down at the finish area.
Second
She's looking back, so
she's trying to win the race. Sorry, it must have been. You're trying to win the race as she is. You don't look back, you look forward. Where's Heather? You look every time you look in the corner. Where is she?
must be focusing on
She just looks to be laboring. Really running well. But she looks as if she's laboring here. But I'm going to say, 10 kilometer climb from Drummond to Bothers Hill. There are some little breaks, like just behind me. Saw there's a little downhill. There we go. She's grabbing a drink, probably her own drink from her seconds. And she's just, maybe she's just seeing out the time. Get the time done. And on the other side, when we start going down a hill again, you can open it. And remember, this runner has won the down run. So she knows what's involved. And she's won the down run when it finished at Moses. So she even knows exactly what it's like to run those last kilometers towards the finish. And this is another steep uphill climb. Again, behind her, the Valley of 1,000 Hills.
She's slowing almost to a walk now is Alexandra Morozova. And you can tell that by the Waterfall Athletic Club and the University of Limpopo Club who closed on her just in this little 200-meter hill because she is slowed to a painful walk. And she's now going across the road.
That is cramps.
That is definitely
the right knee got a major cramp, and she's doing the right thing, but it's not a good sign. Not a good sign with nearly, just under a marathon still to run. And of course, looking down the road to see where's the third and fourth ladies. Yeah, that is not good. That is a serious problem.
So it's a long
But all
day.
around, we just, we're looking at dead bodies.
Yeah, it looks like everyone in the city.
Pace is just amazing. And the only person so far who seems to have emerged unscathed is Heather. She's just relentlessly carrying on with the trail and smiling again.
There she is.
Yeah.
She has experience, and those two second and third trained behind her, both walking now. Second running again. Morozova started running again, but she has been walking, and then Koroma also walking, and it looks like Dominica Stelmach is actually in fourth, and we can see Mukoroma just there behind, I think, of Zambia, but that is definitely Dominica Stelmach of Poland, moving up to third. And it looks so comfortable.
Gone past the Thursday College schoolboys. She went past and she's now dropping down Bothers Hill. Now the down run starts. Now you start to lose height in a dizzying way. At the bottom of this, having said that, she's going to climb up another hill into Hillcrest. But overall, the journey now is downhill, and it's steeply downhill. Gravity on your side. If your legs are feeling great, you can make up huge amounts of time. Or if you can, Heather, you can open up a gap, close the door behind you, and no one will be able to get back at you.
And as they charge downhill, now they start to drop some of the men. Heather staying, has put the sunglasses down, is down to work. And the men that were with her, who were running alongside her, one or two from Impala, now drifting behind her. As Gerda Steyn charges ever forward to another sub-6 hour clocking, looking to become the first woman to break 6 hours twice on the down run.
And those are not sunglasses. Those are female astronauts' re-entry glasses, because the speed she's going to go now, she's going to be, re-entry through space. I mean, look at this, just plummeting down, and such a beautiful running style. Relax. a good sign is always the arm period is low. When runners start to get tired, look at the runner next to her. Their arms start to come up across the chest. Head is still relatively low slung, even, smooth, breathing calmly, relaxed. And she knows what's ahead. She's run this down run. She's won it before. She's been second here before. She knows what's involved. And she knows still ahead of her is still an enormous distance. Huge hills still waiting. It is not over, but she's getting into a position where she can make sure it is over.
Trying to secure a third straight victory, a fourth win. Perdestein once again delivering on the promise of victory. The promise that many will be hoping she fulfills. And with 36 and a bit kilometers to go, Perdestein is in charge of this women's race here at the Comrades Marathon as she runs with a host of strong men and many more of those who started at 6 o'clock going through Camperdown. This man in picture started at 5:45 and somehow, unbelievably, this man has a big heart. He's still going. He has been laboring since before halfway, stopping to walk, taking the potatoes, taking the water, taking the salt. And somehow he walks and he picks himself back up again. He cramps and he keeps going. This is a man with a big heart. Can we start to dream? Maybe he
I win. I just kind of, I wrote him off. I'm going to be honest. I wrote foolish early pace. The arrogance of kind of running from side to side, waving at people, blowing kisses. And now he's looking better than ever before. Maybe this is the fifth win. I don't know. It's just incredible.
Don't forget that we have all the sports here on the World of Champions. In addition to running, fast running, we also have fast motorsport. It's live now on Supersport Motorsport, and you can catch MotoGP, the very best. And if you are a lover of speed, a lover of your motorbikes, then MotoGP is there for you.
A little call of nature, so our cameras are being discreet.
So he just had to jump into the bush. You're watching, you're asking yourself, why am I not seeing any movement? That's because our race leader, Onalena Comrade, has jumped into the bush to relieve himself. Back on the road he goes.
Which of course transcends mere competition. Personal significance that has shaped Stain's career. Life. What a champion she is. She is in full flight at the moment. This is what she loves doing, and she's doing it with absolute aplomb at the moment. The crowds are supporting and cheering for her, and she is looking absolutely unbeatable at the moment, Tanit. Yeah, for sure. She's looking just amazing. She's been on the road for 3 hours and 40 minutes now, almost, and she'll certainly be loving this section. It's a really special section of the course. They're running along Old Main Road through Hillcrest, and the streets here are just lined with supporters. And really, yeah, I just remember it being a really special section for me. And yeah, you're now making your way. It's a slight downhill, so it certainly helps a little bit, and you can feel it. You can almost see in her stride pattern there that it's nice and quick, and she'll be making the most of that little downhill gradient as she makes her way down towards Keith. We're also edging ever closer to Fields Hill. We've been talking about it all morning, which is the part of this course that can really give you a good kick, and one where things can fall apart completely. Yeah, I've watched this race for so many years before I actually raced it, and it's certainly that Fields Hill is very tricky. It's quite a steep downhill. It's about 3 kilometers in length. And if you haven't done your downhill training, it certainly comes back to bite you. I mean, I've seen some runners actually going down backwards. Their quads are so sore by that stage. So it certainly is gonna play havoc with quite a few runners out there today. And what does downhill training look like? So I did a lot of my downhill training on a treadmill just to get that
that into my legs. I mimicked a lot of the comrades course and put it on. Oh gosh, just yeah, to see Marisova, she fell there. I think she was reduced to walking yet again, and now she's managed to get going again. She really is in some difficulty. She's going through a bad patch. Yeah, for the last 20 minutes or so, she's really had to dig deep within herself and find some sort of resolve to continue. But for now, it certainly doesn't bode well. No, she's going to have to just gather everything together and pick herself up, because Dominica's stomach behind is certainly running so smoothly and so strongly. She's just picked up her next personalized water drinks. So yeah, she's looking really good at this stage, and I'm sure the gap between her and Morosova is closing at this stage.
The stomach looks in a better
position, then she'll be flipping this thing to the air. It's going to smell pretty much like second place, because we've got Morosova in a spot of bother at the moment. But a leading woman in no such trouble, and Kafka continues to put her head down and just put one foot in front of the other. She is flying very nicely indeed. The really good in the clock. That was the face of a champion. She is well in control. The crowd support out there, you can hear the yelling, you can hear the support. It is great to see, and we have confirmation as well of the gap, and that is that Steyn is leading by 1 kilometer, but that gap between second and third standing at just 200 meters, and one feels that it is only a matter of time. As we just take a look back behind Morosova, we'll return to that picture shortly to see exactly what 200 meters looks like between second and third. As we'll return to Hamden now. Has put in all the hard work. Quantity surveillance. Turning to professional running scene, and that is the sort of focus and precision that she brings to her training. She likes to keep a manual running, something that seems to be quite old-fashioned.
I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it old-fashioned, because I'm exactly the same. Yeah, I still believe in the pen and paper, and so for me that's quite normal. But yeah, I suppose in this day and age that is seen as old-fashioned. But yeah, they're making their way down now to Winston Park. My old training ground. I used to spend many hours going up and down there and down into Winston Park. Really pretty picturesque kind of section of the race. So it brings back lots of memories there for sure. Dominica really is running like a woman on a mission. They're quite an aggressive running style, I must say. Yeah, very determined running style. I'm just looking at the comparison between her style, her running gait, and that of Morosova, and you can certainly see the difference. She's running with real purpose there. She's clearly knows that second is very close, and she's literally running Morosova down at this stage. Be a real mental blow as well for Morosova if Stelmach does come sailing past. It will mentally be quite a tough one for Morosova to deal with, especially if Dominica comes past at the speed that she is going. It's going to look like Morosova is very difficult to deal with.
Come back to
get back on track with what you're doing. It's very difficult when you start looking and focusing the other athletes is doing. She just needs to regroup and focus on her race. Do you think it is possible to recover from a bad patch, that you can actually pull yourself together and say, okay, let's just finish this? Or is it almost like an inevitable decline? I do believe you can, and I think it's those athletes that have the mindset to do it that can. A lot once the wheels fall off and they do start walking, that is the end. But a lot can regroup. And as I say, it's those that have the mental tenacity to actually talk to themselves and get themselves refocused. They know the training's gone well. They know they've done the long runs. They've ticked everything off and it's just a bad patch. And if they can talk themselves through that, they can certainly come out of it the other end. Certainly will be a true test of character. We saw Harder there just taking a gel out of her top there. Time for a refuel. Seems though it's the climbs that are hurting Morrisova more. She seems to be quite happy to just freewheel down the hills. Yeah, so she's able to just maintain the rhythm on the slight downhills, and she is on it is quite a downhill now as she comes down Old Main Road towards the turn. So I think she'll be trying to just get back into some kind of rhythm and just focus on getting out of that bad patch, because she can do it. It's just the mental toughness, and as we've said, if Selmak does come after at a speed, it's going to be very difficult to regroup and just refocus and keep her legs in some kind of rhythm. Well, Morrisova, the Russian, certainly has a great deal of Comrade's pedigree. And we've seen between 2017 and 2024, she's earned 6 gold medals, winning the race in 2022. There's so much experience there, and she definitely was looking to come into this race today to cause an upset. How do you sense to stay? That shows very few chinks in it.
Keep coming down. She is meaning a business, and from having a big bunch of men still around her at the halfway mark, she has whittled that down to just 3, and continuously picking up elite men along the way.
Well, it's been quite amazing performance by her again, just managing her pace, let the front runners go, and then Elizabeth Mokoloma, who took them to halfway, just on the Drummond halfway point, had a stain. Rolled up onto her shoulder and has left it behind. The Zambian in her maiden Comrades Marathon stopped and was cramping, and she will slide further back in the field. No problem for Pederstein right now.
Well, one of the Newcastle athletes there with the white gloves on his hand, getting one of his personal drinks along the way as he makes his way down a hill crest into the race proper of the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Things are hotting up on the road in the ladies' race. It's all about Pederstein now, who is cementing her lead on the right-hand side on Elena Konkobe, as he has been from the very word go at 6:15 this morning outside the Pietermaritzburg City Hall. He has made the 2025 Comrades Marathon all about the Konkobe show, as he said back in 2022, and still at this stage, 13 minutes ahead of the chasing bunch. Could he pull off the undoable?
Well, it's one of those wonderful imponderables that we discuss at this stage of the race. We've got a man 13 minutes clear, which is an enormous advantage. But the men chasing him are a huge pedigree. Tete Dijana, Edward Motipi, George Kushka in his debut, doing a great job in staying with this bunch here. There's Pete Viesma in that group, Nikolai Volkov, one of the couple of Russians. Bereznev's in there as well. Viesma is 3 down there. You can just see him in the green Nedbank jersey. These are the major contenders. Manieri is there. Rokoselo is in there. These are runners who know how to go about winning this.
And in this bunch, 5 former winners in a total that are running here. Another name we haven't mentioned yet, who is having a blinder of a run so far in the colors of Antica, that is Incendiso Mpakati, a Soweto marathon winner. As we see Bersenev there, one of the Russian athletes, just having to look down for his bottle. And a little bit unfortunate there for these athletes, but they do have their clubs out there, out on the roads as well, getting their personal second in bottles. But David Katebe in the center of the picture, looking really, really good.
Absolutely rock solid. This is a man who won back in 2016 on the down run. He feels at home here. A little bit more about the man who has, over the last couple of years, thrust his name right into the spotlight here at the Comrades Marathon. Second by 3 seconds and a winner the next year from the Netherlands. Yes, mate.
Legs are feeling good, better than I expected. I just finished my depletion period after Wednesday. I started eating carbohydrates yesterday again. So I was a bit worried that maybe I'd gone a bit too far and left it a bit feeling tired or weak. But it doesn't seem to be the case. It was just easy this morning, very easy running, but you can notice that the legs are ready for the race. I mean, I think everybody is looking strong. I know the guys in Dolstrom, that Edward and Johannes, they trained very hard. I know George Kuske is from our team is also very strong. So I'm looking forward to see what he can do. Another friend of mine, Guillaume Gorel, he's running for the first time. Unfortunately, he's coming out of a period of injury, and he had a surgery recently. But he's just checking out this year. But next year, you should definitely look out for him. So those few names, and I know there are many other strong runners. But looking forward to duking it out with them. I mean, some things are definitely different. I would say that maybe the outrun is a little bit more unpredictable, and like in a sense that usually in a down run there's a big group from the beginning. You should stick with it up to 60 kilometers or so, and that's when the race is really going down. That was my race plan like 2 years ago. I feel now I'm much more knowledgeable about the race. I did my research, so I'm better prepared for every scenario, and I'm also just in better shape than I was 2 years ago. So many things can go down, but I think I'm ready for all scenarios. Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of everything. I feel like that makes Comrade so magical. I mean, obviously, like the huge crowd support is a big part of it. Also for me specifically, like the great competition. That is what sets Comrades apart from any other ultra race in the world, just because it's so much more competitive. There are so many more participants, and because of this, there's also so much more crowd support, and it just makes this into a huge race that's very much comparable in my eyes to like a big city marathon or something like this, and that's and you really feel that out there, and like the entire country watching this race and living along with your emotions, and that's a great thing, I think.
They're hearing from your defending champ, Biasma, looking very, very strong. Trained in Kenya specifically for this year's Comrades Marathon. And when he came to South Africa 2 years ago, it was the man with the shades in front of him on the right-hand side, Tete Jana, who got the better of him on the day by only 3 seconds, but he turned the tables last year by having that win. Pretty good again today.
Yeah, it was roundabout. Yeah, they're closing in on a moment of real drama in that race. Fiesma went off the front out of the bunch. And Teddy Jana ran onto his wheel, leaving it with Matthew, saying, "Stay where you are. I'm going to have a chat with this young man who he is." And he's made him understand exactly who he is. A terrific tussle between them. That year, last year didn't materialize. Tijana had all manner of injuries and cramps and finished outside the gold medal. So he wanted to keep himself there. But David that race as well. Let's hear from Tijana.
I think you can recognize the name.
Comrade, it's all about supporting and cherishing because it's so nice. That's the
forward. I mean, is that
and I'm finish the Comrade was cramping, but I did manage to hold it to the line. So the support that we so it's so impressive. They're all of them. I cannot say it's Slender or it's Johannes. Yeah, I will everyone. All of them.
Yeah, there's lots of contenders here. We haven't chatted a great deal about Wilson Edwards, three-time winner there as well. Not slowing here from Olena Concurbe, and well, one would expect that. He's just been quite phenomenal through this first 3 hours and 48 minutes of this run. He is still ahead. Cramped, walked, and yet he is still leading this race by 13 minutes when last we checked. It might have cut down there because there's motivation in the group behind him, and he on his own is starting to take a lot of strain.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too long until we see Podium bunch starting to come through. I think he will make it a little bit further than he did back in 2022. Let the race to halfway down the field still, but the of ultra-distance marathon running still are flying behind it. You can see that Gerald. He's about to make his way through Kloof. The first hotspot from Southie with 50,000 rand up for grabs, but the youngster has to finish in the top 10. It's going to be a bit of a tall ask.
Yeah, in a way, if he's got enough in the tank, that should be his goal. If they start closing the gap, they need to say, well, look, I'm going to get something out of my efforts today, and if I can do that by finishing the top 10 and pocketing a little bonus, I'll do that. Right, plenty of variety right here. The bit from Australia. Also the
it's a sensible gap, but these guys
nice speed on that race.
I'm not quite sure.
This is a super athlete on a
in terms of
and over his shoulder.
The fact that he's close to 4
one of those supercar teams that just how fast
hours
something looks this morning in Peter
30 okay at the moment still, but believe it or not, by Concurbe. It did take it off appreciably around halfway.
Most definitely, it's a really
20
halfway mark to the top of Bertha's Hill. That's the hardest 8-kilometer stretch of the down run. He averaged 5 minutes and 27 seconds per kilometer for that 8-kilometer stretch. He then picked it up again, running 3:27 per k from Bertha's Hill to Winston Park. But he has once again slowed. But just is the immense pace that Orlando Concurbe went out today. He is still so far out. I mean, Gerald, I think I've run out of fingers to count how many times this youngster has actually stopped on the side of the road.
Absolutely, yeah. Cramps, pulling and holding and massaging a left leg and then the right leg and then stopping to take a nature break and then back on. And yet he's still probably a good 10 minutes clear of the rest as he hits one of the most painful descents you'll come across on the Comrades Marathon.
Just around 25 kilometers to go. And to give you a strategy of what's happening in the race, in both the men's and women's, that is your leading man in the top left of the picture, Onalena Concurbe. He is being chased by a big bunch, including the likes of Joseph Manyeni. Four winners, Dave Khatebe, Musa Tembu, Jana, and Peter Desma. Previous winners there, Gerald, in that chase bunch. And yeah, it is the head of the table, so to speak, that are racing Monalela Conforbe up the front. Zane Alessiteti in the colours of Pan African Resources, just trying his best to hang on to that punch. Back in 2023, Storks running 5 hours and 21 minutes, but that elastic is slowly expanding, and once it snaps, it's hard to come back.
Yeah, he's been digging deep to hold on to the back of that group for a long time, and it is merely a matter of time. We saw on that descent, in the early part of the descent, just before we got to this shot, our race leader from Comrade reached for a bottle from one of his crew, and they dropped it. So he's going to be going in the deep end now into reserves, the likes of which you might or might not know he's got now. Dijana just looking over his shoulder here, just assessing how everyone's feeling. Who's in this group? He knows exactly who's here, but he wants to know how they're feeling and what they're running like.
27 kilometers to go for this group here. 25 kilometers to go for Concorbe, our race leader, who's over 2 kilometers ahead up the road. But perhaps we're seeing a little bit of a break here by Joseph Amanieri, and rolling back to 2023. Don't forget what happened. Dijana coming through Kingsmead, the former finish of the Comrades Marathon. Pete made his debut run, was chasing him down, but the question would he have run out of real estate?
Now that first image we had CBS in the distance here, and look at how he closed in. Unbelievable last 2 kilometers from PBS here. Just relentlessly hunted down Teddy. Left-hand side of the image, you can see a little bit of a break here. DJ just around my water. On the right-hand side, rolling back the years, a couple of years, DJ under into the Toyota mile. Still look at Pete Beersma, not really a threat at that stage. Pete Beersma, well, he had other things on his mind as they turn to Kingsmead. A little bit of a surge going here on the left-hand side from Dijana.
And perhaps Dijana was told that his teammate Monalela Conforbe is still over 12 minutes up the front. And the chase is certainly on now by Dijana. His former Nepang teammate, Joseph Manieri, now the colours of Maxi. They were part of that happy bunch. But as we see there on the right-hand side, this was 2 years ago where Teti Dijana ran into the Kingsmead Stadium, totally obliterated the Comrades false record. But just behind him, Pete Beersma appeared in picture.
You could see him there just kissing the rose and relaxing and suddenly looking over his shoulder. And the image of the Flying Dutchman coming charging onto the field and putting immense pressure on Teddy Dijana, bringing them one of the most thrilling Comrades Marathon finishes in many, many years to conclusion here. Unbelievable racing, just 3 seconds between the two. Beersma putting Dijana under real pressure, but Dijana taking the win. Next year, things the other way around. Beersma took the win. Dijana didn't finish the medals.
Well, it's very much a deja vu back of 2023, where the same 4 gentlemen in picture now were running downfield all together. The only difference now, Manieri has left the Nedbank Cup, moved over to Max Elite, but he is still great friends with Teti Dijana and Edward Batibi. As we see there, 27 kilometers to go, and lead now down to 9 minutes and 57 seconds, dwindling with every step that Concorbe takes. He's still out there in action and still in that lead. If anything, if Concorbe doesn't finish today, if he finishes outside of the top 10, he still has to be really pleased with the way he's run. This is a phenomenal talent, and we could be looking at a future Comrades Marathon star.
Well, absolutely. He's got the talent and the pedigree. You just feel is you might have to look at the strategy next time round. And perhaps look at the makeup of those runners around him and say, right, I'm going to run my race.
And on the right-hand side there, they're all still making their way from the they started 15 minutes after the first pass.
So many problems.
Difficult to comprehend, isn't it? These athletes who started in the group 2, the Orange Matrix, did start 15 minutes after, as Kieran said. And they will be fighting a battle very different to that these athletes at the front are fighting. But every single one of these 22,500 runners today are fighting their own personal battles today.
Onalele Kodkobe had almost reached the bottom of a field hill now, and his chasing bunch, including 3 Nedbank teammates, are only at the top of field hill, so still quite some distance behind. And the youngster, I think, will be your lead athlete into Town on the old main road. Still that gap, 2.5 kilometers. Can Onalele Kodkobe come through? Possibly this is going to be a fantastic race. Have we spoken too soon? Can you do it?
Do not go anywhere. It would take a brave man to call it. It would take a brave man to wager who will win this 2025 Comrades Marathon, because on the left, the man who was led from the gun at 5:45, that time in purple, 3:58 is his time, he still leads. And on the right, these are the men who performed in the down run in 2023. It was these exact 4 coming down Fields Hill. Dedejana on the right. In the center of the picture, Edward, captain, my captain, and I never get tired with him. On the left, Joseph Manyedi, now running for Max to lead. And behind him, the Flying Dutchman, Piet Wiersma. It was these 4 that fought all the way down. But the difference in 2023 is no one was in front of them. Now they have Komkobe in front of them. And every time we write him off and say he's tired, every time we think he's spent, Komkobe finds something else. He's out there in front, and chasing them is an Parati. And others behind them, it looks like one of the Pan-African runners, John Abbott.
David Khatebe and Bongusa Mtembu, a former Comrade runners, chasing in that bunch. It was a bunch of 7. It's now down to 4. Reminiscent of both 2022 and 2023 Comrades Marathon down runs. It is Joseph Manyedi on the left with the red hair. Former winner Edward Mutili took victory in 2019 on the up run. Teta Dijana, 2 times a down run winner, and yes, the man from the Netherlands. I was about to say the unknown Dutchman, but he's very well known now in South Africa. 2 Comrades Marathons to his name, a second back in 2023, a win last year. So you see that time, 5 hours and 14 minutes on the down run. Out of this world running.
Absolutely out of this world. Piet Wiersma has gained admiration from the road running public in South Africa. South Africa has become his second home because of that tremendous CV, and we see David Khatebe closing the gap, and he's always been a phenomenal down runner. You remember back in 2016, an almighty battle between him and Debo Wasilo. Look at that surge, and he smiles at them. Oh, David Khatebe is looking good. I was one of those who said his best years are behind him, but the old man with the mustache, even has time to talk. Now remember, David Khatebe and Slender TV go back a long way. They trained together, and in 2019, when Edward TV won, it was almost a passing of the mantle, of the baton from Khatebe to Mativi, and he's back now with them. So the Northwest dominating that pack. All of those men from the Northwest, with Piet Wiersma there, another one from the Northwest, and it is Nalina Konkobe.
Old Konkobe has now made it further than he did back in 2022. He is now on the old main road in Town. He has conquered an downhill of the field hill. He still has a lead of over 2 kilometers on that chase bunch. Obviously now running much faster than the youngster up front. He's running the race of his last Tourist Marathon winner last year. Can he hold on? He's taking a lot of strain. Someone taking not so much strain right now on the right as she waves yet another round to the crowd. That's now so present since we saw long before the halfway mark. Can anyone challenge her?
She's the queen of the Comrades Marathon. And this day, King, unbeatable. She hasn't started promising yet. And no one can Jerry.
The next It's 3:46. So it's at 15 minutes between the two groups that were scheduled at the beginning. I think it answers your question.
Yeah, by ahead of same course record holder on both the up and a down run. And
Onani na kung Kobe's understand it.
But the 24 kilometers to go.
He has energy, but he uses it wrongly, I would say. He's strategic.
Close the gap to leaders. But here on the right hand side, after seats, you see the other athletes in the colours of Benoni Northern's paying respect to the legend of the Newton. You see many of the athletes not only tipping flowers, tipping their hats, but this athlete from Benoni really begging for a fast second half.
Yeah, he is, and he knows the history. He knows from a club that is well steeped in the history of the Comrades Marathon. Let us not forget that Benoni Northern gave us the great Frit van der Merwe. And now they have some strong women coming through, running close to the silver mark around 8 hours. So I expect that in a few years we could see another woman coming from Benoni Northerns, maybe earning a 10th position. They know they are comrades in that part of the world. And so unsurprising that that man there did a prayer by Arthur Seat. As we see many, many more just giving it a nice tap. And they're going past. The man from Kudu is going past. I think that might be Caroline Osman's.
Yeah, that was Mark Delsdale coming through there in the colours of Varsity Kudus. And these athletes, no slouch themselves, 4 hours, 3 minutes into the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Solid all-round medalists.
Solid, and these guys are solid gold medalists. Behind them, and Mparati just struggling to hold on. And thank you so much for sharing all of your message with us. A few questions about the clock coming on our socials there. Remember, purple started at 46. Red started at 6 o'clock. And we have 2 stars because we have 23,000 runners in the interests of safety as we build up towards the 100th running in 2027. Let's count the former winners in this match. In the front, Impala won at 2016. We have Ete Dijana won it twice, 2023, 2022. Musa, 3-time winner, Musa Mtebu. And in 2019, the winner was Edward Sindabutini, Big Yesma, won it last year. So the only man in this bunch that has not won this race is Joseph Manedi, and he has earned 4 consecutive gold medals. This is quality.
Quality indeed. And can the 2025 Comrades Marathon be the year that Joseph Manedi steps up to not only that podium spot for a top 3, but to the top of the mantle? 6 athletes and pictures, 5 of them are former winners, as you mentioned there. James Katebe, Peter Biesma, Tete Dijana, and Edward Matibi. Of the 6, all have run the down run under 5 hours and 20 minutes. Katebe, starting that trend back in 2016, he was so fresh at the finish that day that he followed it up with 10 push-ups.
Aisha Leon Patla. Aisha. It's burning hot here as they run down from Pietermaritzburg to Durban. The speed bottom and the Flying Dutchman trying to hang on to them as they make their way down Fields Hill, chasing down 23 to go for them. About 21 to go as he's in front. How he manages to stay, but they're working together. They have the benefit of feeding off each other. And David Khadebe is marshalling them, talking to them. And we saw him do this when the battle against Bongo Musa Temple, when he ran with Edward talking and telling them what to do. He is the captain of the ship.
Captain indeed, and the older statesman of the Comrades Marathon, David Khadebe, leading his pupils down Fields Hill. He's almost looking a little bit reminiscent of the same where he's chatting a lot to the crowd. And based off the time that the athletes are for this bunch right now, 5 hours and 29 minutes. On the slow side, it is of course 2 kilometers longer, but even on the average pace, they won't get that extra 500,000 rand bonus. Even if David had to pull out the rabbit of the hat like he did in 2016, they're too far into the race.
I'm not so sure, Kyun. I'm not so sure because when they get to Pinetown, that's when they start to run 3 minutes 10 per kilometer. That's when it starts to burn. But Stein gets the top of the South Sea hotspot first, and Darwin disaster. She's won this money as well because all she needs to do is inside the top 10 to assure that she claims that hotspot money. Top of the South Sea hotspot first, Stein, more money in the bank.
More money in the bank, an extra 50,000 rand to go to Afghanistan, provided she finishes in the top 10. But of course, that will happen. Don't want to put a commentator's curse on the stand, but she is looking really, really good. Just as we thought from the beginning of the race, the question wasn't going to be who could challenge Shadow Stain, but what time would Shadow Stain finish in?
So there is the money that she stands to bank. 874,000 for winning the race. 550,000, forget about that. Remember, 3.2 kilometers longer is the down run this year. First SA athlete, 220,000. Check, she's in that position. KZF, no, she's not. So she doesn't get the 70,000. Maybe Janet and Bele or someone could get that behind her. The Chelsea hotspot, the 50,000 rand. She has just got that by going to the Chelsea hotspot first, provided she can finish inside the top 10. So she's looking at just over 3 million. Oh, well, less, not the 550,000. Maybe my math's failing me. But she's looking at about 1.5 million rand, 1.5 million.
But not to forget as well her club sponsors, her shoe sponsors, her personal sponsors. That's taking the amount to over 2 million rand. And a lot of people will say 2 million rand for just under 6 hours of work. It takes a long time and many years to get to the level that Hannah is. These athletes, just to put into perspective to the viewers at home, will go through high altitude training camps, and over an 8-week period, they'll average over 200 kilometers a week. Not on their car, but with their feet in training.
Unbelievable. And remember that there's a whole lot that must go with that. Care of your body, physiotherapists, mental care, sports psychologists, masseuse, they have it all to perform at this level is what you need as we head back now to the lead man. He started looking back over his shoulder, and you can see Paul Musa looking back. And when Paul Musa does this, know that he's making sure he runs cold. We've seen him do this before. He realizes that this is fire here. If he just holds them, you keep watching them, he won't fall too far back. And he'll run 6 or 7, and he'll be happy with that. It's another gold medal. Almost I'm doing the wise thing because out here the war is going on.
The war is going on indeed, and Bungusa hails from nowhere, and he will get the loudest cheers out of all of these athletes as he makes his way through Countdown. But a little bit of chatting going on there between David Katebe and Tete Tijana. Tete perhaps looking for one of the bottles or one of the drinks along the way. That gap now slowly but surely closing down to 1.7 kilometers. Onalela Kontobe already through the Countdown timing point in 4 hours, 8 minutes, and 1 second. A projected tempo 5 hours and 22 minutes, 57 seconds. It's still a long way back to this chasing match, but with each step they take, they are closing that gap. Key moments.
Yeah, I can see that this close
The top of
they have the gap, it's not significant so far. He's leading 1.7 kilometers at 21. Left with 21 kilometers.
Labour and
Oh.
second place athlete Alexandra
Alexandra,
but something drastic would have to happen up front for Morozova.
second.
You can see she's running a lot faster than she was earlier. And second long, you will also repeat that second position.
Not those
She is
kind of
the
things.
it's at the
Just
Bundesliga Stadium.
putting myself into
By a former race winner in 2000.
and just imagine trending at those
on that face, Multibody, but so strong.
looking a lot better than she was maybe about an hour ago.
Yeah, she looks better now. I can see it recovered. It was pushing her body too much at that time. One feels quite close to Shweta has, I think she has size chin in that
Field goal proper, whereas Morozova is now making her way on the off ramp to go onto field goal. Now, as we see on the top right hand side of the picture there, David Satebe and Edward Matibi dropping back a little bit. Although they may not be teammates right now anymore, Manieti and Atijana, a little bit of correspondence going on between the two, and is 5 now becoming 3?
Looks like 5 could be coming 3. And of these 5, remember only one hasn't won the race before, and that's the man in red. Red socks, red vest, red hair. It's the red of Max Elite alongside the green of the Nedbank Running Club. And these two are starting off. Yes, I also feel like he's having to work a little bit to stay with these men, Mutibi and Khatebe drifting back. And I think those two will be right for him to make sure that he takes his Comrade's gold medal. She must do to help that things didn't go his way last year. But for Manieti, on the other hand, all those golds, those 4 golds, does not have a victory to his name. And he's the only man here who does not have a victory, so he wants to win it today.
And Manieti is looking very, very strong. If you look back at the previous 2 down runs, Manieti used to always stay with them until field. Once they made that left turn and went into Old Beirut or Southtown, that's where he started to drop off. A bit of a grill mistake on the face off, and he is still sticking there. For TV now closing that gap. Katebe trying to hold on before that elastic band snaps. But these 5 gentlemen right now looking very, very good. And could the move happen on Kawi's Hill?
Kawi's Hill is approaching. In Pinetown, when you go under this bridge and get the support, as you come up, you now begin to snake your way towards the climb of Kawi's Hill. Kawi's Hill is where the race is often determined on the down run. And also, they are closing in on Unalina Komkobe, who's just about 1.5 kilometers ahead of them. They're getting closer and closer, and look at the difference. Here on the right, they are charging ahead. And on the left is a man who has nothing but spirit left. The body has been spent, the mind possibly tired too, and now his spirit must drive him to the finish if he hopes to claim a maiden Comrade's marathon gold medal. Unalina Komkobe seems to be in a daze, and the race has beaten, but not yet into submission. He continues to move forward as Tijana now starts to make them pay.
Tijana really coming through now, and the athletes are looking for his 3rd win. They're certainly making a break for it, as we see Edward Matibi, Joseph Manieti, and Pete Fieldsma trying to stay with this pace. They've now gone through that Plantown checkpoint, 6 minutes down on Orlena Komkobe. The projected tempo for Tijana right now, a projected finish of 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 50 seconds. As you mentioned earlier, Mosibodi, you best believe that won't be the winning time. They are going to really start now as they make their way up and over Kawi's Hill. As Tijana going through another little glance at the watch, he must be wondering where is the they are training partners, part of the happy bunch that bases herself in wrestling against Ostrom, trained by Dave Adams. And could this be the winning move?
It could be the winning move because they are strung out. They are all in a line here. And it is one after the other. So it has to be second Tijana behind Unalina Komkobe, Pitviasma in 3rd, Mutibi in 4th, Khatebe in 5th, and Manieti has dropped back 3, with Musa Mtembu lying in 7th.
Reminiscence of 2023 is Tijana coming through. The only exception this year is that they have the youngster Onalele Komkobe still over a kilometer up ahead. As we see there on the right-hand side at the thirsty water point, that is the halfway mark through Drummond. And these athletes coming through 4 hours and 16 minutes, so still on pace for a good bull rowing medal. As we see those athletes, but here is our race leader, Elena Konkobe, and he is really in pain now. You can see not even a shuffle as he makes his way up a Calvin's Hill. And those legs are really, really heavy. We are about to see a change up at the front of the 2025 Comrades Marathon. And there you see the lead men 1 kilometer ahead of the chasing bunch with Tete Dijana, Motibi, Peter Viesma, and Joseph Maniedi. But Gerald, you can see there Konkobe of the Kawizel, and he is really all the
This must be the final salvo from Konkobe. He has put in an unbelievably brave run, taking that lead in Pietermaritzburg, extending it to nearly 13 at one stage and 20 minutes over the big bunch of the main contenders. And since halfway, he's been suffering, but he's dug deep. He's shown incredible determination, courage, and guts. But it looks now that Fields Hill is his undoing. Now, this is the hunting pack behind. It is just a copy of the last one in 2023, Bruce.
It is indeed. And they're sprinting through they're heading towards Cowie's Hill. Cowie's Hill, one of the registered hunts. It's one of the big series. It has a name. You know, it's unlike Fields and local anywhere. That's good. I think it's cycling. You have an award for the most competitive cyclist. He's got absolute courage there, but it's about it. Nice thing like that. Big Beard has not tried to go there. It's just willing to see them go. We had Tete just going for a surge now. They surge again. He might try to set the fence. It's a bit of a gap, but he's letting it too far. And they're surging, and I don't like that because Comrades Marathon is in the front. When at first you get the urge to go, don't. And 10 days later, when you get the urge to go, again, don't, and you'll have a great
Resist. And these three athletes just out of picture is the defending champion, the uprun, Big Vespa from last year. There he comes now. And it's very clear that Motibi and Dijana sharing conversation, sharing nutrition. But Vespa, as we saw 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, beg your pardon, also just outside of that little group there, but he is hanging in there. They know the danger he poses here. But Dijana all will know how dangerous he can be.
He's very cunning. He's keeping himself in range and just letting them surge if they want to.
I had to,
Yeah, because I feel like
but he won't see these two, but he knows they made it hard for him. Very soon, the lead is going to change. For the first time in over 420 minutes.
And unfortunately, the lead is going to change for him, and it's not going to be slipping back to second or third. He's going to be swallowed up by all the pursuers as they're coming fast now, all of them. Bong Roos is not that far behind. David Tabi's not that far. These are fast winners.
This is on the right hand side, a fascinating battle going on here. Dijana haunted by that defeat, at least by Vespa's win last year, and the surge he put in into Kingsby 2 years ago is urging, and he needs you feel he needs TV to stay with him, keep him going as well. He's trying to put the surge in to see off Pete Vespa and put him out of the equation.
If he could get another 10 meters, another 20 meters, that sort of feeling. But we're going over the top of Cowie's Hill now, and on the other side there is a long, steep descent, very fast, and it gets steeper and steeper as you get towards the dual carriageway, which is a very tough part of the race. But now our race now he runs down. There's the view of Pinetown from the top of Cowie's Hill. There it is. He's going to go past a monument dedicated to Cowie's Hill. On his right-hand side, the two pursuers chasing hard now. What is the gap between them? He's still there. He's just too cunning. You see, he's working the tangents as well. He's working the inside bend. It isn't over. The race, these three.
One
of these three, in
let
fact,
them go
probably
away.
the podium position.
Around
The TV matching the pace of
to make
getting
sure
each other in front of each. He's glanced over his
it's
shoulder. Where is Smith? The camera shortens it is a bit further than it looks, but he is not, by any question, out of the equation here. As we saw in 2023, he can finish very, very strongly. Highly motivated through back-to-back. And let's say it's cards on the table. He's trying to snap the elastic back to Esmond.
He's trying to get another 10 meters, another 5 meters, anything. But now they start going down. So for Peter Beast, with the energy in his legs to close the gap again will be quite easy, relatively, because they're going to be flying down this stretch very fast, shaded, and it goes down. It's steeper as you run, about 2 to 3.5 kilometers long, onto the dual carriageway. 18 Ks to go. Here we go. Less than a half marathon.
Yo,
Sounds pretty easy, doesn't it? It
to go.
definitely is not. The pace these runners are going, it is absolutely brutal running. On Elena Contorbe, with a glimpse of it a little bit earlier there, barely wanting to put his feet on the ground. It's so much pain. His race is about to come to a conclusion. The man who won in sensational fashion last year up in Pietermaritzburg, can he do a back-to-back here? He'll have to run a phenomenal last 18 kilometers.
He has to close this gap now. If he doesn't close the gap now, it's going to be very hard to do it, because they get onto the dual carriageway and it's rolling. With climbs and descents all the way to another monster hill as well. 45th cutting.
This is the man in the lead. You can see those motorbikes in the background. The race leader for 4 hours and 24 minutes so far.
Badge of courage. There was a trophy for the most courageous runner awarded to him straight away, as long as he finishes. But he's shown unbelievable courage, unbelievable, almost contempt for the Comrades Marathon and for the wisdom of the Comrades Marathon. How people tell you to pace it. He just went out there and blasted it. And of course, he's going to pay the price now. But what a run! He's been in front the entire morning. He's entertained us for the entire morning with his courageous running, his cramps, and how he's dealt with it. He's waving to the crowd. He's enjoying the fact that he's been leading the Comrades, but it's about to come to an end.
I don't think he's enjoying it quite as much now. Not so much the waving, the smiles any longer for Concordia. Not because he's not going to win the race. I think he probably knew that a while ago. It's because he is in so much pain, suffering at the moment. And in a way, it's almost, come and catch me, please. Come and catch me.
Please catch me so that I don't have to keep doing this. Please catch me. And then maybe, perhaps, I can hang on and finish in the top 10 and come out with some glory from this performance of mine today.
Look how quickly those lights of the motorbikes behind have caught up to the immediate truck and to his other motorbikes. Tete Dijana and Edward Motibi close in on their prey. On Elena Kingpope. He's been up ahead since they left Pietermaritzburg in the darkness this morning at 5:45. And now on this lovely dappled light, he is about to be caught.
And the posse's been hunting him the whole day. It's caught him. This is a beautiful shaded area of the race. These old trees, beautiful shade, incredible encouragement from the crowds of spectators who live there. Many of them will have roped off and taped off their own areas outside their houses. And here we go. It's a congratulations, well done. And of course, looking around immediately to see who else is coming, and unfortunately, there are more runners coming.
16 kilometers to go in the Comrades Marathon, the 98th edition of this great journey. And Elena Concordia is just pulled over now. That relief, I think, now he's released from the burden of leading this race. And he can see his teammates fly ahead. Edward Tibi and Tete Dijana. And behind him, that's the figure of the defending penny. The uprun last years for the Dutchman there, just sitting behind the motorbikes there, watching breathe. He cannot be ruled out of this equation.
He is not gone yet. He's not gone, Gerald. He's there. Not great. The lead almost sort of cut him off, because that can be a dispiriting moment when you suddenly can't see the leaders because there's traffic in the way. But he hasn't given up yet. is a very, very cunning runner. A very, very classy runner too. Many months and weeks in Kenya at high altitude with the Kenyan athletes living a very sort of Spartan existence and putting in the Ks, 200 to 250 a week at high altitude. Let's see if you can stay. But if you let's go now, it is over. It is over if you let's go.
Well, we've seen him the last time run quite every inch of the way, even onto the last corner and onto the fields of Kingsmead. He was the equation and finished 3 seconds behind Teddy Dijana. And that man in front, Teddy Dijana, knows that so well. I think he gave an enormous fight as he ran onto the field there. He hides behind the truck on the left-hand side.
The same thing is leading now, but he's being chased down by the team and to get it together.
Once again, the screams through just quite phenomenal performance, comfortable, composed, and the smiling assassin once again breaks out that smile and acknowledgement of the support. Beautiful scenes on the 2025 Comrades Marathon. In 2 years' time, we'll celebrate the 100th edition of this event. The changes are put this year to prepare for that monumental race. Well, one thing we have seen not change over this last couple of years is the order here now.
And we have a second break by the look of it.
It is Teddy Dijana is on the move again. Edward Motivi can't keep the pace with him. And Dijana says, I'm going. I'm feeling strong. I've got it in me. He looks over his shoulder, Dijana, his teammate, and Motivi digging deep to try and hang in there.
Ahead of him, 3 more climbs. 3 more climbs. The most significant one, 40-foot cutting. He won the race on 40-foot cutting at the last down run when he won. There's also a nondescript hill that nobody knows about, that I always have in the back of my mind. It's called Huntley's Hill. There's a sort of strange shopping centre there. It climbs up and it bends to the left. That's a significant hill. And then the final one is the one that goes under the Half Moon Bridge of Tolgate. But these 3 runners, it's still between the 3 of them. It is not over.
As well as Teddy Dijana knew that he won the race at 40-foot cutting. He knows that the man behind him, or 2 behind him, almost won the race.
I would say,
so that's the urgency.
We can still come back in this. These 6 years that got me to
Imperial mile. And the comment in its early days was a 5 mile. There we go, 10 miles to go, 6 days to go. Very significant part of the race now. We're whirling stuff with you.
And he sees that I'm almost there.
None of it was any days to go. Decide the race.
Well, this is where the drama is at the 2025 Comrades Marathon. The top 3, Dijana, Motivi, and Viesma, all former winners. One of them is going to win in 2025.
We're going to look a little earlier at that battle between Maruki and Stelmach. Well, Maruki is now in 3rd position, and she leads Stelmach by some 30-odd seconds. So she managed to pull clear and take that 3rd position. So it'll be very interesting to see what Stelmach's response will be there, because it's another very experienced runner and someone that has also performed so well here. We saw her over the course of 2019 to 2024, finishing 2nd, 4th, and then 9th last year. It's so impressive just to see how much energy energy to wave, to send little hearts out to people, and it's just incredible. Yeah, but I think this is probably the last big challenge that you face on this course. I mean, roughly 70 kilometers in, it is a serious test for your mind and your body. But once you're over it, things get relatively easier. I mean, there's two small climbs to keep you honest and to test your mettle. That'll be in 45th Cutting and Tollgate. But looking pretty good at the moment. And I mean, Hasbro was just cruising up there. We'll perhaps see the gap open up a little bit now because Morris Over, like we've seen so often in this race, really grinds up the hills.
The British China has has made the break now that no TV. Being the third man is now big yes. Of which I'm not quite sure whether he's sticking to still into the launch. I mean, it's to feels like that because the way or the pace I think putting together is very fast and the reason I think a lot of items that I have there. So if it is to
Wow, 42 minutes on the clock is how long the elite women have been going for. In a pretty interesting race so far. We saw
the second
the
man
athlete
now
from
is
Zambia.
the second man of the moment
Front.
from the men's front. The second
Delivered to the owls. It's pretty impressive.
big VS one to the second position.
Challenge just the gap between first and second. But just makes you feel like, you know, things are not done and there's still plenty of racing to come.
Like these days.
Once again, we crossed to is absolutely just cruising along. It's just the difference in styles, but it just feels like a lot less energy is being expended by Hasbro.
Self right into the record books, matching or just 3 seconds behind John's record run into Kingsley. The race is a little bit longer here. We could have a dramatic run down to the finish. The first time we're finishing on the road next to People's Park in shadow of Moses Mabhida Stadium. That could be utterly riveting, so don't go away.
And many hours from now, we're going to see the slow runners showing you just how hard this section is because you're going to be looking at hundreds of people walking. These runners are showing just what incredible athletes they are, that they're able to churn out this pace after such a distance.
Well, he's looking strong, Steddy Jana. 14 kilometers to go. He has the lead by a couple of seconds from Pete Viesma. Edward McTeeby is in third place, and probably, unless Viesma suffers a really terrible last 10 Ks or so, probably going to have to settle for that and fight for it. But this man is going beautifully. 14 kilometers to go. 3 minutes 36 a kilometer. Phenomenal running. So Ete Dijana. And on the right-hand side, will the runners reaching Arthur's seat. And very many of them paying tribute, ensuring that they will have a good second half of the race. Some not. Here, that gentleman doffing his cap as he went past and putting it on. Others going past is saying, what's that all about? You best learn, and you will by the end of today. That's for sure. You're a good second half. Don't worry about the camera, worry about Arthur's seat. Here is Tete Dijana. Well, it looks as though Viesma might just be distant here in Walker, and you'll be joined by Muscle Body shortly. The athletes are going through Westport proper now, and this long downhill that Tete Tijana is on. He's certainly opened that gap on a Pete Viesma, but we saw the exact same thing happen back in 2023 when Viesma got dropped and came through to finish second, only 3 seconds behind Tijana on the day. Both men smashing that course record. There you can see Pete Viesma just at the back of the picture there, followed by Edward TV, and a lot of changes happening in the top 10 with these athletes making their way through Westport. The question is, has Tete gone too soon?
It's a very good question. And there's a bit of a score to be settled here. There's a bit of who's the best to be settled here because Tete Dijana was left hurting after the criticism he took following last year's 14th position finish. And so you can see he wants to put them away early. He doesn't want to leave it until the last 3 or 5 kilometers. But on the other hand, you see the Stain going faster some of the stronger male runners. And Linda there is coached by Babuli Mtolo. And former second place finisher here at Comrades Marathon, Linda running in the colors of Intiga.
Also one of the shortest men in the whole field, even shorter than Martin Nguyen. The team manager from Max Elite is Dion Ross. And the colors there of Excel Running Club, coached by Ntandeni Nene in Peter Maritzburg. And they've got a good company. It was actually back in 2023 that Hadestain passed Dion Ross on the day. And they just missed out a sub-6 hour clocking. So if he can hang on to the ponytails of Hadestain, Dion Ross, you are assured of a sub-6 hour performance. As Spectator Nsimbi Nene running a very fast 2:22 marathon back in May, perhaps showing that it was too close to Comrades, and he's now paying for that.
And Hadestain looking good as she just crests Kawi's Hill. It is more often than not the case that the first at the top of Kawi's Hill is the first over the finish line, and Hadestain securing yet another victory. And yet another victory with that man beside us, Andy Leovikalet. In the men's race, looks like it will be yet another, a third victory for Tete Dijana. As he powers forward, as he builds his lead over this last kilometer. The look over the shoulder is the look that looks for Pete Viesma. And he won't see him because Viesma is now disappearing behind him. And Tete Dijana, if he can just maintain now, you must think that the victory is assured.
Well, Tete Tijana has the comfort of that press truck in between him and Pete. And remember back in the days when Bruce Bordas used to just run behind the press truck, stalkers prey. Back then it was Hosea Charlie. If not, it was Mark Page. And he used to just
Bob
use that
Delamont.
press truck, Bob Delamont as well, and then just before he strikes. But there is Pete Viesma. That gap is not going to abate. And this race is far from over. The two Nedbank athletes in a ding-dong battle as they make their way towards a 45th passing. And we are in for a thriller of a finish to the 2025 Comrades Marathon. On the right-hand side of the picture, Hadestain cresting the top of Akawi's Hill and dropping a lot of those men. Very impressed with Sandile from Ikailetu Club, who ran step by step with her also in 2023. And this athlete in the colors of the Newcastle Harriers, running a very, very good Comrades. If these gentlemen can hang on to Hadestain, they are assured of that sub-6 hour.
And on the left, we saw some important tactics there from Tete Dijana. He went around the corner, and you want to do this even if you're running your local time trial. He went around the corner. He saw that Pete wouldn't be able to see him, and he accelerated. Every time you go around the corner, just accelerate so that when your opponent comes around the corner himself, he can't see you. You disappear even further into the distance so that he gives up. So he thinks you're too far ahead. And we saw that as he came around the corner, he accelerated and went downhill. And people come around and say, oh, this guy's moving further and further away. Maybe I should settle for second.
And the unfortunate thing for Tete right now is that every time he looks back just to see how far Pete is, he's got the pressure truck right there. You cannot see the man that is chasing. And as Bruce Willis used to always say, when you're feeling good, don't take the lead. When you're feeling good later, don't take the lead again. And only at the dying stage of the race, that's when you make the move. It's a lot easier for someone like Pete Wiersma to be chasing Tete rather than to be chased.
Interestingly, and as we mentioned, the average pace for the men is now 3:35. It was 3:38 about 6 or 7 kilometers ago. And it shows that during the business end of the Comrades Marathon, they dipped down to under 3:30, around about 3:25. And so this average pace record could fall here for the Asia.
It will be very interesting indeed as we saw Tete Ticana just grab one of his fluid bottles there from the thirsty elite stations. There in the background is Pete. He's still about to come around that corner. Tasting, looking very similar. You can see on the bottom right hand side of the picture, TV, a lot slower than the two athletes up front. And this is almost giving deja vu. This is a carbon copy of 2023.
Precisely what I was thinking. It's exactly like 2023 and pretty much at the same point of the race. It's a repeat, a three-peat. And this man here, Tete looking to do a three-peat, looking to win his third down run. And he'll look at the watch. And now, once you start getting to 4 hours and 45, you no longer count it in kilometers, you count it in minutes. You say, right, I need to run for half an hour. If I can maintain this pace for half an hour, which I've done every single day for years and years and years, then I'll get to that finish line first. And so start counting it in minutes, and half an hour is not more manageable than saying, oh, let me run 9 or 8 kilometers. Because now around about almost 10 kilometers to go. So this is where you need to focus if you're going to win the race.
Well, Tete Ticana, one final left turn, a little bit of a downhill as he makes his way to the right. On the left will be the Westwood Shopping Centre, and that is the start of 45th cutting. It'll be very interesting to see if the gap, if anything, goes smaller on the top of the 45th cutting. But then again, when you see Tete going onto the downhills, he hammers it. But he can't do too much damage. There is still 10 kilometers to go.
Speaking to him on Thursday, Marena Tete mentioned that he believes he's a better down runner than most of his opponents. He says he has some experience. He was very humble in the way he said it, but he says, I think I've got some experience over the down run. And I think that will serve me well. And so once they get past Fields Hill, as we saw, then they start to run. And if you can get safely down past Fields Hill without crashing your quads, through Pine Town and over Cowies, then they run hard. And that is the size of the lead now. Tete and Picture leads by 200 meters from Wiersma. Wiersma leads by 100 meters. What we saw in 2020
is about 7 years behind and Salma Sisterian. Talamar is in the 6th position, and Ifrit Transay is in the 5th position. Talam is in the 6th position. And if I look at the times, Ifrit Transay is it's around 30 minutes behind the going. And Kana, Australia, who's minimum is the same 40 minutes. So it means constant minimum apart. But actually, it's really less minutes. So it's structured or in seconds.
So it would be very interesting
So
to see
it's this you can touch and celebrate at this stage, leading in his feet.
is somewhat Mariki, the Kenyan running for Infika Running Club, her debut in the Comrades Marathon. Even more history. If she can finish in third place, she will be the first black female to finish on the podium at the Comrades Marathon. Now, for those of you watching our Crossing the Line channel, remember we have 3 dedicated channels here giving you wall-to-wall Comrades Marathon coverage here of the 2025 race. If you're watching the Crossing the Line channel, we do have a bit of a signal issue, which is why the names of those that are finishing, going through halfway at this point, because no one has finished yet, aren't showing. Dealing with the issue, we will try it as soon as we can. So just be patient with us as we give you those. So main feed is what you're watching now. There's a focus on the women's race on Superstar Variety B, which is channel 208, and Crossing the Line is on channel 199. You are watching channel 209 Supersport Variety 4. It's the 2025 Comrades Marathon. Another glance there at the watch by your race leader, Tete Moren Dikana, looking for his third win. And he was unhappy that he didn't pull it off last year because he wanted that green number. For the viewers looking at home, it does take 10.
I'm sure she's got her support on the side of the road, feeding her exactly what is happening behind her. I'm sure she'll be in the know that there's someone closing down on her. In the comrades. Boy, are we in for a finish. What a comfortable cushion was, and at this moment in time, it feels like the cushion is now gone. There you go. Yeah, the cushion's not so much of a cushion anymore. Herta's looking at her watch. So we've spoken about the fact that she keeps a firm grasp on exactly what is happening, kilometer by kilometer. Now, so if you look at the pacing, she certainly hasn't slowed. If anything, she's gotten quicker. So it's not as if she's slowing down and tiring and Morosova's catching her. It's just Morosova is just running that much better at this stage of the race. The 5-hour mark in this race. One just gets the feeling that the story is not yet done. Over the last 5Ks. Over now. She's been faring. 356 from 69.1 to 75Ks. Exactly 5 hours on the clock now, and it does seem as though the top two have pulled away quite substantially from the runner in third and below. He of Kenya. So from the camera shot, Maruki's quite a way back. She's still yet to come into Westville, while the other two are making their way down towards 45th cutting. So Maruki certainly looks very casual about things, the way her arm carriage and what have you. She almost looks like she's doing a training run out there.
Of course, there are a number of incentives as well. One being for breaking the record. So we're not expecting that to fall today. At the fact that the race is about 2 kilometers longer than the last one that we had. But we are looking at the average pace per kilometer, which most definitely is in danger. 874,000 rand for the win. The record would be 550,000. And that's the one we're talking about, the best average pace. And there's 500,000 for that one. South African athlete, another 220,000. Pays it an athlete, huge. And then the Celsius spot of 50,000 rand.
So Gad is making her way now towards cutting, and this is quite a straight stretch of road. So I'm sure Marisoga behind can see this Toyota lead vehicle. Whether she can actually see Gada, but she'll certainly be able to see the lead vehicle, I'm sure, at this stage. Rover is certainly showing no signs of tiring here. She's running strongly, and I think I've got a feeling she's closing that gap slowly. So yeah, I do think she is. She's moving so smoothly on the downhills. I think she might battle coming back, climbing up to 45 cutting. It's quite a steep little climb up, and she doesn't seem to be taking the inclines very well. And I think once she's down and over the other side, she's just moving that much quicker than kind of staying at this stage. It's Comrades, isn't it? But anyway, we're based at the People's Park. This year with Comrades, it's the first time that they've got a street finish. And I've just been out there, and the atmosphere and the people lined up right around the street towards Kingsmead, where it used to finish, is unbelievable. It's just like, yeah, and a lot of people were concerned that it would not be quite the same, but I just think it's fabulous. And the families are pouring in. So if you're near the People's Park at the stadium, it's quite exciting to come down and watch, because I think the men's race will be finishing shortly. Yeah, I think it allowed the crowds to be right on the finishing kind of advertising boards. So it brings the people right down onto the finish and just makes the atmosphere at the finish that much more exciting as well. Yeah, and I think I can hear the speakers engaging with the crowd and asking youngsters if they win this race one day and making announcements. So it's a whole new different vibe. Yeah, you can hear the vibe is increasing more so with every minute out there. So we're just now with running down towards Westwood Shopping Centre, and then there's quite a lot of the road will narrow a little bit, and then that we're testing her up to 45 cutting. Yeah, so Gad has just grabbed one of her personalised drinks there, and she's got a gel. She needs to get everything in now for this final push. Yeah. This is going to be an incredible test of Vada, because I think that gap is 730 meters, which doesn't take it. It's just been slowly eaten away, and it's a cushion, but it's not a big one. Yeah, it's certainly a cushion, but it's still a long way to go. And
to his name, he's an 8th. So that entire top 10 has men who have been there and done it before, underlining the importance of experience when you want to claim a Comrade Marathon gold medal.
I wish Tete wouldn't keep looking at his watch. There's no point in looking at your watch. It's not going to be a record. You just run to win. Just run to win. And what you do there is don't look at your watch, just run and use gravity, use as much. Cut the tangents, cut the corners when you can. Use the protection of the lead vehicles to hide you from the runner who's chasing you so that it looks as if you're further ahead than you actually are. And this is a terribly tough part of the race. It's what I call the concrete canyon. The concrete canyon of the rear. There is very little crowd support. The sun is bouncing off the tar. It is relentless, and it's just these walls on either side of you that seem to push the heat towards you. And he's going to have to just work as hard as he can. Pretend the runner's right behind you and just go. You have to go as hard as you can. I'm glad to see he's not looking around like he used to.
The telling sign there, 75 to 80 was the second fastest split of his entire Comrades marathon for Dededijana. So he ran 3:37 per kilometer for 75 to 81, meaning that he's working hard, as you say, he's finishing fast. And as he's finishing fast, the others are going up and over past Arthur's seat. And this one here is sub 11 hours, I think.
Yeah, they're all beating Arthur as they should do. But isn't it amazing to think how long ago it was that our leaders were at Arthur's seat? And now he's going across to get his drink. Oh, there's an art to being a good second as well, and that is to hold the bottle out very lightly so the runner can snatch it from him. But I don't like the fact that he's veering across the road. Use the shortest bend. Cut the tangent. And now he's doing it. Cut the distance because you give the other runner 10 meters and they've got great hope.
And Dick Piersma
He's there.
is disappearing, is still there, but that lead is certainly grown on the downhill section on the backside of this hill in Berea. And so I think that this is going according to his strategy. I mentioned that he is a good down runner, and every time they go downhill, he presses on the accelerator, and he just is away from Pete Piersma. Pete Piersma is going to have to work really, really hard to catch him now. And I think, is that the look of a spent man? Can this man fight back?
That is the look of Pete Piersma. He doesn't give you anything. That look he had at the beginning, at the start, before when they were listening to Chariots of Fire, that did nothing. He's the only runner in the field who didn't get goosebumps. He's the ice cold, calculating runner. It is not over. It's not over. He's probably starting to give up hope, but you never know. He's just going to keep on pushing. This is one of the mind tricks you play with yourself. Is 6Ks to go. You say, okay, but the last K doesn't count. Because the last K is the glory. The last K, I'm going to be crying. I'm going to have a lump in my throat. So I'll be lifted by the crowd. So it's 5. That's what I'll be saying to myself if I was teacher.
Pete Piersma, victor in 2024, second place in 2023. It could be a repeat, deja vu of 2 years ago, when he clawed his way back over the final 6 kilometers, but didn't have enough to catch Tijana, lost by 3 seconds. He's down by 43. Tijana is in front of him, but Tijana has a point of group, a reason to win, a small little loss. Yeah, showing it the way that he's
hunting each other. And if she
He's
don't
running like somebody in the game, left, but of course, that's the comment. Anything can happen. There's the trophy waiting for him. That trophy. Unbelievable. So emotional to they don't let you take it over. They offer underneath it when you put it up in the air in case you drop it and damages. Well, it was about 2 feet. And that gets back to your level. But right, but he was chosen to be the wonderful.
He knows how to time a race. He knows how to time a race.
You know what, the prize money, of course, I'm a little envious. I didn't have money in our day, but you spend the prize money. You don't have a huge family that spends the prize money for you. It's around the bottom, I don't know, a car or whatever. It's gone. Which is this medallion that says you won 2025.
Jerviston Kelly's now based down in the Eastern Cape.
3 times a down winner, Alan Robb. The first man to break 5.5 hours. And he's a phenomenal run in 1978. I have a newspaper article which I cut out because I finished 14th and my name was there. I was so chuffed to have my name in the newspaper. But the photograph next to that is a picture of Alan in the showers at Kingsmead when it finished Kingsmead that year. And his vest is hanging on a peg, and he's got his number on it, 1704, and the headline was, and nobody else has finished. Won by 20 minutes. Those days are gone. No one is going to win by 20 minutes anymore.
But it's those days that have built the tradition and history of the Comrades Marathon. Fusi Nhlapo, remember him who won it in the early 2000s? He's there as well. The great Sean Micklejohn, who has never finished a Comrades Marathon with less than a silver medal, even in his 60s, 2 years ago, running 7:19, a 60-plus-year-old Sean Micklejohn.
Sean Micklejohn, one of the unannounced greats of the race. I mean, to have so many runs and your worst medal is the silver.
Dijana is approaching the finish line. He's going to take the rose, and that rose that he will get is from the Cobra, double Olympic champion, Casta Semenya. There she is wearing her cap, and she will hand over the rose, the 800-meter star, to Dijana. And good to see her involved because many of the kids that she works with through her Maasai club also involved in cross country and so forth, and maybe some of them going on to run Comrades one day.
Who knows? And maybe some of them going on to become Comrades champions. But it's not over yet. He still has 3 or 4 kilometers to go. It's going to nearly break his heart to go past Kingsmead, where the down run used to finish. And now he's going to have to go past that and run towards us at People's Park. It's another couple of kilometers, and you're really hanging in now, just hanging in. And I hope that they still have the baton, that they hand the race winner the baton. The baton is a little baton. Inside it is a rolled up letter from the mayor of the one city that you live to the mayor of the city that you're arriving at. And to carry that baton, when Tete won his first Comrades, when he got the baton, and I understand it, it's like a magic wand. It's like Excalibur coming out of the lake. It just tears your arm up into the air.
Yeah, this is similar to 2023.
Without exception, they always lift that baton into the air now as we watch this men's race. To give you an idea of the women's race, what we want to do is tell you what's happening there and come back to the business end of this men's race and tell you whether or not Jesma will be able to catch Tetiana. There they are. Gerda Steyn has led since about halfway as she went past the Zambian Elizabeth Mukoroma. In second place and looking stronger as the race is progressed is Alexandra Morosova of the Nedbank Running Club. And Shelmith Mewiki looking to make history today as she runs in the colours of Nsiga to become the first Kenyan to finish on the podium here in the women's race at Comrades, but also the first black female doing a podium finish at the Comrades Marathon.
Amazing. And I think that Cheddar is on an unknown hill on Huntly's Hill, which was one of my favorites. It's never mentioned, but I loved it because there's a certain point you can look behind you and you can see, is there anybody coming? There's a long sweep and you can have a good look. And you can also look, I can say like that, look at it and look as if you're not looking. There's a way, because you don't want to show fear to your opposition. But Tete now coming towards what would be Kingsmead, he's going to have to do a left-hand turn and run towards. He still has quite a lot of running to do, but he's looking as if he's got it under control.
Edishana has been running from Pietermaritzburg, and now he's in Durban, the city of eThekwini, as the fans, the throngs, the people line the streets, calling him home. They know him because every time we run down from Pietermaritzburg to Durban, it is Edishana who is somewhere close to the sharp end of the field, looking to win a third Comrades Marathon title, a third down run title. Can anyone stop him now? Pete Jesma is moving further and further back into the distance. In fact, we can no longer see him. Edishana looks like he has this race wrapped up.
Looks like he's got it. What I say at this point to all the runners, but particularly novices, when you have about 3 or 4 kilometers to go, try and freeze the moment. Try and remember it forever. Try and remember what it was like to be finishing the Comrades. In Tete's case, to be winning the Comrades Marathon. And what you do, you freeze that moment. You remember what it was like. And if you're ever feeling depressed or lonely or maybe disappointed with yourself, you can freeze this moment on this road and say, I once finished the Comrades Marathon. Or I once won the Comrades Marathon. And you can feel quite a lot prouder and better of yourself. Just say, I did this thing. Out there behind them are thousands of runners who are surrounded by thousands of other runners who are so alone. They are alone. because only one person is going to get you to the finish. And that person is a person you deeply admire and greatly respect, and you meet them on the road to the finish, and that person is yourself. And he's about to do it. I think he's got this race. It's not over. The one thing about him is he never allows his opponent to relax, never allows him to savor the moment, never allows him to say, I'm going to win. Tete's going to have to work all the way to the final straight.
It's almost 11 kilometers since he took the lead. And Piesma has never been more than a minute behind. He has been lurking there and constantly a reminder to Tete Dijana that this race is not over. They'll turn.
You had a little look there. That's the left turn. That's the left turn. Don't relax. It is not over, Tete. It is not over. You know, there's just hovering like a vulture in the background, waiting to fly onto the course if anything goes wrong. It's not over. He never allows you to relax. Tete now has got to run, and this is the longest. I took some novices through, as I said a couple of days ago, and this goes on forever. I remember Anne Ashworth told us when she won in 2018, she ran this stretch and she could see Moses Mabhida, which was the end. She looked down at the ground and she didn't look up, and she ran for as long as she could, staring at the tar. And then she looked up, hoping to be nearly there, and she said Moses Mabhida had got further away. It hadn't got any closer. It is an interminable last couple of kilometers.
There is Pete Piesma. You can see him coming up in the shadows there, in the palm trees. Dijana. He's tired. He's exhausted. He's run a tactical race. It was a slow pace by that main bunch. As Annalena Concorde charged out, they managed their pace, this group. These two men were very prominent in that group. Pete Piesma and Dijana, who's waving it, who's celebrating perhaps. Maybe premature, because Pete Piesma has just gone past the Moth Club and the Old Fort, and this man can fight. And Tete Dijana knows only too well. 2 years ago, he turned into Kingsmead Cricket Ground on his right-hand side there, with he thought Pete Piesma way behind him. He finished 3 seconds behind him. That's the drama that could well still unfold here as they head towards Peter's Park. Gone is the fastest average time record. That won't happen for Tete Dijana. 5 hours 18:47 he had to run in order to break a average time record of 3 minutes 34.8. It has still been a phenomenal run, and that perhaps speaks to the conservative approach of this bunch when Concorde went.
And it's warm, Gerald. It's warm here. It's not going to be conducive to really fast running. And if you had to say to any of these leaders, you're going to run the slowest time in the last 20 years, but we're going to give you the win, they would take it immediately. The key with Comrades is, first of all, finish. Never become arrogant. First of all, finish. Then try and finish in the top 10 if you want to do runs. Then try and win it. And lastly, and that's the biggest bonus of all, look at the record. But rather make sure that you win it.
On the right-hand side, Pete Piesma, implacable, absolutely expressionless from the start all the way down into Durban here. He has not given anything away. He sat at the back of that main bunch, conserved his energy, made sure the others did the work when needed. And here he is. He's just constantly tipping away, ticking off those kilometers. Perhaps getting a little bit closer. He knows Dijana is highly motivated to make it another down window for Dijana. Not sure where he's gone off, but there. Yes, man. Grabs the last bit of water over his head and keeping a very warm day in Durban. The racing has been next level hot. Oh, we believe that Tete Dijana has left the here he comes. Here he comes. So first off, now we know we are closing in on the People's Park and the first road finish of the historic Comrades Marathon. Dijana looks over his shoulder. The crowds at the finish know what's happening. They know a hero, a star, is closing another finish. Oh, it's coming again.
Oh my goodness, I can't stand it. The camera might have foreshortened the gap. This is not over. This is not over.
He looks over his shoulder. Tete Dijana one more time in his watch. And Biesma from the Netherlands is coming. He wants to make it back to back. Upward last year. He wants it down win this year.
But it's deja vu. It's unbelievable. The same as 2 years ago. Exactly the same finish. Unbelievable. It is not over.
It is a bit of an optical illusion. That
Yes.
gap looks a lot closer than it probably is in reality. But never mind. For Tete Dijana, he can feel his breath on his neck. He can feel him. He can hear him panting. He can hear his footsteps. He knows he's coming. He's got to focus.
Pete Piersma is picking up the pace. He is picking up the pace. He's attacking. He is attacking.
Yeah.
This gap has closed markedly in the last few
It's
Tete Dijana is being fought.
like
He's been up and down here in the last kilometre of this race. It is high drama and repeat what happened a couple of years ago.
Don't turn around, just run as hard as you can.
He's acknowledging. Because underneath that Toyota bridge. Now that gap.
It's really important for Jojo.
My goodness.
Him all the way to the line. Here we go again. It's a straight run. He can see over his shoulder all the way to the finish here.
Cool. Same race.
What a rivalry. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's a serious rivalry.
He pushes hard now, Tete Dijana.
You see the advertising warnings, you know you're getting better. Pete Piersma is flying. He is flying.
He's closing in is the 2024 champion, the two-time down run champion, Tete Dijana. Looks once more over his shoulder, and we'll see the figure of Pete Piersma coming. He's into the last kilometre here, and he's Tete Dijana. Deeply disappointed with this run a year ago when he finished 14th. This has been a redemption run for Morena Tete Dijana. Running fearlessly.
I think he's going to use the energy that is provided by the crowd. This is the moves. Not good.
Double Olympic champion, Casa Semenya. And Tete Dijana is looking over his shoulder. He doesn't need to know any longer. He looks as though he's on his way to a third win in the down run here at the Comrades. A brilliant run. Nation, pace to perfection. He sat for the main contenders. Made his break when necessary. Didn't feel till through time time, and he's got away from Pete Piersma. The run of his life. The champion again is Tete Dijana. It's been very, very close. Bold challenge from the man who won the up run last year, but it is Tete Dijana which surged towards the finish line here. He takes that baton.
Go on, raise it.
Here's a kiss. The message from the mayor of Pietermaritzburg, traditional to the mayor of Durban. It's been going for 98 years. And here we go, onto the final few meters. Tete Dijana, the pride of Mahikeng, the champion of the down run. He joins an elite group of the three runners who have won 3 down runs. Tete Dijana, champion of the Comrades Marathon in 2025.
Wow, what a rivalry. Wow. Exactly the same advice.
2023.
Brought the drama, the excitement, and what a race we've had between these two wonderful rivals. A race of the ages between two great down runners. Well, Nikolai Volkov is the man coming in to the finish as the third place runner. Another man who's run well within himself throughout this race. He was in that main bunch and he kept his powder dry and has surged through the field. We see this very often. He'll be third over the line in the Comrades Marathon down run here in 2025.
And what a great run from him. He really has time to Well, on the podium, fantastic.
Whether
And
others
Edward
see
Mutibi,
me
former champion, was there with
in
Teddy
the
John and Reed
contenders,
Upfield, couldn't match that pace. And Piers
oh,
saw to
Edward
him.
McKee is
And now
coming in
Nikolai
there.
Volkov has run an exceptionally fast
I think
last 15
he's
kilometers
he
to
finished
put himself on the podium here. One of a big group of runners from overseas who come to challenge, and every year we see them, and every year they come and perform. And he will make it 2 international runners in the top 3 of this year's Comrades Marathon, finishing behind DPS and our winner and our champion in the 2025, Teddy Dijana. Coming out and taking on the Comrades Marathon from international destinations is a very challenging task, and these international runners just phenomenal. And we said before the race, there is always someone who pops up in the top 10 who you haven't really thought about, and he is definitely one of those runners. What a fantastic run, 3rd place. Guarantee you he's back next year. Because once you get third, you believe you can win it. Oh, he's suffering now. There's the guy Volkov. He's empty the tank. He's put everything out there, and he only has a few meters to go. He never mind that Edward Mutibi in 4th place is probably around about 30 seconds behind him. But that is the effort. It's a hot day in Durban. It's been warm all day. Nutrition and hydration be critical. You miss 1 or 2 of those, you can really suffer. But Nikolai Volkov is there. There's Edward Mutibi. And Manieri is behind him. Jonas Manieri gets another gold medal. Another, but he's one of those who you need some win. That nice one for Slovenia. Olympic champion in 2012 and 2016 over the 800 meters, and iconic figure in South African sports legacy. Wonderful to have a part of the Comrades next one day run. Volkov looks over his shoulder. It's been a very tough last couple of kilometers. This over this dead straight run to the finish line. Moses Mabhida Stadium just gets further and further up the north coast as you get closer to it. But that's what it feels like, I'm sure. He's really hanging in. You're going to see what the effort, how intense his effort was when he crosses the finish line, because then he will show exactly what it took. Now he acknowledges the crowd around this finish area and the people's part. But haven't they come out, the people of South Africa, to celebrate all these athletes, these elite athletes and their phenomenal achievements. And this man is going to finish in 3rd place in the 2025 Comrades Marathon. It is Nikolai Volkov crosses the line and he's on the podium as the 3rd place finisher, and he will collapse. That shows you just the effort that was involved in fighting for that 3rd place. You don't pass it was the TV. That's a huge effort, and you can see what it's costing. You see the emotion, unbelievable what it feels like when you suddenly realize I've done it. Edward Mutibi. Edward Mutibi, past champion, multiple gold medalists, coming in for yet another great run, 4th place. 19 Comrades Marathon champion. Alex Rose from Castor Semenya. Well, he was in the mix, that is for sure. He and his team at Dijana. While it looked like he and Dijana, as we saw 93, was encouraging him to stay with him so they could maybe break the elastic back to beat Viesma. It wasn't to be. But Yeti, another gold medal for the super athlete. You lose and win. But he smiles and he knows. Where's Costa?
I'm so happy for my Eddie. I'm so happy. I just like his consistency.
Costa still has the work to do. Top 10 men, top 10 women. And brave run, hanging with the pace. He knows what it's like to win. celebrated.
We talked
As he crosses the line now.
times he has been in top 5. I don't have how I need to check that, but I think it improves.
Give it his
Performance.
Split gold medal for Edward Matulu. What a great run. Next year. Green number, he'll be wearing a green number next year because he's got 5 gold medals. Look what it means.
I like the chemistry between the two. Matulu and did it each other. Wow.
Jana lifting up the caduceus. Ancient symbol.
But I'm seeing on the other side, on the women's race,
TV.
is still leading.
I think Milne ran into the top 10
900
last
meters
year
left.
as well. With a phenomenal back end of the race from the
Yes,
UK.
on the second
Yep.
woman, who is
Yeah,
Alexander
yeah,
Moldova,
and
and the
David
second woman
Kennedy.
is about 3 kilometers
That is
away
astonishing.
from the hill.
I'm back.
So the even now, I think I
Nothing,
need to
no question about it, but he certainly played a great with Alex Milne from the United Kingdom.
but
Yeah,
if you're
and
quite
the runners
close to
don't,
the finish line now, I will switch off in no time. Yeah, Alexander Moldova has been linked as
The has speed and he's showing that. Look what a great finish and a big smile. He knows he's got it. Another gold medal, another fantastic run.
You clearly at the
What a
London
phenomenal
Marathon that he
run,
was
but
in position to produce something special here at the Comrades Marathon. And again, a
I'm
man
not quite sure
who
whether
wasn't in
she
that contender group at halfway, but has run himself conservatively over the first half and aggressively over the second half to put himself into the top 10 and very impressively so. Very, very good run by the Englishman Alex Milne. It makes heroes of everyone this event. It thrusts the superstars or the average runners into superstardom regardless of where you finish this race. But Alex Milne can go back to the United Kingdom and say, I finished in the top 6 at the Comrades Marathon, and he will be treated as a real superstar.
last year, this time, he was Alex Milne. He finished
Well, and Alex Milne looking fresh and strong. But
This is a man
significantly.
somebody tells me that he was
Really, from his
Disney.
second
Yeah,
position
but
down, he's been top 5 for
telling everyone back. I'm a former champion. I'm
the
a record
season
holder for the
Alex
down run.
Milne.
I can't win it anymore, but I'm back.
So he's
9
he's
years
won the
after
Super
he
League.
won it, phenomenal run. No wonder
That was
he's
a
so
phenomenal
pleased. No
run.
wonder. He should be absolutely delighted.
Great.
There has been a lot of changes in
That's
this
what you want to
in
see.
this
He's
season.
given everything.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't have to be number 1 to be a winner. That's a great example. That is a massive winner for David Podium.
Yeah, that's a massive one for David Podium. When his age, yeah,
So,
he has been there.
Top contenders there.
Yes,
PPS was already removed from his shoes. And of those bleeding toenails that Bruce was referring to a little bit earlier. Look at him. He's still expressionless. He's finished second by seconds again on the down run. He'll be disappointed as a champion of a year ago. But he delivered drama, the likes of which we haven't seen for 2 years.
And now the last few gold medals, the last precious few gold medals.
Let's hear from the Our 2025 Comrades Marathon men's winner. Redemption, you said we must expect the unexpected. What's this unexpected?
Yes, because before we leave the camp on Thursday, we had a word with the coach and he explained everything and give us the speed and for us to study the speed. But automatically, race, to the race, we came with the race plane. So, but right from my 15, I was very light and I could see that my space 30 kilometers was a little bit harder. didn't get enough rest yesterday. I think anxiety or something. Yeah. I'm sure after last year's happenings, that the anxiety must have kicked in hard. We pushed you once again to right the very end. I mean, I know you kept looking back. You wanted at any stage to get you. No. Because I think last time I saw you accelerated a little bit, and then I could see that last time it took you is still far. Yeah, it was under control. What does it mean for you to win your third comrades marathon? Corrections. I saw your partner.
That was a phenomenal.
Just missed out on
the
third
decision.
place.
Wow,
Let's get started with TVQ. Ready?
he's writing himself in. He's writing his name. Institute. It's not.
Did it that today. Oh yes, OJ, oh yes. I'm so proud of myself. Today was not a good day for me. I was fit, I was ready. Only the time when you run, you don't know what to expect. 20 days to go, I start cramping. I hold on and I told Tete, because he came back to me when he saw me, I'm not coming back to him. Asked me, brother, what's going on? I said, man, I'm getting cramps each and every time, so I don't think I'll be good to run with you. So if you have a chance to go, just go. And he did exactly that. So let me take this opportunity to thank everybody who supported us from the beginning. Network Running Club, our sponsors, Nike, Biogen, and Future Life, the people behind me, my wife at home, spending so much time from home, going for camp. Again, let me have this chance and say thank you to Impala. Impala is a very big role to me. They give me a sports leave to go and prepare the whole 6 days, those 8 weeks. No company can do that for me. So I appreciate so much Impala, the Department of Instrumentation. Just about me so now. Friday, as always, congratulations. You just missed out on that podium finish, but top 5 once again. I'm going to go down to beat. It's a great race. A great race. Once again, that was tight once again between you and David. Yeah, I mean, it's true. It's anyway, it's almost a copy of 2 years ago. I mean, some things were definitely different. Like, I feel like I was saying before, like, I feel like I'm a much better athlete than 2 years ago. I've done better training. I'm running full time now. But it was just, it was just 100% today. I barely slept the last 3 nights. Had stomach issues. I think I got some food poisoning 2 days ago, and I feel like I recovered this morning, but it wasn't 100%. And just was the best today, and so it was. It's been a great rivalry between the two of you. I'm sure we'll see you again back next year. Yeah, I'll obviously be back. I mean, Tete is really the down ranking right now, but I hope I can be the up ranking next year. So, well done. Thank you.
Wonderful insight from our runners there. Just getting an idea of how they came into this race. Stomach issues for Veersman. They transpun with TB on the run. This is the queen of the comrades, Ada Steyn, and she is having to work really, really hard here at the deep end of the race. For Ada Steyn, at the head of the race, around 3 kilometers to go. Also, there is your chasing woman, Alexandra Morozova. She had closed the gap a little bit to Sherwood, bringing it down to 2 minutes and 56 seconds, but it has gone up again to 3 minutes and 35 seconds. Is Morozova behind Steyn? So I think Steyn has this race sewn up. She's got one final left turn onto Masabalala Younger Avenue, where it is a longer 2 kilometer straight. And we will see 2 women finishing under the magical 6 hours today at the Comrades Marathon. And not only that, but I think both women will run under the average record pace. So another 500,000 rand to go to Steyn, alongside that 874,000 rand first prize. And making history in 3rd place, the Kenyan Shalmut Mariki, never run this far in her life.
Further, she had run before this was the Two Oceans 56 km, where she's a past podium finisher in third. So there are a lot of records being broken here today in the Comrade Marathon, and a lot of history being made.
Well, I think what we're seeing is the stain effect and how she is raising the bar. Runners know now what they need to do, how they need to prepare in order to try and compete with this superstar. And they're raising the game. She's the pathfinder, she's the beacon that they look for. And I think we've seen the effect now. This is a much deeper field, probably the most competitive field we've seen in many, many years. And the Gerda Steyn still looking like she's going to prevail here. But the competition is getting closer.
As you can see, Steyn making her way closer and closer to the finish line. There's almost a spring, to speak, in her step, and she is on pace for that average record time. For the viewers at home wondering, the 2023 Comrades Marathon, where Gerda set that record of 5:44, 2 kilometers shorter than this year's race, but the new finish venue. So the pace required to run the same that she would have in 2023 was a pace of 3:55 per kilometer, which would give her a finishing time of 5:55. As she made her way through the 86-kilometer mark, the projected tempo for Steyn was 5 hours and 50 minutes and 58 seconds. So Steyn well under that, as well as Morozova, who's running in second. So with those stops that we saw earlier during the race by Morozova after the halfway, which was having those cramping episodes, a great run still for the Russians.
Absolutely, showing the courage, the determination, the confidence to back herself, to know that she can get through those problems. Lesser runners might have faded, but she said, I can do this, and closed that gap to around 2.5 minutes to Gerda. But ultimately, Gerda just opening up a little, coming over the barrier and down into the city, and seemingly putting this one to bed.
And to show it into perspective, Steyn now is running past the Kingsmead Cricket Stadium, where the race finished in 2023. That took now 5 hours and 43 minutes. She was well on pace to run even quicker than she did back in 2023. But that beautiful women's trophy that you see on the right-hand side, that has Gerda Steyn's name a couple times already on the trophy. I'm sure the engraver is busy engraving the name right now.
Well, she is the smiling assessor, but I can tell you what, she is deep, deep in the pain cave right now is Gerda Steyn, because she has had to push herself so hard in brutally tough conditions here. Some great names. She'll be back on that list. Helen Luca, part of our commentary team, and a triple back-to-back winner here, a hat-trick winner, and Gerda Steyn is going to join that group here today.
And leading her on Masabalala Yengwe Avenue, the athlete of the colours of Nsika, that is Malusi Omo, versus the fittest soldier in the country, a member of the SA National Defence Force, and showing that he knows a thing or two about road running. Yet another sub-6-hour performance by Omo, who is based in KZN. And the Ikayaletu AC's Sandile has been with the Steyn from the word go, just as he did back in 2023. But look at that mouth wide open now by Steyn. She is really, really hurting. We are in the dying stages of the 2025 Comrades Marathon.
This has been another exemplary run from the superstar that is Gerda Steyn, a Two Oceans Marathon winner again earlier this year, backing it up once again as she has done, winning up. But the expression tells you that this has hurt. This has been a really, really big effort from Gerda Steyn. Not that anyone isn't, but you sense that she's had to go very, very deep today. Closing in on that finish, and he has been alongside her all the way.
Well, Sandile Kumalo there in Ikayaletu colours. And our co-commentator Mosibodi says he's run a 6:02 and 6 hours and 13 seconds. So well on his way to get that coveted Wally Hayward for a sub-6-hour finish.
It's elusive. It's a tough one. Reminder that there's great action. The women's doubles final is on live now on Supersport Tennis, and that's at Roland Garros, the first of the second of the Grand Slams in tennis, and the men's final comes later on today. But that is all unfolding on the World Champions. Well, there's no greater champion in women's distance running than Gerda Steyn. And she is putting the last few blocks together on the way to another historic win at the Comrades Marathon as she climbs steadily up the ladder of winners here.
Vanele there in the colors of Ensika, that yellow on his race number indicating that he is doing his 10th run, and a great performance there as well by Musa Azweni in the colors of Pan-African Resources. Solicitor Mandua in the colors of Ensika, gold medalist in the 2022 Comrades Marathon, and this just shows how fast Gerda Steyn has performed today, catching a lot of these elite men way up front earlier on in the race, but having run many a race up and down the Sabalala Yangwe Avenue in Durban, this road is a staple for KwaZulu-Natal road races, and when you run on it, it just goes on and on and on, and it feels like it's just never going to end. And I'm sure Gerda must be thinking, where is this finish line?
Well, the finish line is closing in, and Gerda Steyn is closing in on that finish line. Moses Mabhida Stadium might sit on wheels, and it's getting blown up the Gold Coast and away from them. They just won't come any closer. But she is on her way. So thought that maybe this Alexander Moses in the past. Strong than ever this year, but graceful in the acknowledgement of all of that competition and the determination of her fellow runners. It is Gerda Steyn who dug deeper and harder perhaps than many years before and has pushed herself to the limit, to the absolute limit here. She's put in all those hours of work on the flats and the heat of the Middle East and the alpine heights and summits, from Boerdeville to Cape Town and Dubai to Livigno, and she brings it back home to the race she holds dearest to her, the Comrades Marathon, and delivers another absolutely supreme performance. Particularly for Gerda, she finishes in People's Park because she is the people's champion. She's beloved by all these fans. She's taken distance running from a small paragraph on the back page of the newspapers to banner headlines by her achievements. Rewriting the record books has Gerda Steyn that the Comrades Marathon, not just for herself, it elevated the rest of the women's race. We saw last year 6 hours under 4 minutes was a little bit when on many of the previous updates. Gerda Steyn coming to they're getting the rose from Acosta Semenya, Olympic champion over the 800 meters. And here comes the smile. Well, the rose did the trick, wasn't it? She was grimacing and she dug so deep, and the rose was there, and that's confirmation. This is it. I am the first woman to receive the rose there. I'm going to win this race. And Gerda Steyn is on her way to writing her name into the history books here. 6-2 Oceans Marathon. There she goes. She counts 4 Comrades Marathon. A monumental achievement. But it's the manner in which she's done it that has drawn her into our hearts. She's been embraced, and she has embraced the road running fraternity. She throws the rose away in elation and excitement, and the sheer celebration as she takes the message from the mayor and heads towards the finish line. That deep connection with the runners, the smile, the acknowledgement, the fact she is the inspirational pathfinder for the next generation, but they can't catch her. Defying belief, she is the champion. She is the queen. It is Gerda Steyn again at the Comrades Marathon in 2025. That's four. Let us say the champion.
Wow. He did the sub six again this year.
Very happy minister there. 5 hours and 51 minutes is what it took before Saturday to take victory in the 2025 Comrades Marathon. And not so long, we'll see the Russian athlete Alexandra Morozova coming through. 2 women under 6 hours.
And what an amazing athlete. There's no question she was under real pressure. And she knew it and had to dig deep over these last 10, 15 kilometers to see what was
She was
a great threat from Alexandra Morozova, who was in great form and great competition to the down run once again. A champion of the year in the Moses Mabhida Stadium a couple of years ago, now finishing second to Canada State.
And after having many issues just after the last point, the cramping the palms and hamstrings, has really kept it under the average record pace of 5 hours and 55 minutes. And the passing many of these top elite men, we saw the Nedbank athlete just behind Morozova. That was Johannes Mkhetla, also known as size 12, a very big feat on that gentleman, having 2 gold medals in the previous 2 down runs. And you can see a very painful Mkhetla cream all over his legs, indicating that he's had some cramps. Morozova now makes her way underneath that Argyle Road crossover bridge, and she's got around 400 meters to go. The Russian athlete going to break 6 hours, and hats off to Alexandra Morozova, her 7th Comrades and the 6th time that she finishes on the podium.
Yeah, an amazing run by Morozova. These two, well, they are both seasoned, experienced runners. We saw the novices going up early, pushing the pace, but it takes years of experience and now Santain to come through at this level. Morozova, she knew what she was up against. She knew this was going to be a very, very tough race to win. And she's done the next best thing. And that is to come in second place. And glance at her watch. Well, never mind the time, Alexander. It has been a phenomenal run here. Now she smiles. It smiles at her and stay. Well, she can jog just a little down to the crowd. Amazing.
Shadow Stein, the queen of the Comrades Marathon. And there is Duncan, her husband, waiting for Heather to come back across the line. And we saw him numerous times out on the route, seconding his wife. And that will be a very welcome embrace.
Big hug from her mother. Most of escorts are across the finish line. Congratulations from husband Duncan for Canada Stain. Alexandra Morozova closes in on that finish, and my word, it's a long run into the finish here. It's 89.98 kilometers from Pietermaritzburg, but it feels like about 98 kilometers from the left turn. And we can bring that state in the Moses Mabhida into sight. But then the surge onto the artificial grass and under the arch to finish in second place for Alexandra Morozova. Second at Comrades in 2025. Just outside that 5:55 flat, but that won't bother her in the least. Second place is a wonderful performance.
Well, great performance there by Morozova as we go back now to the third athlete This is the Kenyan Shelmet Maruki in the colours of Insika International, and she's running down Old Fort Road on her way to a podium finish. But the question is, can she hold off the women that are coming from behind? Dominika Stelmach, the net from Poland, was just over 3 minutes down, a kilometre or two ago. South Africa's Vet van Zyl just behind Stelmach in fifth. Coming through really strong in sixth. So Ricky mustn't relax too much, Mosimodi, because she's got the who's who of ultramarathon running in the woman breathing down her neck.
Ricky looking to make history, and this is something that will make Kamazela Bamkize at the Nsiga Athletics Club very happy, because she will become the first Kenyan woman on a podium at Comrades. She'll also become the first black woman on the podium at Comrades. But she has to hold on, and she looks over her shoulder. Mariki, who won the City to City 50-kilometer ultramarathon last year. It was a down run, or an up run, shall I say, from the nation's capital to Johannesburg. She's feeling the pain with every turn. She glances over the shoulder. They're closing in on her. She knows that she has to hold on a little bit longer, so she says her prayer, and you can see the eyes, the pupils dilated, deep in concentration. Miriki is a very good performer over 50 kilometers. This is the first real long test, and she's passing it with flying colors. Can she hold on?
And a smile on her face as she makes her way past the old Comrades Marathon finish at Kingsmead. So she also could have been a sub 6 hour performer on the old course. But back to a fourth woman, and this is Dominika Stelmach. So she is not going to close that gap. She is still on Old Fort Road. She has not made that left turn yet onto Masamalala Yagwa Avenue. But right now, positions 3, 4, and number 6, the leading veteran athletes, that 40 years age tag on the number. Behind them, Vet van Zyl, just behind Dominika Stelmach, Paula Molinaro coming through, and a strong showing by the local KZN athletes, the Janet Mbele, doing it for not only South Africa, but KZN, flying in 7th position so far.
As she looks at her, he's going past. And in the attempts to try and win that body hate with keeps plugging away.
She maintains that. She maintains that 7th position. That would be a big improvement.
20 seconds to go for that 6 hour cutoff at Mwoli Jali. They finish. And the time on the front hand side, they
now because of her running. So I see really good. Really good.
Stuck for 6 hours. Wally Haywood has gone, and this athlete's just coming through now. Unfortunately, the first silver medal.
The first silver medal goes to, let's see if we can recognize him. And this is in the colors of the Nsiga Athletic Club. It looks like Lida is one of Babu William Dolo's athletes.
Who was with Afghanistan on Cowie's Hill. So unfortunately for Linda, just missing out over the last 15 kilometers, but still a great performance, especially in this heat.
Getting inside 601, but not inside 6 Pratt. And here comes Shelmet Mariki charging forward, and still has enough energy to raise her hand and acknowledge the support that she's been getting from the side of the road. Now all she has to do is keep one foot in front of the other to secure the final podium position at Comrades 2025.
In unknown territory is a Shelmet Maruki from Kenya, Having never run further than 56 kilometers in a race. That's coming down. Her journey on the 2025 Comrades Marathon almost to an end. What an end it is. A podium finish.
As she goes past Mr. Price for head of assist. She runs fast as we see Mapolova. Tando Toba, he is finishing the colors of Red Singer. And from Peter Maritzburg originally, training up in Johannesburg. Comes through the Petty Blue Running Club and now running for Red Singer.
Also in the background there, we see Pule Sideko on the colors of Maxides. 3 times 2 Oceans Marathon gold medals, including this year. But down onto the finish line. Let's hear from our race winner at this time. Once again, Comrades champion. First, let's talk about the race. I mean, how difficult was it for you?
Thank you so much. What a day out on the roads here. Again, I was just taken away by the amazing support from the crowds. The support that I received, it's something I can't explain in words. And today, my run was dedicated to all those who support me, my friends, my family, the volunteers, the supporters. I hope that with my God-given talent, I can inspire some young girls as well today. To aspire to one day take on running, even if it's not to say that it needs to be professional, but just running as a sport, something that they can love. When it comes to today's race, for me, it went according to plan. I'm very, very pleased to have beaten my pace from 2 years ago. So it was an excellent day. So thank you to everyone involved.
You did mention it would be tough with the competition behind, and Alexander was really trying to catch up with you there.
Of course, yes. I had word on the road that the gap was really decreasing quite significantly. At one point, I know there was about a 4-minute gap between myself and Alexandra, and that close to 2 minutes at one stage. But Alexandra is such a strong competitor, such a well-deserved race for her as well. And for the depth of the field that we see today, I think we'll see times closing just more and more in the years to come.
Listen, we always look for you to smile, and it seemed like a tough one until you saw Casper to me in the beautiful smile.
That was an amazing moment. I really didn't expect Casper to angle my road. So that was really a moment that made me feel like I feel nothing in my body. I just run on wings because it was really amazing.
And once again, well done. We're proud of you, and as you can see, I think it's fantastic. That's rooting for you today.
Thank you so much, OG. And before I go, I must just say, if you're not here for the 100th event, I'm not here. So, Colin, I'm challenging you. I want to see you on that live.
You and I started Congress together, and I can say right here on your World of Champions 2027, 100th edition, you and I will be on the start page together.
It's so I'll see you there.
Well done.
OG Malefe, a man who's been on TV for many, many years. He had the privilege of looking up to making an amateurish mistake, agreeing to a challenge on the day of the race where the energies are high and challenged by the champion. That's when you firmly say no. It was easy when these guys are doing it. I'm 89 kilometers like you did last year, and we feel the pain. Shelby now feeling the pain, but she can afford to smile.
Third lady coming through, but yeah, OG put on the spot there. But when OG interviewed himself on the finish line last year, I'm sure it was a challenge, and didn't he say he was going to run this
year? OG Malefe will have to see. Maybe he's back in 2027. Meriti will have to come back again. This has been an encouraging performance as she goes past Mike Fogoroni. Fogoroni is aging like a fine wine. Remember, this is a man who back in 2008 in the Olympic marathon took 11th position running in the colors of Zimbabwe. He's still running almost 20 years later and still finishing inside 6:15 here at the Comrades Marathon. So good to see you, Fogoroni, still going. But it's also a mark of just how well Sharmith Meriki has performed on her Comrades Marathon debut. She's run with someone with experience more than her years. And as she crosses over the finish line, let's hear from OG Malefe, who's now talking to Alexandra Morosova.
That's second here at the Comrades today. Firstly, tell us how the race was.
У меня было очень хорошее самочувствие до 50 километра, а потом случилось неожиданное. У меня спазмировала икроножную мышцу, и 40 километров я бежала с болью. Если честно, в какой-то момент мне показалось, что я сейчас закончу гонку.
I have a good, I had a very good feeling till 50 kilometers. Then I had a cramp in my leg, and for the last 40 kilometers, I was thinking about dropping out the race, but it is what it is, and I'm here.
Well, congratulations for finishing firstly with the cramp. But it seemed at some point you were closing the gap between yourself and Herda.
Казалось, что в какой-то момент ты начинаешь догонять Герду. Расскажи, что там было.
Я бежала с Гердой примерно до 30-го километра, вот, но потом я поняла, что темп быстроват для меня, и решила все-таки переключиться на свою гонку. И я считаю, что я правильно сделала, потому что случилась ситуация с тобой. И то, что я добавила, мне дало возможность сохранить вторую позицию.
Ты ее догоняла в какой-то момент.
Я, естественно, не видела.
Okay. I was in the pack with Gerda till the 30 kilometers. Then I realized that the pace is too hard for me, and I just dropped, let her go. And as you can see, it was a good decision because cramp in my leg. So, and you mentioned that at one point of time, Alexandra was closing the gap, but she didn't know it. She didn't know it. So, yeah, she just realized it.
Well, congratulations, forward today.
Well, beautiful scenes here out on the road. It's the final stretch down Masabalala Yengwe Avenue, and as we see there, Shelmouth Maruki, the Kenyan athlete, rounding off the podium. Brilliant performance there by the Kenyan, who also takes the first 40 plus. But here we have Yvette van Zyl, the South African, running in the colours of Hollywood Athletics Club. Her first Comrades marathon, and we just saw her cross the Polish athlete, Dominika Selma, who I'm hoping will still be okay to hang in there. If you remember back at last year's up run, she actually fell down a few times in the last 500 meters. But a brilliant performance here by Yvette van Zyl. What a debut. This is a strong finish from Yvette van Zyl because she's now going past Oakley Zuza about the forward. And Oakley Zuza was running up with the staying at the beginning of the race, especially on the remember that Yvette van Zyl
first time in Comrade's marathon. And at the same time, it has been, I think she has been phenomenal in the it is quite expected that she performs the way she's performing in the Comrade's marathon. And the thing is marathon is yeah, she was kind of phenomenal. Yeah.
1992 on the up run, and it will be very exciting to see Van Zyl return to Comrades next year because she's already said you can't wait for the up run. She feels she's better on the up, she's stronger on the up. So perhaps maybe we might see a challenge to have a thing.
It would be exciting. And imagine Van Zyl, Morozova, Stain, all at their best, fighting it out on the up run. It promises to be an entertaining one. Good run here from the man from Bravo Chiefs. With a B seeding, finishing at this time. That's a more than hand run.
Oh.
It's a very good run from the Bravo Chiefs man. And he's finishing ahead of the
yeah, because Van Zyl is really, really good.
That one, the Cobra, Yvette van Zyl will bring it home in fourth place. So 2 of the top 4 going to the Hollywood Athletic Club.
And I'm sure Yvette would have got good words of encouragement there by Akata Seminia, who both would have shared the track in Victoria many a time over their career. Akata, an Olympic champion and world champion, multiple world champion over the 800 meter distance. But here is Yvette van Zyl coming through for a well-earned fourth spot and really closing that gap down on the Chelmouth over those final stages. And I don't know anyone who is just as strong as Van Zyl is. She could run through any type of pain, and she's proving it today.
Yeah, she has It's I'm so happy for her.
After breaking 3:30 at 2:00 after performances at the Olympic Games, Ansel shows that she has what it takes to perform well at Comrades and stops the clock inside 6:12 to earn fourth position on her debut Comrades Marathon.
Brilliant performance there by Ansel, who I'm sure world championship medalist over the 400-meter hurdles and multiple Olympian will be down on that finish line welcoming his wife. As we see Dominica Estelma, she was just about to give in there, and there's no such welcome sight like the grass, even though this one is an astroturf.
Yep, when you get on that grass, you can afford, because of the way that she runs, and she does a lot of trail running, she leads forward. Oh my goodness, this is a fabulous finish from Janet Mbele. She has sliced through the field over these last 20 kilometers. Looks like she's in sixth position, but there's Carla Molinaro ahead of her. This is also a fabulous run because this is an athlete that came into this race shy on mileage after suffering an injury. And this is a really strong finish. Also, the second veteran and the third Hollywood woman across the finish line.
A brilliant performance by Carla Molinaro, and also showing you, Mosipodi, that it's not just about running and running long. Just like Fiona Stein does in her training, Carla, when she thought she could not run, she went on the bicycle, she did a lot of mileage. She actually said she did the equivalent of running the Tour de France, and it's paid off for her.
Fifth position for Carla Molinaro shows that
I'm so happy for Carla.
she's one of the best.
In the previous down round, she was in the third position. She still maintained this the top five. Yeah, it's a beautiful phenomenal job.
You can kick out before. And then from Black Diamond here. Crossing the finish line, a good run from him. So we wait to welcome our sixth woman. She's Janet Mbele. Is this George Cush perhaps finishing? No, it can't be.
George Cush earlier in the day finished in 12th, and that's one of the newcomers in the network team, Rion from Pretoria. That's a brilliant performance here. Janet Mbele and the girls of Stradus, not one of the elite clubs. She was in the elite clubs. Said that she wanted to go that further. She wanted to do it for her hometown, and Janet Mbele doing just that. 3 gold medals in a row. This is the future of the Comrades Marathon.
Umsebenzi omuhle. Umsebenzi oncomekayo. Oh, Mbele. Janet Mbele gets a third consecutive gold medal and shows that she is one of the best former SA Marathon champion. That was a really well-paced race. Negative split in a fabulous long 20 kilometers from Janet Mbele.
And as she's done in the
finish line?
3 Comrades Marathons, Janet Mbele has gotten quicker over each one. So these athletes coming through now 6 hours and 15 minutes into the 2025 Comrades Marathon. These men solid medalists.
On the other side of the race is Patricia Jennings. And she looks really struggling, but she that's his hairstyle. You see her trophy on her sleeves. Patricia Jennings in the previous he was in the 5th position. Just swam along the position in the top.
Triana Jennings, there you can see the grimace on her face. Her 4th Comrades Marathon and her 4th Comrades gold medal, and all of her performances under 6 hours and 20 minutes. And doing really, really well as the 8th lady comes across the line. Courtney Olsen, not repeating her podium finish of last year, but still will be very happy with that gold medal.
Catriona Jennings is in the world of pain. It's the Comrades Marathon, and you can see that she's having to use every inch of her body, every muscle, every sinew to get herself over that finish line. And the way she's running, her quads are in serious pain. She's suffered her way down, and that's why she walks gingerly over the finish line. 6:16 to secure a gold medal.
Right, without more. And unbelievable to think that it takes 6 hours and 16 minutes to get an 8th place finish in a ladies race. In the last 2 years, and the Comrades, the last 3 years now, so to speak, the women's race has really been elevated. In the past, we saw last year 6 hours and 24 minutes on the up run as a female did not even get you a gold medal. Now we have the 9th woman coming across, Courtney Olsen, the USA athlete in the colours of Hollywood International. He's going to smash 6 hours and 20 minutes, but today only got a months.
You only need to go back about 10 or 15 years, and that time ends you on the podium, lands you on the podium. So good run from Courtney Olsen.
Well, if you have to go back to 2022, when the Comrades Marathon finished inside the Spectator Stadium, where we are situated just outside, Alexandra Frizola won that day in 6 hours, 15 minutes. So it just shows you how the women's race has really elevated. So the men going really slow, the big leading men in the beginning, and then a little bit of an increase in the pace. But here is the 10th place athlete, Melissa Gibson. This is her second Comrades Marathon and her first gold medal, and she's going to be very, very happy with this. The athlete who hails from the United Kingdom.
It's also a well-placed effort from Gibson. She's gone past Mosi Tosane there, who was up for Share Stay. So another one who's paced her efforts quite well. And you'll find that women in general tend to be better pacers of their efforts. Especially when it comes to a Comrades Marathon. She takes the rose from Casta Semenya, who says, well done. There's Mokhadi. And Gibson. She's the one that looked you dead in the eye, Bruce, and said she's getting 3rd place.
She did indeed. She looked me straight in the eye and said, I'm going to be there. Well, she hasn't got 3rd place, but as we pointed out, her time in years gone by would have been more than good enough for 3rd place.
And the 3rd novice inside the top 10 of the women's race. Tail, though. And Shalvis Maruki ahead of her. But a really good start to her career. Sporty and Kuhn were emphasizing the elevation and quality of the field and the pace of these women now.
It's fast, it's unbelievable. And I need to emphasize to the viewers, I've just been out there, it's hot. It is hot and muggy. Conditions now are going to get really tough for the rest of the runners. I don't wish it, but I think the hospital tank will be quite busy later on today.
Well, she finishes in that agony and pain down onto the grass. Stop the watch.
Just stop the watch. Even though you're going to get an official time, you stop the watch.
Thanks, team manager Nick Bester across to the broad silence, and well done.
And she's busy with some other language. I won't answer that, but
the Comrades is such a tough race, and I think as an elite runner, you are probably the most relatable runner ever. Firstly, tell us how was your first experience with the Comrades Marathon?
Honestly, it was hell. It was real torture. It was paid torture, but so many times I wanted to stop. I walked. I thought of my decisions, and then at least at 20 k's to go, my husband gave me 2 photos of my 2 boys, and it kept me crying, but then it kept me fighting. So I'm so grateful for that, and just all the support along the route was amazing. I think they were a bit shouting at me when I started walking, but I couldn't help it. I was like, my hips. So, and I took everything that a novice should do on the first day, try everything new. Before Fields Hill, after Fields Hill, I just took thing that they said would have for cramps. So yeah, it was a difficult experience, and hopefully I'll be back next year to experience. They say it's a different run when you go up, so hopefully I'll experience a different experience then.
All the difficulties, you must be proud to have finished fourth.
Yes, I am proud. I'm just proud to have finished, to be honest. I didn't care what position anymore. I was just like, make the finish line. Because when I was starting to walk, I was like, this is really getting tough. And I didn't care what position I was anymore. I was just fight for the finish. And it was so rewarding coming across the finish line. Very painful, but rewarding.
Listen, you embodied the spirit of the Comrades Marathon. Congratulations. And if you do decide, we'll see you again next year. Well done.
Thank you.
Wonderful interview from the heart, from the feet. How painful it was. She took anything she could that would sort her out with her cramps, but she's finished incredibly well in fourth place. 6:11:35 would have put her well clear of the winner in the Moses Mabhida Stadium, Alexandra Morozova, in 2022. So a brilliant run. Confirmation of the top 10 in the women's race here at the Comrades Marathon in 2025. Heather Stein does it again with it under the average record time. So Morozova just outside that in second place. Maruki and Patel, two novices starting their Comrades careers brilliantly. Dijana making it another down run victory. He is the king of the down runs at the moment. Piersma pushed him as close as you possibly can get a couple of years ago. But that was a phenomenal race. Nikolai Volkov ran himself through the field at the back end of the race to take the third place on the podium. Motivi, Manieli, Bill, improving by 2 places.
Seonjan, Sunset Magic and DSTV. I'm giving you the chance to win a Stars. The experience for you and 10 friends joined by the Shaga Ilende cast. All you have to do is pay your DSTV compact account on time.
Last year, the former champion, 2019 former champion, the Sededi, is month by Portugal. That's top 10.
6-2 and boom, you and yours are good. Dining with deep royalty.
The men's race here at Comrades in 2020.
Strong coverage and even.
You've heard the name, right? FIFA Club World Cup.
All 32 teams. Stronger support. Now on
Well, this is Drummond and the halfway cut-off point. Agony and pain, dreams all to be realised. Let's go to Kriaganya, who's down at Drummond.
Hi, I'm here with Rob, who is the CEO of Thirsty. And Rob, it is absolutely the best seat in the house.
Mr. Deep, welcome. It's lovely to have you with us here at Drummond. We're having an amazing day and it's superb. Really on a day like this, and despite that,
Special place in South African history.
Taking the win again. I will not describe Comrade. Resonates with people. So has a special place the day before rather, and yeah, incredible events.
Of course, considering that they are increasing the entries over the next couple of years, we're going to be seeing you on the road as well.
I'm a big bet for 2027. I'm not an athlete, but I have seen other people running who are not athletes. So that's not an excuse. And they say they're going to be increasing the number of entries dramatically for 2027. So I'd like to encourage everybody out there to join us in 2027 for the this is a cut off 6 hours and a half. So looking at their watches now, got a bit of time at 6:14:40 is where we're looking at, and we'll bring you that drama of the halfway cutoff. Generally, runners who get there, although they're probably not going to make it to the finish. So there's plenty of sport going on. This is on Super Sport football, but in fact, it's not football. It's the FIH Pro League women's hockey, Spain against Argentina. That's something at the moment. So, see, we like to create variety here at Super Sport, not just football on football. Arthur Seach, yep, doffing the cap to Arthur and ensuring that they will have a trouble-free second half of the run. Just walk up the climbs and try and jog down the hills.
Gerald, this is a long climb. This is the 10K from halfway up to Botha's Hill. There are some short downhills, some flat bits, but essentially for 10Ks you climb.
So after Seach, let's find out why and what it's about.
Arthur's Seat is a fabled nook on the Comrade route, roughly halfway, where legend has it Arthur Newton used to sit and rest.
Well, it's a bit of a silent plot for those who've gone through here, and this is the Drummond halfway point. You know, some drama and disappointment for those for one or other reason haven't been able to get the best out of their efforts today.
Have just come past me, and it's about the last group of runners that are running up the hill. Let me see if I can grab one for a quick interview. Sir, please come chat to me. How's your race been so far? It's been enjoyable. Yeah. Is this your first Comrade?
Second.
And would you do it again?
Ask me tonight.
Are you planning on beating the Baylor buses, or are you gonna hop on one?
Not at all. Only if they force me to get on it.
All the best. Good luck. As you can see, everybody is in high spirits here at Drummond as we see the last runners coming through for the cut-off point.
Just over 10 minutes for these runners to get through there. They are safely through those, so now they can focus on getting to the next cut-off point.
These are the runners who started in the dark and they will finish in the dark later on. It's a long day out there for them. And of course, one of the things that they will be picking up from the crowds is that the race is over up front. Headers won, Tete's won, they will be picking up, thinking, oh my goodness, 45 kilometers to run.
Be able to look down on the highway at some stage, and we can see those runners who finished a while ago heading back home. Some of them. Cutoffs introduced in 1968. Drummond and Cato Ridge, those are the first cutoffs that were introduced. But in those days, less than 500 finishes in those days.
Joe, my first almost at E7 was 1,500 runners, a handful of black runners, and a handful of ladies. The race was still very much a white male event. And a lot of the traditions were there and are still there, but a lot of them have changed. And the race has become bigger, richer, more historic, fascinating challenge. And I love the fact that in my day, it was 11 hours. The final cutoff was 11 hours. I love it that it's 12 hours. I know there's old timers who don't, but I think that gives a whole group of runners a chance to earn a Comrades medal and call themselves Comrades.
It was 12 hours until 1928, and then they went to 11 hours. And 2000 out to 12 hours, back to 11 for a couple of years, and then 2003, I think.
And then the demand was just for the 12 hours, and they said, you know what, you get a medal, named after the founder of the race. It's a lovely medal. Why not?
And many of these will be aspiring to that. Preparations being made down towards the end there for the last runner.